Hee hee. Younger brother Yu? I wonder if Master Yi is at home? Gu Hong thickened his skin and asked. Gu Hong was a servant to begin with. This skill of shamelessness was much more powerful than a bottom-level martial artist like Yu Ming. Like previously, he was afraid of Gu Changshuan's blame and did not give Yu Ming face at all, finishing off Yi Yuan with a single blow. Now he had no choice but to come to his door begging. He even thickened his face and addressed Yu Ming with great familiarity too. Yu Ming sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Isn't this Lord Gu? Don't address a lowly person like me as your brother so as to avoid lowering your status." Yu Ming had a stomach full of resentment towards Gu Hong. Not seizing this chance to regain face properly, how would he be liberated in his heart? But Gu Hong did not care about the sarcasm in Yu Ming's words at all. He still had an ingratiating look as he said, "Look at what you're saying. I, Gu Hong, am merely a servant of the Gu family, and I am also an impoverished person in this ancient opulent city. Why must younger brother you make things difficult for elder brother? Me? I know that younger brother Yu is still unhappy about the incident that day. But elder brother also has difficulties, right? Today, elder brother came firstly to find Master Yi to take action. Another thing is to specially come and apologize to younger brother Yu." One had to acknowledge that this Gu Hong indeed had skills. The words said were flawless, lightly skating over that day's incident. If it were just a young and inexperienced boy, he would probably shed tears of gratitude immediately, addressing Gu Hong as his brother. It was just that no matter how poorly Yu Ming got along, he was a wily old fox too. For Gu Hong to want to pull the wool over his eyes so easily, how could it be something that easy? "Heh, Steward Gu. Don't give me that. Whatever you have, quickly say. If there's nothing, get lost straight away from me. Master Yi is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a servant like you," Yu Ming said indifferently. Yu Ming felt liberated in his heart. This had only been a few days, and all the face that should be found were all regained. Didn't you make your father get lost on that day? Now you scram as far as you can get for your father. Didn't you say that your father wasn't on the same level as you on that day? Now you're the servant. Several days passed. Yu Ming's relationship with Yi Yuan already had titanic changes. Even though Yi Yuan kept calling him as his elder brother, Yu Ming had the self-awareness that he was on a completely different level with Yi Yuan. Just take a look, what kind of people did Master Yi have dealings with? Jun Tianyu, Luo Feng, Sun Maosheng, which one of them was not a major figure in ancient opulent city where the entire city would tremble when they stomped their feet. But even so, Yi Yuan still gave Yu Ming a feeling akin to a breath of spring breeze. Yu Ming saw clearly that what changed was only his own mentality. Yi Yuan's attitude towards him was no different from the start. So in Yu Ming's eyes, Gu Hong was really just a servant, while his identity was much higher than Gu Hong's. Gu Hong was clearly coming with his back to the wall this time and was already prepared to give play to his shamelessness to the max. "My purpose of coming, is younger brother you still unclear?" This Gu wished to request an audience with Master Yi and invite him to take a look at eldest Mrs. Illness. Whatever terms there are, Master Yi can feel free to say. As he was talking, Gu Hong dug out a storage ring and handed it to Yu Ming, saying with a fawning look, "This is a small token from elder brother. Younger brother you, please accept. After the matter is done, elder brother will still have a little something. I know that younger brother is a favorite of Master Yi. As long as younger brother, you make an exception, this matter we can settle it through discussion, no?" Gu Hong felt pain in his heart. He spent an arm and a leg this time in order to patch his relationship up with Yu Ming. In that storage ring, there were 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals. And these 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals was already 1/5 of his savings. One had to know that low-grade earth essence crystals and merit points could be exchanged one for one. Which was also to say that Gu Hong gave Yu Ming 1,000 merit points all at once. This was absolutely a huge sum. Yu Ming used divine sense to inspect the storage ring and also palpitated with excitement in his heart. This old fellow was really hemorrhaging this time. But Yu Ming made a difficult expression on his face and said, "This, Steward Gu, not that I'm not willing to help you. It's seriously that Master Yi is really very busy." Gu Hong gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds and actually fished out another storage ring. saying, "Younger brother Yu, I naturally know that Master Yi is very busy. It's just that our family's eldest misses illness. You're aware about it too. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Old Gu, I only have this bit of savings too." Gu Ming had a destitute look, secretly delighting Yu Ming inwardly. He received the storage ring and had a look. Inside indeed had quite a few good stuff. The value was probably around 500 merit points or so too. Fine then. On account of Steward Gu having such sincerity, I'll go and have a word with Master Yi. As for whether or not he consents, I dare not guarantee. Yu Ming said with difficulty. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I know that younger brother Yu is a favorite of Master. Master will definitely give you this face. Gu Hong flattered Yu Ming vigorously. Yu Ming was naturally enjoying it too. In the past, he behaved like a grandson in front of Gu Hong. Now, the winds of fortune changed. It was Gu Hong's turn to act like a grandson in front of him. This sense of accomplishment was absolutely refreshing. Yu Ming put away the 2 storage rings, turned around, and entered the manor. The moment his figure vanished, Gu Hong's face darkened. Humph! Blind, reckless fool. To actually dare climb on top of my head. Dare to take your Grandpa Gu's stuff. Really tired of living. After the dust has settled this time, Grandpa Gu will not only make you spit out these things, I'll even let you disappear from ancient opulent city entirely. Gu Hong gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Really too satisfying. Brother Yi, elder brother, I have always tucked my tail between my legs and behaved obediently in this ancient opulent city. Whoever I meet, I would bow and scrape. Today, benefiting from the association with Brother Yi, I can finally raise my head up high. Here, these are the things Gu Hong gave me to show filial piety. This time, he hemorrhaged greatly. Once he entered the house, Yu Ming's entire person felt like he was floating. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Those things are given to you by Gu Hong and also what he owes you. You just keep it for yourself. He wants to take my life. How can this bit of stuff let him clear the hurdle? What's at the back is the real show." Yu Ming was rather embarrassed as he said, "This? Elder brother, I still know my own limitations a little. Gu Hong giving me these were all on account of Brother Ye's face. How can I take it for myself?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Let you take it, so just take it. What's with all the nonsense? If you treat me as a brother, then put it away properly for me." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Ming hurriedly said, all right, I'll keep it then. However, I've seen through this Gu Hong thoroughly this time. This guy is two-faced, really not any good thing. The last time, he even sent that song pan to kill you. This time, he has no choice but to come and lower his head to us. But I feel that he will definitely harbor resentment in his heart. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Gu Hong is only an unimportant person. He's not worth my effort to go deal with him at all. If he stays quiet, he can still live. If he courts death himself, then I can't be blamed. Gu Hong entered Yi Yuan's manor rather fidgety. Honestly speaking, he still had a bit of confidence in his heart towards Yu Ming. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Even though there was only a short confrontation once, Gu Hong's impression of Yi Yuan was very deep. Because Yi Yuan said for Yu Ming to return the humiliation to him. Today, it really returned to him. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was giving himself a way out. But only now did Gu Hong know that he really had that strength and confidence. On that day, Yi Yuan did not argue from start to end, because he simply disdained to argue. Compared to arguing, Yi Yuan was smacking faces with actions. Entering the main hall, Yi Yuan sat on the seat of honor. By the side, Jun Tianyu and Lu Yiru were seated. Although he had long heard about it, Gu Hong was still unbelievably shocked in his heart. In the mere few days Yi Yuan ascended, he was actually already on equal footing with the Jun Tianyu who made people tremble with fear on hearing. This lowly one, Gu Hong, pays respect to Lord Jun Master Yi. In front of Jun Tianyu, Gu Hong lowered his posture very low. Either way, coming here today, he was long prepared to be shameless already. But this first sentence of his poked a hole in the basket already. Only to see Jun Tianyu snort coldly and say, "Are the Gu family's servants also ignorant in etiquette?" This is younger brother Ye's manner. You don't pay respect to him first, but you pay respect to me for? Even if it's not here, younger brother Yi is my wife's savior. You doing so, isn't it making me out to be faithless? And this cold snort directly made Gu Hong's knees turn soft. Kneeling down. Lord Jun, forgive my mistake. This lowly one has no intention of offending you. Gu Hong even had the heart to die. Jun Tianyu's accumulated awe in ancient opulent city was immensely great. So the first thing Gu Hong thought of was to pay respect to Lord Jun. Who knew that he poked the hornet's nest all of a sudden? You're an exalted heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. How can you be ranked behind a divine traversing realm boy? Humph! If this wasn't younger brother Ye's manner, you'd already be a dead man now. This is younger brother Ye's place. How to punish is naturally up to him, the owner, to decide. Jun Tianyu said with a cold snort. When Gu Hong heard, all the hair on his body stood on its ends. This one in front of him never needed any reason to kill people before. As long as he felt that you deserved to die, you would really be dead. This point, there were already countless people who used their lives to prove it before. Not necessary to go into details. Master Yi, this lowly one deserves death. This lowly one deserves death. I beseech Master Yi to spare my life. Gu Hong kowtowed frantically, nearly knocking out a large hole in the ground. He did not dare to use essence energy to protect his body at all. Very soon, a large bruise was knocked out on his head. Brother Jun, younger brother, has just moved into this manor. Can't very well kill people right after coming in. It's inauspicious. Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Hong was overjoyed when he heard and hurriedly said, many thanks for Master Ye's grace of not killing. Many thanks for Lord Jun's grace of not killing. But Jun Tianyu said coolly, death penalty may be spared, but punishment is hard to pardon. Finished talking, Jun Tianyu wielded his fingers as a sword. A streak of sword chi flew past Gu Hong's ear with a swoosh. Gu Hong only felt coolness at his ear and did not even react to it. If that finger earlier slanted a wee bit more, his head would explode like a watermelon. But very soon, a piercing pain assaulted, striking the deepest parts of his heart. Arg! My ear! Gu Hong covered the ear with fresh blood flowing out, hurting until he rolled on the floor. Make any more fuss. Even if I give younger brother Yi face and don't kill you here, it's impossible for you to return to the Gu family alive either. Jun Tianyu's words seemed to have come from the underworld. Even if Gu Hong was hurting until he was about to faint, he immediately ceased the howling too. Gu Hong covered his ear in pain until he was trembling all over. But he did not dare to make even a sound. Sweat flowed down his forehead, pickling the wound by his ear, making it even more painful, like pouring oil onto a fire. Jun Tianyu was obviously not this sort of narrow-minded people. He was deliberately finding fault. This Gu Hong was just an unimportant person to him. If he killed Gu Hong, then he killed. But if Yi Yuan thoroughly offended the Gu family because of this, it would be terrible. The Tao family's destruction made these aristocratic families in the ancient opulence city be on guard too. These few years, the three great families all concentrated on development. Their strength had a very large increase. Although Jun Tianyu was not afraid, he had an agreement with City Lord back then, not to kill Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouses as he pleased again, unless he did not wish to stay on in the ancient opulent city anymore. The face of the three great families, Jun Tianyu would not give any thought. But City Lord's face, Jun Tianyu still have to consider it. The City Lord was appointed by a holy land. Even if he, Jun Tianyu, was any stronger, he could not possibly be stronger than a holy land too. Therefore, Jun Tianyu carrying out a slight punishment was solely getting a bit of interest for Yi Yuan. Either way, he only made a move to claim an ear. The Gu family would not dare to do anything. Gu Hong sucked in cold breaths by the side as he said, and Master Ye's anger is vented as well. Seeking you take action. And save. Eldest miss. Towards Gu Hong, Yi Yuan naturally did not have the slightest bit of pity. He already had killing intent towards him. Not killing him is already taking into account the Gu family's face. Towards the killing intent which fleeted across Gu Hong's eyes, Yi Yuan chose to ignore. With Jun Tianyu around, forget about Gu Hong. Even the entire Gu family did not dare to touch him either. Saving people is okay, but this time is different from taking on the mission. You know it, I already gave you a chance, Yi Yuan said indifferently. When Gu Hong heard this sentence, a hint of regret flashed past in his heart too. If he had relented on that day and let Yi Yuan go look at eldest Mrs. illness, he would definitely obtain family head's commendation now and would also not lose an ear because of this. But his regret was replaced by hatred very quickly. Even if he did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan, the people around Yi Yuan, he could touch. After this matter's hype passes, I, Gu Hong, will definitely let you know that I'm not to be provoked. It was all this lowly one's fault. Whatever conditions Master Yi has, feel free to say. Even if he hated to the extreme in his heart, Gu Hong did not dare to have the least bit of dissatisfaction verbally. Instead, he still lowered his posture very low. I want the Gu family's title deed for ancient opulent streets luxuriant fragrance hall, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? A luxuriant fragrance hall. Ouch. The moment Gu Hong became agitated, it aggravated his wounds again, hurting until his face contorted in agony. That's right. And Master Yi, this is also too. Can you change the terms? Gu Hong wanted to kill people badly. Yi Yuan this was also demanding a too exorbitant price. However, he had to endure. Otherwise, the one dead would be him. No negotiations. Either agree to my terms, or you guys find someone else better. Yi Yuan did not give face in the slightest. This lowly one cannot make the decision. Can you permit this lowly one to go back and report to family head? Gu Hong said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Can. Give me a reply by tomorrow noon. Or else, there won't be any leeway to talk over. How could Gu Hong still dare to stay? Enduring the intense pain on his ear, he scrambled back to the Gu family. After Gu Hong left, Jun Tianyu asked, Younger brother Yi, this condition of yours is out of my expectations. Could it be that younger brother Yi is planning on establishing a sect in this ancient opulent city? Heh! The luxuriant fragrance hall. Can a measly little divine traversing realm boy prop up the massive luxuriant fragrance hall? Gu Changshun said with a cold laugh. Family head. This boy has no respect for our Gu family at all by relying on Jun Tianyu's backing, Gu Hong said with a look of righteous indignation. Gu Changshun looked at Gu Hong with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he had a guilty conscience. Oh, Gu Hong, looks like these few years I've been too indulgent towards you, Gu Changshun said rather emotionally. Gu Hong's heart thumped, kneeling onto the ground with a thud as he said with a wail, Gu Hong dare not. It's really that they bully others too far. Heh, bully others too far? It was probably you going too far in bullying others beforehand, right? Honestly speaking, you being able to come back alive makes me very surprised. Looks like Jun Tianyu is still rather wary of City Lord, Gu Changshun said. The more Gu Hong listened, the more it felt amiss. Could it be that those things he did behind family head's back, he knew all of it? Once this thought popped up, Gu Hong sniveled even more as he said sobbingly, Family head, you have to stand up for Gu Hong. I went to invite Yi Yuan to take action, but he crippled my ear with any word. This is simply making light of you. Gu Hong did not notice Gu Changshun's expression gradually becoming cold. Gu Hong, this is the last chance that I'm giving you. Gu Hong trembled, his entire person instantly sobering up. He knew that nothing could be hidden any more from family head's eyes. Gu Hong was an astute man. He knew that everything of his was all given by Gu Changshun. With this, he held nothing back, directly recounting all the things that happened these few days. Of course, what he said definitely had some discrepancies from the actual situation, but there was no way of verifying them. This sort of thing, Gu Hong had long attained perfection in it. Even Gu Changshun could not discern the slightest bit of inkling too. Such as that day he went to remove the mission, he ran into Yi Yuan and Yu Ming. The story was naturally Yi Yuan's strength was measly but looked down on other people, looking even more like a swindler. Hence, that was why he did not let them enter. This point, coupled with the condition Yi Yuan raised, made people feel that it was the truth even more. Indeed, after Gu Changshun finished listening, the coldness from before diminished a lot, and he said coolly, Lucky you're honest. If you still dare to intentionally hide it without the need for Jun Tianyu to take action, I'll send you on your way too. Gu Hong sweated profusely in his heart, feeling like he had toured one round around the gates of hell and back. But with his understanding of Gu Changshan, he should have cleared the hurdle this time. Family head, Gu Hong was muddle-headed for a moment, such that I led to a huge mistake. Family head, please punish. It's just that even though the Yi Yuan is formidable, the subordinate don't believe that he's even stronger than Lord Shuming. That's why I would make a move against him. Gu Hong resorted to sophistry. Gu Changshan nodded and said, honestly speaking, I also find it very hard to believe that a divine traversing realm boy can be even stronger than He Shuming. It's just that Qing'er's illness really can't afford to delay. If he wants the luxuriant fragrance hall, give it to him then, as long as he can treat Qing'er's illness. The second day morning, Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan came to the Gu family. Gu Changshan personally welcomed them. By his side, tagging along, was a sagely-looking elderly. After both parties had small talk, Gu Changshan said, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you for my daughter's illness. Taking people's money to avert disaster for them, this is naturally part of this Ye's duties, Yi Yuan said coolly. He and the Gu family would probably be very hard to become friends, so he was not polite either. Except, that elderly said with a cold smile, age isn't old, tone isn't small. A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully yet actually dares to proclaim to be a master. Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man was clearly the He Shuming from Gu Changshuan's words. Yi Yuan was treating Gu Changshuan's daughter's illness today. Some words he was inconvenient to say out. Getting this He Shuming over here was in order to say those words inconvenient to say. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, firstly, being advanced in age shouldn't be a bar to ambition. Treating illnesses and curing people, one has to look at true capability. Since Miss Gu's illness isn't cured, then your esteemed self naturally doesn't have this capability. Secondly, the title master was all called out by others. I've never professed before, but I never felt that calling me as master is in any way inappropriate. Thirdly, who are you? You don't even recognize this old man and actually dare to utter wild ravings here. Haven't seen this sickness yet, and you have an appearance like you can handle anything. Do you really think that you're an alchemy emperor? He Shuming was enraged by Yi Yuan until his beard billowed and he glared. What a joke! Why do I have to know you? Also, even though I'm not an alchemy emperor, Miss Gu's illness, I'm definitely able to treat it, Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Conceited and ignorant kid. Today, if you can't treat Qing'er's sickness, I'll make you pay the price for your wild arrogance. He Shuming was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the Jun Tianyu who did not speak all along opened his mouth. Looks like this Jun hasn't taken action for too long. Ancient opulent city already have some people who don't remember this Jun's existence. Threatening. Stark naked threatening. But Jun Tianyu had always been so domineering. Threatening an alchemy saint in front of the three great aristocratic families' family heads, only Jun Tianyu could do that. Gu Changshan by the side suddenly had an impression. Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu. These two people mingling together were simply a perfect match. These two people considered everyone beneath their notice exactly the same, showing striking resemblance of arrogance. He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished like mist and smoke. He lost his head from anger due to Yi Yuan earlier and really forgot that Jun Tianyu was right beside for a moment. Jun Tianyu followed right by Yi Yuan's side today constantly, rather like his follower. It was very easy to make people overlook his existence. Haha. Everyone says fewer words. Master Yi, Brother Jun and Brother He are both this Gu's honored guests. Harmony is precious. Harmony is precious. Gu Changshan saw that the momentum was not right, and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Humph! He Shuming gave a cold snort and turned his head over, no longer speaking. Family head Gu, I think we better not waste time anymore. Let's head straight for your daughter there, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan's impression towards the Gu family was not good and was disinclined to waste time here as well. That's for the best, Gu Changshan said. The group of people entered the Gu family's inner chambers and circled one big detour. Gu Changshan actually led Yi Yuan inside a dungeon. This made Yi Yuan very surprised, because he got to know from Yu Ming there that this daughter of Gu Changshuan's was the sole remaining bloodline left from his first wife. Gu Changshun normally doted on her very much. Gu Changshun even took out the luxuriant fragrance hall without any hesitation in order to save her. His doting on her could be seen at a glance. But why did Gu Changshun actually lock her up in such a dungeon which did not see the light of day? The further in they walked, the more unbelievably cold it got. When they walked to the depths, Yi Yuan saw an ice bed. On the ice bed lay a woman wearing a sky-blue attire. But that woman's hands and legs were actually bounded by metal chains. This is my daughter, Gu Qing. Since 3 years ago, she became mentally deranged, killing people on sight. Having no choice, I could only bind up her hands and legs, Gu Changshun explained. Kill? You're all demons. I'm going to kill you. When Gu Qing discovered that people came, she immediately became incomparably violent, using all of her strength wanting to shake off the constraints of the metal chains. Seeing this kind of situation, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together slightly too. Boy, I've already prepared the Dream Soul incense for you. Are you doing it yourself? As he said, he shumming through Yi Yuan a short incense. But Yi Yuan did not reach his hand out to catch, allowing that short incense to fall onto the ground. Dream Soul incense was a type of aromatic which could make people enter sleep. It had the function of pacifying the soul and spirit. Gu Qing's ailment was hard for alchemists to take her pulse. This Dream Soul incense naturally came in handy. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, he shumming was enraged. Punk! What's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said coolly, Miss Gu's illness is currently in a state of outbreak illness at this time. Many things related to the illness will naturally be exposed during this time as well. You used the Dream Soul incense to make her fall asleep. What if you misdiagnose because of this? Don't even have this bit of elementary knowledge. I really don't know how you, this alchemy saint, came about. He shumming could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk was actually doubting his alchemy saint's strength. But every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. He was actually unable to refute. Even the Gu Changshun and Jun Tianyu by the side, who did not understand, also nodded their heads secretly when they heard. Very clearly, this argument was strong. Gu Changshun could not resist darting a glance at He Shumming. When he diagnosed Gu Qing, didn't he use the Dream Soul incense to put Gu Qing to sleep? Utterly ignorant. Not using Dream Soul incense. I want to see how you take the pulse, He Shumming said with a cold smile. Sensing Gu Changshun's gaze, He Shumming's face was burning too. But not putting Gu Qing to sleep, how to take the pulse? Then you open your eyes wide and look properly. Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and approached closer to Gu Qing a little more. Then he extended his index finger. A trace of pale yellow silk thread flowed out from his index finger. This fine thread was actually condensed and formed with essence energy. Seeing this scene, He Shumming's expression could not help changing drastically as he let his tongue slip and said Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Gu Changshun did not know what was called Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. But he could also tell from He Shumming's expression that this move of Yi Yuan's seemed to be very formidable, and he could not help feeling more hopeful. This Gu Qing was born from him and his first wife. The two people were deeply in love. But his wife left this world not long after Gu Qing was born. Furthermore, Gu Qing looked virtually identical to his first wife. Therefore, Gu Changshun also showered her with favors all along. Who could have thought that Gu Qing would actually get such a strange illness? Even He Shumming taking action could not find the cause of the illness too. If even Gu Qing left him too, Gu Changshun would really have a breakdown. Hence, he did not scruple in agreeing to Yi Yuan, using the luxuriant fragrance hall as the diagnosis fee to treat Gu Qing. And at this time, the silk thread spat out from Yi Yuan already gradually crept over onto Gu Qing's arm, then reached into the meridians from her arm. Seeing this scene, Gu Changshun's face slightly revealed an astonished look too. Even though he did not know what was called Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading, this move of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to indicate that he was extraordinary. Martial artists spitting out essence energy was mostly for the sake of pursuing greater destructive power. The control towards essence energy belonged to the crude style. But this move of Yi Yuan's required extremely fine control over essence energy. This point, even he, as a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, could not accomplish it too. This kind of skill, without going through repeated tempering, it was simply impossible to master. As for He Shumming, the astonishment in his heart was even more intense compared to Gu Changshun. Gu Changshun did not know, but Xianxia was an alchemy saint powerhouse. The ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse. This essence silk thread reading pulse was an extremely profound pulse reading skill. It had a close to perverse requirement towards control of essence energy and soul force. Xianxia had also attempted to train this skill before, but in the end he still gave up because it was too hard. Essence silk thread pulse reading was not just condensing essence energy into a fine thread and inserting into a martial artist's body that simple. If that were the case, he could also do it. The hardest part about essence silk thread pulse reading was the probing inside the martial artist's body after entering the martial artist's meridians. The control of essence energy in this could not have the slightest deviation. Otherwise, it would fall short of success and even damage the martial artist's body. This was still Xianxia's first time seeing essence silk thread pulse reading on an alchemy sovereign realm coming from a junior's body. As far as he knew, those able to master this skill were all powerhouses above alchemy saint. This boy was definitely putting on an act. He did not have any way to probe Gu Qing's meridians at all. Yes, it must be like this. Before long, Yi Yuan withdrew his essence energy. That thread of essence energy dissipated immediately. Gu Changshun inquired with a hopeful look, "Master Yi, how is my daughter's illness?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "A little troublesome." Xianxia perked up the moment he heard and immediately laughed coldly as he said, "Heh! Can't diagnose means can't diagnose. Pretending for what? Like I said, how can essence silk thread pulse reading be so easy to master? Almost got hoodwinked by you. This punk." Gu Changshun's face fell following that too. The atmosphere became rather odd for a moment. But Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "Is that so? The troublesome I said was not because I have no way, but because I wonder which moron tied Miss Gu onto this ice bed. That fool completely doesn't have a clue about Miss Gu's illness and assumed that this 10,000-year profound ice bed could suppress the mental demon. In the end, not only did it not have any effect, it worsened the illness instead." What are you glaring so angrily for? I wasn't talking about you. The more Yi Yuan talked, the blacker Xianxia's face became. Yi Yuan's ability to scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry was truly at the acme of perfection. Who else could this fool be other than him, Xianxia? Boy, I admit that your verbal skills are impressive. Since you say that the 10,000-year profound ice bed is useless, then say what's up with Qing Xianxia said with a black face. Yi Yuan said in amazement, "Eh? It's really you? Could it be that you, this alchemy saint, was bought with earth essence crystals?" Alchemy saint treating people's illnesses, not knowing but pretending to know, is a great taboo. You don't even know this point? You didn't even figure out her sickness and dared to make the Gu family tie her onto the 10,000-year profound ice bed. I'm really in awe of your courage. Are you trying to save people or harm people? Xianxia was almost about to explode from anger. If Xianxia wasn't present, even if Yi Yuan really had the ability to save Gu Qing, he would also smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm. Without any suspense, Gu Changshun gave him a glance with a profound meaning again. Boy, if you want to be rampant, wait until you ascertain Qing's illness before you be rampant. You keep on refusing to say, diverting family head Gu's attention. It should be that you didn't find out the cause of the illness, right? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Honestly, I feel that your reputation, this alchemy saint, are too exaggerated. You don't even know some basic knowledge of alchemists. When other alchemists are attending to patients, shouldn't you back away a little? I'm not saying naturally because I'm afraid that you'd secretly learn. But with your intellect, even if you secretly learn, you probably can't reach genuine alchemy saint standards either. Forget it, if you want to secretly learn, that's up to you as well. I'm here to tell you that the real cause of Miss Gu's illness is no cause of illness. No cause of illness? Are you messing with me?" With this, Gu Changshun's face could not refrain from turning black too. Gu Qing with this half-dead appearance, and Yi Yuan actually said that there was no cause of illness. Simply the biggest joke in the world. Haha. I already said that this boy is deliberately trying to act mystical, right? He doesn't know essence silk thread pulse reading at all and even pretended in front of us. Truly ignorant. Yi Yuan, you cut Gu Hong's ear, and even opened your mouth wide to demand for the luxuriant fragrance hall. Now, you're actually telling me that there isn't a cause for the illness. Could it be that you really think my Gu family is easy to bully? Brother Jun, Yi Yuan making a fool out of my Gu family like this, are you going to intervene too? Under Gu Changshuan's rage, he even changed his address of Yi Yuan too. If not for being wary of Jun Tianyu, he would have long made a move to exterminate Yi Yuan. Jun Tianyu was at a loss too, uncertain what Yi Yuan was driving at by saying it like this. But he still voiced out, if Yi Yuan Yi came in order to take liberties with your Gu family, your vengeance, this Jun will receive it. The words were still matchlessly domineering. Even if he made war with a large aristocratic family like the Gu family again, he would not hesitate to either. Jun Tianyu, you simply pushing others too far, Gu Changsun said furiously. For a moment, both parties became dangerously explosive. But Yi Yuan said coolly, all relax. So nervous for what? Miss Gu truly isn't ill. But she fell into an illusion and is unable to extricate herself. What did you say? Illusion? How is that possible? Gu Changshun said with a face full of disbelief. Brat, making things up when you can't find the cause of the illness. Qing'er is right in this Gu manner. Who dares to cast illusionary arts on her and make her enter an illusionary realm? Moreover, Gu Changshun is a heaven enlightenment realm. Somebody made his daughter fall into an illusion, and he actually did not know, He Shuming said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, Stop talking already. The more you speak, the more it exposes your ignorance. Therefore, shut your mouth up and listen to me say finish properly. All right? You. Fine. This old man wants to see just what can you say, He Shuming said with a cold snort. Regarding Yi Yuan's excuse, forget about Gu Changshun, even Jun Tianyu did not really believe it. To make people fall into an illusion, it ultimately required some external functions. But with their heaven enlightenment realm strength, they could not detect anything amiss with Gu Qing at all. But Gu Qing was clearly like being possessed, not recognizing her closest kin. Her face contorted savagely. This was the strange aspect of Gu Qing's illness and also the reason why everyone kept failing to find out. This situation already persisted for 3 years' time. If someone cast illusionary arts on Gu Qing with Gu Changshuan's strength, it was impossible to not detect it at all, unless the caster's strength already reached the level of reaching the heaven. But if there was really somebody who could reach such a level, how could they possibly make things difficult for a little girl? All of these made no sense at all. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Family head Gu, I wonder if prior to your daughter being born, has your wife encountered enemies trying to kill her before? Moreover, the other party should have someone skilled in illusionary arts or divine soul attacks. The moment Gu Changshun heard, his expression involuntarily became grim, and he said with a nod, This is indeed so. Back then, my wife was expecting. I brought her along to the Holy Land. In the end, we were ambushed along the way by a group of bandits. That bunch of bandits, their strength were not very strong. But among them had someone whose illusionary arts were very bizarre. Even I almost succumbed to it too. That battle, my Gu family suffered heavy losses. Even my wife was also injured in that battle. Later on, not long after Qing'er was born, she left this world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Then that's right. Me saying that your daughter fell into an illusion isn't saying that she had an illusionary art cast on her. But it came with her since birth. If my conjectures are right, what that person cast should be a wide-range illusionary art, making quite a few people present all fall for it immediately, right? That's right. Even though this Gu's strength is a little strong, I was also affected terribly by that illusionary art. I paid an extremely dear price for this before barely managing to forcefully escape alive with my wife. We nearly met with our deaths there. Gu Changshun still had some lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident back then. Very clearly, it was a very slim chance of survival at that time. At that time, your daughter was in the womb, but her divine soul had already gradually condensed and also suffered some influence. It was just that due to the mother's body's protection, her influence was not too great. But this bit of influence quietly lied low in her divine soul. In the future, if it triggered by chance, it would be like this now, behaving crazily. Therefore, did your daughter suffer some kind of stimulation 3 years ago? Yi Yuan explained. 3 years ago, she took fancy on a punk and wanted to be together with him. But I disapproved and locked her up. Who knew that it actually became like this? At first, I thought that she was feigning madness. But later, only when she actually really killed people on sight did I know that something really went wrong with her. Master Yi is truly godlike. To actually deduce the matter back then close to the mark like you saw it with your own eyes just by relying on diagnosing the pulse. Truly impressive. Earlier, how this Gu has given offense. Master Yi, please don't take offense. Gu Changshan gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You, as a father, I can understand that kind of attitude. But this guy keeps on wagging his tongue here, irritating to the max. That whatever alchemy saint. Do you still have anything to say now? If there isn't anything you want to say, can you get lost or not? Unable to achieve anything but good at ruining things. He Shuming never thought that Yi Yuan actually found the cause of the illness miraculously. Furthermore, his deduction was just like he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, this kind of cause which lurked in the depths of the divine soul was simply unable to be fished out, alright? Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan diagnose it through? But hearing Yi Yuan say so, He Shuming became visibly stung and said, Stinking brat, what did you say? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Isn't it so? Why is the 10,000-year profound ice able to suppress mental demons? It's because it can have an impact on suppressing the divine soul. This kind of illusionary art which incubates in the depths of the divine soul wouldn't be too dangerous to martial artists. Even if not treated, Miss Gu can completely break through by relying on her own soul force after a few months. But you tied her onto 10,000-year profound ice, suppressing her divine soul, amplifying the effect of the illusionary art instead. Said that you're unable to achieve anything, but are good at ruining things. Is that a little light or not? Yi Yuan's words made He Shuming's countenance changed again and again. His analysis was incisive. But this way, he actually became the main culprit for Gu Qing's illness worsening. With this, how would Gu Changshan view him? Indeed, Gu Changshuan's expression changed. His expression when looking at He Shuming became odd. Even though he knew that He Shuming was unintentional, the charge of carelessly treating his daughter could not easily be dismissed. But He Shuming's relationship with the Gu family was very friendly. Gu Changshan did not know how he should handle it for a moment too. No matter what, He Shuming was the ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse as well. Even though this alchemy saint seemed rather unworthy of the title in front of Yi Yuan. You're making malicious remarks carelessly. If you have the ability, cure Qinger. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense in front of this old man. He Shuming said furiously. Unraveling illusionary arts is just a matter of a wave of a hand. What's difficult about it? Yi Yuan said coolly. He Shuming really wanted to defame Yi Yuan a couple of sentences, but he swallowed his words back down when it reached the tip of his tongue. This boy's means were indeed rather bizarre. Since he could find the cause of the illness, wanting to cure Gu Qing was likely really not something hard. Don't be all talk and no action? He Shuming said coldly. But Yi Yuan did not respond. He just looked at He Shuming indifferently, smiling faintly, and not speaking. When Gu Changshan saw this scene, how could he not know Yi Yuan's intention? He could only say awkwardly, Brother how about, you withdraw for a bit first for the time being? He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan simmered with rage. Snort! He Shuming flicked his sleeves grandly and left. Heh! The fly is finally gone. Once He Shuming left, Yi Yuan came to Gu Qing's side, muttering incantations from his mouth. He actually recited incantations. Very soon, Yi Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire dungeon in waves in Sanskrit. Don't say any more words. Yi Yuan's voice reverberated by Gu Qing's ears, making her expression became as if in pain. But Yi Yuan was completely indifferent towards Gu Qing's plea and still stubbornly recited the incantations. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's reciting voice abruptly stopped. Soul cleansing. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. That faintly discernible voice drifting in the dungeon poured into Gu Qing's sea of consciousness all at once. Gu Qing's entire body trembled but did not struggle anymore. Her two eyes also gradually became limpid from murky. Yi Yuan turned around and said to Gu Changshun, family head Gu, your daughter is already fine, but she has already been tied on this 10,000-year profound ice for 2 to 3 years' time. This had considerable harm to her divine soul. I'll give a prescription for a medicinal soup. After drinking, she will recover. Gu Changshun noticed that noxious air on his daughter's body immediately melted into the air after Yi Yuan's cry. Yi Yuan indeed fully cured Gu Qing's ailment. Master Yi, this Gu is indebted forever, Gu Changshun said in great joy. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Heh, family head Gu don't need to be courteous. I'm undeserving of the gratitude. Family head Gu, don't resent this Yi will do. Dare not, dare not. With the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, it stirred up a mighty uproar in the ancient opulent city. The district the luxuriant fragrance hall was the most flourishing district in the ancient opulent city. No matter doing what kind of business here, it could all prosper. To the Gu family, this luxuriant fragrance hall could be said to bring in bushels of gold daily. But it got occupied by a divine traversing realm boy who was little known. When this matter was dug out by people, it made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone was curious how a divine traversing realm boy seized away such a piece of land from the hands of a colossal giant like the Gu family. What made people click their tongues in surprise even more was that the Gu family, as one of the 3 great aristocratic families, actually did not even let out a fart. The time since Yi Yuan ascended was very short. The people he came into contact with were also very few. His ability was only circulated among the ancient opulent city's upper echelons at present. Although many people did not know the inside story, everyone exercised restraint towards this rising force virtually without experts. Because everyone could see that Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu frequently traveled together, their relation seemed to be very close. Looking at the manner of speech and behavior between the two of them, it did not look like the relationship between a senior and a junior at all. Rather, it looked like extremely close friends instead. With Jun Tianyu backing him from behind, who dared to act rashly without careful considerations. On this day, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu came to a trading company in the city together. Younger brother Yi, if you're seeking collaboration, you should go find the Heaven's Destiny trading company with the greatest strength. Why do you want to find a small trading company like the Meteor Trading Company? Jun Tianyu said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan helping to treat Gu Qing's illness with the luxuriant fragrance hall, as the condition naturally had his own idea. After entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan could be said to be a lone soul now. Wanting to cultivate rapidly, he obviously needed even more resources. But following the rise in Yi Yuan's realm, his requirements towards resources became increasingly greater too, and more expensive. With his current assets, he simply could not afford it. When at the lower realms, Yi Yuan leaned on a major force like the Wufang city and did not have to trouble over cultivation resources before at all. But after arriving at the divine realm, everything was different. Therefore, Yi Yuan's urgent matter on hand was to earn earth essence crystals or merit points. If it was like this, selling medicinal pills was naturally the most profitable avenue, and also the channel which Yi Yuan was most skilled in. Since it was selling medicinal pills, he needed a stable source of spirit medicines. Finding a large trading company to supply the goods was naturally the first choice. It was just that what made Jun Tianyu puzzled was that Yi Yuan did not reach for the ancient opulent city's #1 major trading company, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, to cooperate. Instead, he chose a second-rate trading company like the Meteor Trading Company to work together with. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is akin to the sun at high noon in the ancient opulent city. It is virtually occupying half of the country. How can such a major force possibly take fancy on us? A puny little fragrant medicine pavilion. Cooperating with the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, we don't have equal power, nor will they give us this power either. Rather than going to get rebuffed, we're better off putting up with the second best, choosing the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate. The relative size of Meteor Trading Company's business is very small, and they have always been completely suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. I think they should very much want to take a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market." Regarding this new shop's name, Yi Yuan had thought of it long ago. It would be called the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Jun Tianyu was clearly ignorant regarding this area. Only when he heard Yi Yuan's explanation did he come to a realization. But there was one point which Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Jun Tianyu. His friendship was quite deep with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman in his previous life. This life, ascending from the lower realms, he naturally had to choose a trading firm he was closer to. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there are still so many tricks of the trade in between this. But I think that when they see those few types of medicinal pills of yours, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with us. Those few kinds of medicinal pills of yours are simply too incredible, Jun Tianyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan let him test several kinds of medicinal pills' medicinal effects previously. The result was that it astounded him, this heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, greatly. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were more than a level stronger than the medicinal pills with the same specifications on the market. More importantly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were sold cheaper than those medicinal pills. If Jun Tianyu were an ordinary martial artist, he would buy Yi Yuan's medicinal pills without any hesitation. Yi Yuan smiled and walked into the Meteor Trading Company together with Jun Tianyu. Dear customer, may I ask if you need anything? Our Meteor Trading Company has just about everything. Meteor Trading Company, weapons, cultivation methods, you can freely pick. The moment the duo entered, an elderly person immediately came up to welcome and started promoting the stuff in the shop. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Old man, I see that you have few visitors here. Business doesn't seem to be too good." That old man said, "Dear customer, don't look at how we have few people here. The things here are all authentic, not like some black-hearted merchants, specialized in harming martial artists. Young customer, what thing do you want?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to find you guys to talk business. I wonder who makes the call in the ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company." Talk business. The old man could not help freezing. "I'm the ancient opulent street's Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's owner, Yi Yuan." "Oh, it's the former luxuriant fragrance hall," Yi Yuan explained. "The luxuriant fragrance hall. You're the luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner?" the old man said in surprise. Regarding the news of the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, the old man had obviously heard of it too. But he did not pay too much attention. The old man never would have thought that this luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner was actually a divine traversing realm young man. "Our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion plans on running medicinal pills business and specially come to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate," Yi Yuan said. The old man could not refrain from laughing when he heard that and said, "Young man, doing business isn't as simple as you think. You say that you want to do medicinal pills business. I wonder what kind of rank of alchemists that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion of yours have to hold down the fort? Also, what first-rate pill formulas do you have?" After the astonishment, the old man was somewhat disdainful towards Yi Yuan. "Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and you're already wanting to come out and do business like others." He knew Jun Tianyu. Presumably, for the Gu family to pinch their nose and hand the luxuriant fragrance hall over was likely still because they feared Jun Tianyu. It was just that the old man was very puzzled why the all-along solitary Jun Tianyu would mix together with a snotty brat. Even though Jun Tianyu was formidable, the old man did not have any fear towards him. Although the Meteor Trading Company's power in the ancient opulent city was weaker, the entire Meteor Trading Company's power was extremely immense. A puny little heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse was simply inadequate in front of them. The old man also had the confidence that Jun Tianyu did not dare to be unbridled here. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If I didn't see wrongly, your ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company should be a 6-star branch, right? You're merely a 5-star manager, can't make the decision at all. What's the use of talking about these with you?" The old man's expression changed and he said vigilantly, "How did you know that I'm a 5-star manager?" "No, wait, how are you so clear about the Meteor Trading Company's branch grading? These things, normal people don't know at all." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to care about this. Just care about bringing me to go see the person who runs things will do." This old man was clearly also just a shopkeeper and could not make the decision at all. The Meteor Trading Company's head manager should be a 6-star manager. With Yi Yuan's relationship with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman, knowing this point was too normal. The old man was just about to refuse when a melodious voice came from the inner chamber. "Let Mr. Yi and Lord Jun come in." The old man was helpless when he heard that and could only bring Yi Yuan duo in. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help being rather curious. Could it be that the head manager in this ancient opulent city's meteor trading company was actually a woman? The duo following old Duan into the inner chamber. Indeed, they saw a woman wearing a veil sitting at the left-hand side. Beside her even stood an elderly person who was shockingly a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse too. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, their gazes could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. And the moment Yi Yuan came in, he naturally sized this woman up as well. This woman was merely a boundless realm martial artist but sat on the chair while that heaven enlightenment realm martial artist was actually standing behind her. Looks like this woman's identity was extraordinary. Mr. Yi is actually aware of my meteor trading company's grading system. Truly unexpected. If it's convenient, can you tell Chenner where you got to know it from? The woman called Chenner took the lead to speak first. Yi Yuan said, "Business is business. If Miss Chenner is interested, this he can slowly tell you in the future. But this he came today with sincerity to talk about cooperation." Chenner did not pester too much on this topic. Even though ordinary martial artists did not know about the meteor trading company's grading system, it was not some secret either. But she was very curious. Yi Yuan was poor and had nothing. What was he using to cooperate with her? The matter that happened in the city these few days, Elder Duan did not know. But she was crystal clear. As a major trading firm, if she could not even find out about this bit of information, she did not need to mix around anymore either. Yi Yuan, this youth, was absolutely not as simple as seen on the surface. Disregarding other things, just this Jun Tianyu following Yi Yuan like a guard was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Fine then. Since Mr. Yi doesn't wish to say anymore, then let's dive right into the topic. Your fragrant medicine pavilion can be said to have zero foundation in ancient opulent city. Although there is Lord Jun convoying, it probably won't be that easy to want to gain a firm foothold. This transaction won't do just by relying on martial strength. Doesn't Mr. Yi have the suspicion of wanting to gain something without risking anything of your own by finding us for cooperation? Xianxia said without mincing her words at all. Actually, Xianxia did not think this way in her heart at all. For Yi Yuan to want to establish the fragrant medicine pavilion, he had to choose a trading company to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not choose the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company but came straight to the Meteor Trading Company. It was sufficient to discern Yi Yuan's wisdom and farsightedness. It was just that she did not feel Yi Yuan could have any confidence to collaborate with her either. But Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's location made Chenner very moved. Hence, that was why she let Yi Yuan come in. If the Meteor Trading Company took over the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, then they would surely be able to cut down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's space, letting the Meteor Trading Company open up the market in the ancient opulent city. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's site was seriously too good. Xianxia was not thinking of cooperation at all in her heart, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion subordinating to the Meteor Trading Company. Hence, she was aggressive right from the start. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Miss Chenner don't need to scheme in vain. My Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is only seeking a source of goods and doesn't have plans to become any force's subordinate. However, as long as Miss Chenner promises to provide the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with a supply of goods, this he can guarantee to increase the Meteor Trading Company's market share to 20% within half a year." Chenner's gaze involuntarily sharpened when she heard that, but she revealed a disbelieving look. It was just that her expression was obstructed by the veil, so as to not be too impolite either. The Meteor Trading Company's market share in ancient opulent city now did not even reach 10%. Being crushed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they could not raise their heads. If they could increase to 20%, that would absolutely be a tremendous improvement. The profit in this was not a small amount. Except, Yi Yuan was a puny little divine traversing realm. On what basis could he achieve this? Hoo-hoo, 20%? Isn't Mr. Yi talking in your dreams? Our Meteor Trading Company entered the ancient opulent city a little late, but it's been 10 years already too. But in this 10 years' time, we only opened up less than 10% of the market share. You want to increase our share to 20% in one go. Isn't this boasting a little too exaggerated? Chenner said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. 20% is just a conservative estimate. If both parties collaborate happily, 30% isn't impossible either. Don't be in a rush to doubt first. Take a look at these few medicinal pills before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out to the table and wiped. 5 to 6 kinds of medicinal pills appeared in front of Xian'er. Mystic Dew Pill, Purple Heart Pill, Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pill. These medicinal pills are all common wares. Could it be that Mr. Ye's reliance is these? Xian'er's tone revealed thick disappointment, feeling like her calling Yi Yuan in was a complete waste of time. But Yi Yuan said smilingly, Miss Xian'er, don't be impatient. Why not sample these few medicinal pills first? Mr. Yi, I don't know where your confidence came from, but I feel that the only way of working together between us is the luxuriant fragrance hall's title deed. You offer the land, I offer manpower and goods. This way, everyone will be happy with the collaboration. Very clearly, Xian'er already lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan, directly putting her cards on the table. As for these medicinal pills in front of her, she could not even be bothered to try them at all. If it was Tier 6 medicinal pills in front of her, then fine. But with some run-of-the-mill Tier 5 medicinal pills, Xian'er normally would not even give it a look. What was there to sample? While at this time, Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, finally opened his mouth. Miss Xian'er, don't be mistaken. We came to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate, not to seek your charity. Once these few medicinal pills appears on the market, it will absolutely be able to bring a rather scary profit. We came to find your Meteor Trading Company first is to give you guys the opportunity to open up the ancient opulent city situation. Once we find other trading companies to collaborate, it will probably be even harder for you all to survive in the ancient opulent city. These few types of medicinal pills looked very unremarkable, but the profits contained in them were absolutely terrifying. Even if Jun Tianyu did not understand these, he also knew that this was a chance that Yi Yuan was handing out to the Meteor Trading Company and not the Meteor Trading Company giving alms to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. It was just that this kind of opportunity, not everyone could grasp it. Whether or not they cherished it would be up to themselves. Heh. What high-sounding sentiments. A tiny force who doesn't even have alchemy ancestors actually wants to provide an opportunity for our Meteor Trading Company, said the elderly man behind Xian'er with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he also felt that this manner of saying things was too comical. Without alchemy ancestor powerhouses, it meant they were unable to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. The profit from selling 100 Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have as much profit as selling 1 Tier 6 medicinal pills either. These few medicinal pills in front of them were all common wares, the most ordinary Tier 5 medicinal pills. There was not much profit to speak of at all. What kind of waves could such medicinal pills stir up? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wanting to gain a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city by relying on these few medicinal pills without even an alchemy ancestor was simply the greatest joke in the world. Yi Yuan stood up when he heard that and lightly wiped the table, putting away the medicinal pills. Lightly sighing, he said, me coming to find you guys to cooperate was taking into account that I have some relationship with the Meteor Trading Company. But Miss Xian'er's judgment seriously makes people not quite dare to flatter. No wonder the Meteor Trading Company came to the ancient opulent city for already as long as 10 years and still can't handle the situation. Since we can't see eye to eye, farewell. Yi Yuan knew that his cultivation realm at present was hard to convince the public. This kind of result was actually within his expectations too. But with his character, he would not deign to extol his own medicinal pills at all. Yi Yuan knew that with the Meteor Trading Company's strength, they definitely already knew of his actions some time ago in ancient opulent city. If they were merchants with foresight, finding him to cooperate now was absolutely a wise move. Looking at it now, it was his wishful thinking. Finished talking, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu headed out in tandem. When Xian'er heard Yi Yuan's evaluation, her delicate body involuntarily shuddered, feeling like she suffered tremendous humiliation. The ancient opulent city kept failing to get a larger share of the market. This was indeed a worry of hers. Yet, Yi Yuan digging open her scar without any mercy still made her somewhat unable to tolerate it. Halt! Xian'er suddenly stood up and shouted. But Yi Yuan was like he did not hear it, continuing to walk out. Xianou's dainty fists clenched tightly, and she shouted once more, "Yi Yuan, I asked you to stop." But Yi Yuan still did not stop, looking like he was going to go out soon. Right at this time, that heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse behind Qianer moved. Qi. Yet when his figure had just moved, a peerlessly fierce and swift sword Qi also arrived instantly. Boom. The elderly man fell back several steps in a row before he could barely manage to stop his figure. Very clearly, he lost this round. But because of him taking action, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu stopped moving. The old man was a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. Although Jun Tianyu was powerful, he was not powerful to the extent of disregarding him either. I've long heard that Jun Tianyu's sword intent is unparalleled. Seeing it today, it indeed lived up to its name. The old man praised him. You flatter me. However, while the transaction didn't work out, our amicable relationship is still there. If you're like this again next time, then don't blame me for not being courteous. Jun Tianyu said coolly. Just arrogant. Even when facing a colossal titan like the Meteor Trading Company, Jun Tianyu similarly dared to utter threats. The elderly man's expression changed slightly, but he really did not dare to make a move. That sword earlier was just a modest display of a master's skill, but it already let the old man see Jun Tianyu's might. Miss Qianer was just asking you guys to stay. Why must your esteemed self be so overbearing? Said the elderly man with a somber look. Jun Tianyu said coolly, the matter of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Yi Yuan makes the call for everything. Since he doesn't wish to stay, I naturally won't stay either. Qianer's and the old man's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. The exalted ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman actually listened to a divine traversing realm brat's orders. This simply made people dare not believe it. Previously, they all thought that between Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan there was a relationship of equals. Looking at it now, it was totally not like this. What difference was there between the current Jun Tianyu and an underling? After the shock, Qianer came before Yi Yuan with quick steps and extended a palm out to him, saying with a huff, "Give it to me. I want to see just what miraculous aspects these few common wares of yours have, to actually give you such great confidence." Although Qianer's face was rather obscure, being separated by a veil, without needing to look, one would also know that she was a little girl in a fit of pique right now, wanting to prove that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills had not a single redeeming feature. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I gave you the opportunity earlier already. You didn't grasp it yourself." Qianer said coldly, "Humph," pretending to be mysterious. "Your medicinal pills are probably a pile of trash, right?" Yi Yuan shot Qianer a glance rather surprisedly. Why would the Meteor Trading Company send such a young lass over to manage affairs? This kind of judgment, this kind of forbearance, how could she possibly manage a trading firm well? Currently, the Meteor Trading Company striding forward with difficulty in the ancient opulent city was probably all because of this little lass, right? Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Qianer felt like she was being humiliated by people. If Jun Tianyu looked down on her, she absolutely would not be so livid with rage. But what did Yi Yuan count as? He was just a measly little alchemy sovereign. Moreover, a brat who was still wet behind his ears. If you say that it's trash, then it's trash. What's the point of debating over this now? Miss Qianer, if you want to negotiate, straighten out your attitude first. I've made known my attitude right from the start. I'm here to seek a collaboration, not looking for alms. You want to obtain other people's respect, but first, you have to learn to respect others, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qianer could not help becoming stiff when she heard that. This brat was actually lecturing her. When she was commanding the wind and clouds in the trading firm, this brat was still drinking milk at God knows where. He actually dared to lecture her. Fine. I'll give you adequate respect. But if those medicinal pills of yours are all a bunch of trash, what then? Qianer sucked in a deep breath and said somberly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, how about this? If my medicinal pills can't make the cut, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. I only want 10% of the profits. If my medicinal pills make the cut, you guys provide the medicinal herbs, we're responsible for refining the pills. Profits are 70% for me, 30% for you. Qianer's brain revolved very quickly and answered immediately, fine, bring the medicinal pills over. I want to see just what miraculous areas those common wares of yours have. Yi Yuan smiled and took the medicinal pills out once more. Xianxia snatched over the medicinal pills and was going to stuff it into her mouth when she was stopped by the old man. Miss Qian'er, better let me. Qian'er pushed aside the elderly man's hand and said indignantly, It's fine. I don't believe that he dares to poison me to death. As she said, Qian'er threw a Tier 5 essence restoring pill straight into her mouth, cocking her head like putting on a show of force. Yi Yuan did not respond. He just quietly waited for Qian'er's reaction. Hey, merely thus. Yi Yuan, you lost. Isn't this Tier 5 essence restoring pill the same as normal ones? Even the taste is… And Qian'er's words were said halfway when it was swallowed right back down. The expression on her face became interesting as well. Xian'er was a boundless realm medicinal pill. Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have much effect on her. But the good and bad of medicinal pills, she would know with a try. At this time, the expression on Qian'er's face became extremely fascinating. Even when separated by a veil, it was also able to make people sense her shock. How is this possible? Xian'er muttered under her breath. Miss, what's wrong? Could it be that his medicinal pills are really different? Asked the elderly man curiously. But Qian'er did not reply him, picking up the Mystic Dew pill and swallowing it down directly. With this, the expression on Qian'er's face became even more unthinkable. Following that was the Purple Heart pill. By the time she sampled all of the medicinal pills, her entire person was trembling. Miss, what's the matter? When the old man saw Qian'er's reaction, he could not help getting rather worried. Qian'er suddenly grabbed hold of the old man's arm and said agitatedly, Elder Duan, these medicinal pills simply have limitless potential. With them, we can definitely open up the ancient opulent cities market. No, we can definitely drive out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. So exaggerated? Just what miraculous aspects do these medicinal pills have? Elder Duan also said curiously. Qian'er said agitatedly, Of course it's this exaggerated. These Tier 5 medicinal pills, each type of medicinal effect are 40 to 60% stronger than medicinal pills of the same kind. Once such medicinal pills are rolled out, what kind of demand do you think it will incur from divine traversing realm martial artists? Elder Duan's pupils constricted slightly as well when he heard that and said, How is that possible? These few types of Tier 5 medicinal pills are all extremely mature medicinal pills. It's simply impossible to increase that much medicinal efficacy. Qian'er said excitedly, That's why I say that not only can we gain a larger share of the ancient opulent cities market, but we can also squeeze out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Qian'er's eyes emitted light as if already seeing the outcome of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being completely beaten down. Are these few medicinal pills of mine still passable? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. More than just passable. It's simply too incredible. With these medicinal pills, our Meteor Trading Company. Xian'er's words were said halfway when she noticed Yi Yuan currently looking at her with a half-smile. Only then did he come to realize that even if these medicinal pills were any more incredible, what relations did they had with her? Yi Yuan said with a smile, With Miss Qian'er's attitude, my medicinal pills should be considered a pass. Then our agreement, can it be honored or not? Qian'er could not help freezing when she heard that and said with an embarrassed look, Earlier, what I said were all words said in anger. Can we talk it over again or not? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, A gentleman never goes back on his words. How can things agreed upon be reneged? But I'm not a gentleman. I'm a girl. Qian'er twisted logic to win the argument. So what then? Actually, I really brought sincerity here this time. Originally, my plan was to divide 50/50ths. That way, everyone will be happy. I gave your Meteor Trading Company the opportunity. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Whatever you say now is already too late. Yi Yuan was not moved and said indifferently. It was fine if Yi Yuan did not say it. The moment he said it, Qian'er regretted. She despised Yi Yuan in such manner earlier and even wanted to swallow up the fragrant medicine pavilion. Looking at it now, it was simply foolish to the extreme. In this short while, the Meteor Trading Company lost 20% profit straight away. This made people too depressed. Xianxia could foresee that as soon as these medicinal pills entered the market, there would absolutely be massive amounts of earth essence crystals rolling in. 20% profit was absolutely generous to the extreme. But now, could it be that she had to let 20% profit sink into the water? Xianxia was very unresigned. Her eyes swiveled around and recalled the words Yi Yuan said before leaving. She opened her mouth and said, "Didn't Mr. Yi say that you have some relationship with our meteor trading company?" Xianxia apologizes to you here. On account of our two families' relationship, give back the 20% profit to us, all right? Talking until the back, Xianxia's words even had somewhat of a spoiled child's overtone. Her voice was nice to listen to. If it were a guy, their bones would probably turn limp under such an attack. Yi Yuan was, of course, moved as well. But this sort of outcome was Xianxia's own fault. He would not sympathize. Miss Xianxia, don't need to waste your efforts already. Things that this Yi decided, nobody is able to change it. The profit I can give you guys now is only 30%. If you guys aren't willing, I can find other trading firms to collaborate. I believe that this Ye's medicinal pills should interest quite a few trading firms. Yi Yuan said resolutely. Of course, there would be quite a few trading firms who would be interested. The medicinal effects of the medicinal pills increased 40 to 60% from the original base. Such a substantial increase was simply a martial artist's must-have. This sort of medicinal pills, how could other trading companies possibly not be interested? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude so resolute, Xianxia regretted inwardly. Except, she could also tell that Yi Yuan really did not plan on yielding. Stinking brat. Since when has this grand aunt begged people so meekly and humbly before? You actually fail to appreciate the favor. Xianxia said indignantly in her heart. These words, she just thought about it in her heart but did not dare to say it out, angering Yi Yuan. Then there was really no collaboration anymore. Xianxia said helplessly, "Fine then, I yield. 30% means 30% then. It's just that the medicinal effects of your medicinal pills are so strong. The cost probably rose quite a bit, right?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Miss Xianxia, rest assured. The cost of these medicinal pills is only 70 to 80% of those medicinal pills out there. What? Why, you aren't joking, right? The medicinal effect increased so much, but the costs are lower than ordinary medicinal pills instead. Xianxia nearly jumped up. Hoo-hoo, this he doesn't have the habit of cracking jokes. The meteor trading company can send people to supervise the consumption of medicinal herbs as well as the output of medicinal pills. If this he is lying, it will naturally be clear, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xianxia already did not know what she should say. She currently felt that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. She, this manager, was seriously too lacking in vision, losing 20% profit in vain. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was the ancient opulent city's largest trading company and also occupied the most profitable districts in the ancient opulent street. It just happened to be facing the new Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite the street. Now that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was about to open for business anew, many people naturally adopted a wait-and-see attitude as well, having a look if this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could cause any impact to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company or not. Different from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's business scope was rather extensive. Whatever martial artists required, they virtually dabbled in all of it. But to talk about what was the most profitable, it was undoubtedly still medicinal pills. No reason other than medicinal pills were one-off consumable goods. It was indispensable to martial artists. Regardless of where martial artists walked to, they could not be missing medicinal pills on them. If two martial artists' strength did not have a big difference when fighting to the end, a lot of times what they fought out with were actually medicinal pills. Alchemists' statuses were lofty. This was also a very important reason for it. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business, as the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Xianxia obviously would not be that at ease. He got the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, also the ancient opulent city's one and only alchemy saint powerhouse, He Shuming, to come over and discuss countermeasures. Alchemy Saint He, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite, is going to open for business tomorrow. They already let out news that there are several types of medicinal pills about to appear on the market. Could it? Xianxia said rather worriedly. If it were before, Xianxia absolutely would not be worried about a divine traversing realm boy. But now, even He Shuming became Yi Yuan's defeated opponent. He had no choice but to place emphasis on it. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, He Shuming was also annoyed inwardly. But he still said coolly, "Rest assured, Chairman, Yi Yuan, this brat, is at the very most just a measly little alchemy sovereign. How big a wave can he stir up? Even if his medical skills are overwhelming, it's futile if he can't find Tier 6 medicinal pills too. I want to see just how he will use Tier 5 medicinal pills to gain a firm foothold in this ancient opulent city." Actually, Zhou Xian thought this way in his heart too. But he was really quite uncertain on what move to make. Was Yi Yuan really a young calf who did not fear the tiger? Or was he simply a fool? Picking up the gauntlet opposite of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Where did his confidence come from? As the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's helmsman, Zhou Xian was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the city recently. But he also knew that those people Yi Yuan cured, Tier 6 medicinal pills, were not used at all. This also indicated that Yi Yuan could not refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. One had to know that the greatest consumer group in the ancient opulent city were Boundless Realm martial artists. Below Boundless Realms were mostly impoverished people. Even though this group was extremely massive, those who truly had consumer power were not many. I wonder if Alchemy Saint he has any countermeasure? Zhou Xian inquired. He Shuming said with a cold smile, "Rest assured, Chairman. I've already arranged a grand show. I want to take a look at what mood this brat would have when this fragrant medicine pavilion goes out of business on the first day it opens for business." Hearing He Shuming said so, Zhou Xian set his mind at ease too. But he asked curiously, "Grand show? What kind of grand show?" "Heh, you'll naturally know at that time. However, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has to take some action too. I want to make Yi Yuan, this brat, unable to survive even a day in the ancient opulent city," He Shuming said coldly. Although the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was helmed by Zhou Xian, He Shuming's status was extraordinary. It was also exactly because they had He Shuming that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could overpower the masses, sitting firmly on the throne of number one all along. Zhou Xian nodded his head when he heard that and said, "That's of course. I've already made the arrangements. Starting from tomorrow, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion has Tier 6 medicinal pills, our Tier 6 medicinal pills will also be sold at a discount." Heh. Chairman is indeed experienced and vicious, giving out an offer of 20% in one go. We can crush them completely in terms of price. He, a newbie, I don't believe that he can afford a war of attrition with us. Most likely, they would have to wind up shop in a few days. He Shuming laughed delightedly. Hoo, no idea what kind of price the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion paid either, to actually be able to make the Meteor Trading Company back them up from behind. But I think that the price they paid is definitely not small. But that Yi Yuan is indeed a clever person. If finding a backer in the ancient opulent city with their strength, the Meteor Trading Company is indeed the most apt, Zhou Xian said. Hearing that He Shuming also prepared a big move, the anxiety in Zhou Xian's heart also went away. With both simultaneously, this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was bound to not operate for long. That brat has nothing at all apart from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's title deed. Other than this title deed, what else can he take out? He Shuming said. Zhou Xian nodded his head in agreement too. He thought so as well. The next day, early morning, the ancient opulent street's Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business. For the sake of the grand opening this time, the Meteor Trading Company also put down an arm and a leg. They revamped the entire Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's decorations to a brand new look. Just looking at the shop front, it was absolutely not inferior to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opposite. Once the surrounding martial artists saw the stance, this was completely taking up the challenge with the opposite. But when these martial artists saw this sort of situation, they were secretly gleeful in their hearts too. With two major trading companies challenging each other, it could not dispense with some price war. The medicinal pills which they originally did not dare to sell could be sold this time. Although they did not feel that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could sustain for long, in this period of time it was the most economical time for them as ordinary martial artists. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's side had yet to officially open for business when the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager already opened up its front doors and yelled at the top of his voice, "Everybody, my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has always received everyone's great kindness. So we decided to give back to our friends. Starting from today, for 1 month, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 and below medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount without exception." 20%. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Heaven's Destiny Trading Company really poured in blood capital this time. Yeah, the quality of Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's goods is very good, but the prices are all very pricey too. Moreover, it always remained high and never went down. This time, in order to squeeze this newly opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, they are actually selling at 20% discount for a month straight. Haha. Even though we don't hold much hope for this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, we still have to thank them. Did you guys hear that or not? This Fragrant Medicine Pavilion doesn't even have one alchemy ancestor powerhouse. They can only sell medicinal pills below Tier 6. And I've heard too, this kind of strength. How could they dare to challenge Heaven's Destiny Trading Company? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has Alchemy Saint he holding down the fort. Who cares? Either way, it's good that we buy medicinal pills cheap. The manager's words caused a huge uproar among the martial artists. Very soon, the martial artists originally planning on crowding around and watching the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's grand opening all ran inside the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company one after another. For some time, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was thronged with visitors inside, like a market, while the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's side appeared quite deserted. But there were still some martial artists who remained here still. These martial artists were mostly low on funds. Even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were selling at a discount, they had the heart but were lacking in strength regarding those medicinal pills too. Hence, they wanted to try their luck at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion here to see if they could pick out some good stuff at a low price. After all, a low-grade medicinal store that only sold Tier 5 medicinal pills, the price presumably should not be very high, right? Lord Chairman is really brilliant. With the prices of these medicinal pills being lowered, it attracts even more people to come and buy these Tier 5 medicinal pills. At this rate, our sales are probably going to be several dozen % more than before. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager was filled with admiration towards Xianxia in his heart when he saw the throngs of people. Xianxia smiled and said, "Lowering prices normally, that is lowering your status yourself. But once opponents appear, us lowering prices happens without extra effort. Speaking of which, we still have to thank this yuan. But this sort of method can only be used for a short while. It will be detrimental without benefits over a long time. Your Excellency is wise. Ho-ho. Don't need to curry favor. We've already made our move on our side. The next step will be up to Alchemy Saint He," Xianxia said smilingly. Xianxia was aware of He Shuming's displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Therefore, he would definitely make Yi Yuan unable to bear the consequences of failure today. This set of combination blows landing. He did not believe that a brat still wet behind his ears could withstand it. At their store, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager said with an indignant face, "This Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is seriously too shameless. This is our first day opening for business and they use this kind of measures. Too insidious." The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager was that elderly man Yi Yuan saw on that day when he went to Meteor Trading Company. The elderly man's name was Li Huixin. He was a manager with a very long record of service and credentials in the Meteor Trading Company. Yi Yuan's manpower was seriously limited for such a big Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But Chinner attached very high importance to this collaboration, practically pouring in the entire Meteor Trading Company's strength into the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not refuse. This sort of thing like management was actually not what he was good at. A master specialized in his own field. Yi Yuan did not like to stick his nose into other fields for everything. Li Huixing was indeed very experienced in this area. The Meteor Trading Company running badly was not because the management was bad. Of course, such a large Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, Yi Yuan could not possibly let the Meteor Trading Company occupy a nest which wasn't theirs. He arranged for Yu Ming to be an assistant of Li Huixing. It was learning in name, but actually there was also the intent of monitoring the management. Yu Ming never would have dreamed that he would be able to manage such a large medicinal store one day. As long as Yi Yuan was able to gain a firm foothold on this ancient opulent street, Yu Ming could be said to soar to the skies in one bound, enjoying all manners of wealth and glory. Being around Li Huixing, he did not need to be responsible to Li Huixing. He was only responsible to Yi Yuan. Regarding this, Yu Ming's feelings of gratitude towards Yi Yuan already could not be expressed using words. The investment in Yi Yuan back then was simply too worth it. Yi Yuan's manpower was lacking. He even took in Yu Ming's brother, Cheng Jiang, too. The two people quit their Ascension pool guarding duty and wholeheartedly stayed here at Yi Yuan's side. If it were others, wanting to break away from the city guard's army was naturally not that easy. But after Yi Yuan let Luo Fang know, this was merely a piece of cake. Apart from this, Yi Yuan even helped Ren Dong and Xiao Rian got 2 identity tokens. This way, they could openly appear in front of people. Back then when they ascended, Yi Yuan was afraid of incurring trouble and kept Lua and the rest into the vast heaven pagoda at the final juncture. Now, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city. Getting 2 identity tokens was naturally nothing hard. With this, the manpower on Yi Yuan's side was just enough. Through a period of training, Xiao Rian and Ren Dong both broke through to the Alchemy King realm. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, their strengths were far greater compared to ordinary alchemy kings. Letting them refine Tier 4 medicinal pills was achievable. The group of people bustled about, but they were very resentful toward the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's actions. Xian, that old fellow, is shrewd and planning something bad. Mr. Yi is challenging them right opposite of their store. It's impossible for them to allow us to grow unchecked. Using this sort of despicable means is also within reason. When our meteor trading company had just arrived at the ancient opulent city, we wanted to get a foothold on ancient opulent street too. Weren't we also squelched by them until we could only go to another place? If it wasn't like this, how could we possibly not be able to open up the situation all the way until now? Chenner said. Very clearly, even Chenner also acknowledged that the Xian was very formidable. To be able to develop the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to this sort of degree, Xian contributed tremendously. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, don't need to complain anymore. If they don't take some measures, it would be weird instead. Selling on discount this sort of means is not considered much either. I think the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company likely still has other cards to play. Chenner was alarmed when she heard that and said, still have other measures? What kind of measure would it be? Yi Yuan was just about to speak, when he looked over outside the door and said with a smile, isn't it here now? The group looked over towards the entrance and saw 7 to 8 people flood inside the fragrant medicine pavilion all at once. These 7 to 8 people were all wearing alchemist attires. The 6 stars on their chest were very dazzling. And one of them even had 7 stars on his badge. Who could it be but He Shuming? These 7 to 8 people, the ones with the lowest strength, were middle-rank alchemy ancestors too. Hiss. Ancient Opulence City only has a total of around 10 alchemy ancestor powerhouses. 7 came all at once. Alchemy Saint, he is truly skillful. Yi Yuan, I said to transfer our meteor trading company's alchemy ancestor powerhouses over, but you just refused. Now, we are going to suffer a huge loss, right? Chenner gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, the meteor trading company naturally had alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. Moreover, it was even a high-rank alchemy ancestor. The collaboration this plan, Chenner planned to let him come and hold down the fort at Fragrant Medicine Pavilion but was rejected by Yi Yuan firmly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, just a few alchemy ancestors. Doesn't count as anything. Just a few. Alchemy ancestors? Chenner was speechless. You yourself are only at Alchemy Sovereign Realm, alright? Moreover, this Alchemy Sovereign was even an Alchemy Sovereign without an Alchemist badge. They could not refine Tier 6 medicinal pills, so they were destined to be crushed by these alchemy ancestors, let alone that there was still that alchemy saint he glaring at them like a ravening tiger. Yi Yuan, this old man heard that your new shop opened for business and specially invited a few people in the same line over to pay tribute. What? We are not welcomed. He Shuming greeted Yi Yuan with a big smile from far away, rather like old friends. It was just that even a moron also knew that Xianxia was a weasel paying respects to the hen with no good intentions. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was at the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's alchemy saint. How could he possibly be here to support the fragrant medicine pavilion? Challenging the dojo was more like it. The martial artists surrounding and watching outside became spirited at once. They did not expect that this was just the first day opening for business, and both parties already had swords drawn and bows stretched. Alchemy Saint he made a move personally. There was a good show to watch now. This fragrant medicine pavilion wouldn't close down on the first day it opened for business, right? Yi Yuan went forward to welcome with a smile too, saying in a clear voice, if there are friends coming to congratulate, the fragrant medicine pavilion is naturally most welcoming. But if there are mad dogs coming to bark crazily, we'll naturally serve with dog beating sticks. Alchemy Saint I wonder which type are you? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had long witnessed Yi Yuan's sharp tongue before, and had sufficient mental preparations this time. He laughed loudly when he heard that and said, these few people in the same line heard that a medicinal store strong enough to rival the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opened on ancient Opulent Street. There must be an alchemy pathmaster with astonishing strength holding down the fort. We came today wanting to bear witness to this alchemy pathmaster's strength. Yi Yuan, I wonder where this alchemy pathmaster is. Seeing this sort of provocative action, Jun Tianyu's brows knitted together slightly. Towards this Xianxia he did not have much of a favorable impression. For the sake of Lu Yiru's illness, Jun Tianyu had once dropped in to visit Xianxia before, but because Xianxia cherished his feathers, he was not willing to take action. Xianxia was afraid that he could not cure it, so he did not dare to take action. The last time Yi Yuan went to treat Gu Qing, Xianxia's attitude made Jun Tianyu dislike him even more. Who knew that this guy actually came to provoke again today, finally infuriating him? Xianxia, the fragrant medicine pavilion is opening for business today. Are you making light of this Jun like this? Jun Tianyu gave a cold snort. A powerful sword intent released involuntarily. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he did his best to keep a calm exterior and said, Brother Jun, saying this, it can be seen that the fragrant medicine pavilion doesn't have confidence. Brother Jun can send me packing today. But after today, I'll see if there is anyone who dares to come to the fragrant medicine pavilion to buy things. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed when he heard that, but he could not very well make a move. He knew that the doubts about the fragrant medicine pavilion outside now were considerable. If they avoided and did not fight today, it would probably really be like Xianxia said, no one would come and buy their things. Opening and doing business, what it stressed was harmony breeds wealth. Even if Jun Tianyu's martial strength was any greater, he was also not able to convince others from the heart. Even though he clearly knew that Xianxia did not have good intentions, his alchemy saint title was right there. It was fine if they fought, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation would be utterly fouled. The panic in Xianxia's heart vanished when he saw the situation and said with a smile, we came today purely to communicate and exchange notes among alchemists. Why must Brother Jun be so hot-tempered? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly voiced out, what kind of a communication style does alchemy saint he want? Just state it out clearly will do. Xianxia was secretly pleased when he saw Yi Yuan accepting the challenge. But he feigned surprise on his face and exclaimed, N? Could it be that that expert in the fragrant medicine pavilion is Yi Yuan yourself? Could it be that such a large fragrant medicine pavilion of yours doesn't even have an alchemy ancestor powerhouse holding down the fort? This is also too shabby, right? With this, the surrounding martial artists could not help discussing softly. What? I even thought that the rumor was false. Opening such a large medicinal store in the most bustling place on ancient Opulent Street, how can there possibly be not even one alchemy ancestor? Looking at it now, it was actually true. A medicinal store without even a single alchemy ancestor, can the medicinal pills sold be eaten? I really have no idea where Yi Yuan's confidence comes from, to actually dare open a medicinal store with this kind of strength. We'd better go to the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills. Although the rumors said that the fragrant medicine pavilion did not even have an alchemy ancestor, everyone actually did not really believe it. To dare challenge the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, one at least had to have a high-rank alchemy ancestor holding down the fort too, right? Messing around for half a day, and there was only one alchemy sovereign? Even if this alchemy sovereign was any more abnormal, what use was there? Qian'er wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The skeleton in their closet was exposed with this. She felt that her face was thrown all the way back to her grandma's place. Even for those medicinal pills which could not be refined, employing their meteor trading company's alchemy ancestors to put on a facade was good too. Now things were great. How could an alchemy sovereign convince the public? Yi Yuan smiled very calmly and said, "There is naturally an alchemy ancestor, but due to various reasons, he is unable to make it today. Everyone, what my fragrant medicine pavilion trade are Tier 5 medicinal pills. But we likewise accept Tier 6 medicinal pill transactions. However, Tier 6 medicinal pills must be booked in advance, and the spirit medicines are provided by yourselves. Everyone rest assured. The Tier 6 medicinal pills produced by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion are absolutely better than any other stores in the ancient opulent city." Heh. What high-sounding sentiments. Before bragging, you don't gauge your strength either. Aren't these words uttered from the mouth of a puny little alchemy sovereign the biggest joke in the world? An alchemy ancestor powerhouse laughed coldly when he heard that. This was a high-rank alchemy ancestor named Su Cheetah. His strength was only second to Xianxia among this group of alchemy ancestors. He was not to be underestimated. Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills. These medicinal pills were shockingly all Tier 6 medicinal pills. Although our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's alchemy ancestor powerhouse is unable to make it here, he left behind several Tier 6 medicinal pills. The few of you all claim to be alchemy ancestors. I wonder how many are able to refine this standard of Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said coolly. Tier 6 transcendent grade. Hiss. Once the medicinal pills appeared, Xianxia and the others, their expressions all changed. The few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands were actually all Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills without exception. Even though these people were alchemy ancestor powerhouses, to want to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade, it was still a little forceful. Even Xianxia, this alchemy saint, had to depend on luck to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade too. The number of Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in the entire ancient opulent city was probably also just as many as in Yi Yuan's hand. It could be imagined how precious these Tier 6 transcendent grades in Yi Yuan's hand were. How on earth did this brat find so many transcendent grade medicinal pills? Heh. Looks like the Meteor Trading Company specially transferred over quite a number of transcendent grade medicinal pills from other places for the sake of this fragrant medicine pavilion. Can a mere few transcendent grade medicinal pills intimidate us? Xianxia was the first to react and said with a cold smile. In his view, Yi Yuan's Tier 6 transcendent grades could only be transferred over from other places by the Meteor Trading Company. Otherwise, who else was able to refine so many Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in this ancient opulent city? But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Is that so? I can promise everybody here that custom ordering Tier 6 medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, prepare 3 sets of spirit medicines yourself. The worst of the medicinal pills turned over to everyone will also be Tier 6 high grade." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This sort of promise was seriously too domineering. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not dare to easily make this kind of promise either. Alchemy ancestors refining Tier 6 medicinal pills, if it was not those common medicinal pills, there was a very high likelihood of ruining the medicinal pills. Just 3 sets of spirit medicines were able to guarantee at least Tier 6 high grade. This kind of promise was seriously too confident. Xianxia's face was black as the bottom of a bot. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really had this kind of ability, who would still go to their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills in the future? Yi Yuan, aren't you bragging too hard here? Be careful of giving yourself a slap when you can't do it when the time comes. Xianxia sneered as he said with a black face. Alchemy Saint, he really likes to worry. Whether I'm able to do it or not, time will naturally prove everything. Today I sent the word out. Everyone present all can bear witness. If my Fragrant Medicine Pavilion can't do it, we'll compensate 100 times of the spirit medicine's value. Yi Yuan said gallantly. Murmur. Yi Yuan's words ignited the surrounding martial artists all at once. The prices of Tier 6 spirit medicines were not cheap to begin with. If compensating according to 100 times once or twice was still fine, If the number of times goes up, even a colossal giant like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company probably would not be able to afford it either. This promise of Yi Yuan's was too extreme. Either the fragrant medicine pavilion collapses directly or the fragrant medicine pavilion soar to the sky in one move. If Yi Yuan could really do it, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would likely be pushed down too. He Shuming himself was no longer calm as well. He could not quite grasp whether Yi Yuan really had this confidence, or was he making an empty show of strength. I want to pre-order 1 Tier 6 Dragon Tiger Pill. I want to pre-order 1 Spirit Heart Sacred Rain Pill. I want to pre-order. Even boundless realm martial artists were no longer able to remain calm when they saw so many transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Transcendent-grade medicinal pills, what did this signify? This was a guarantee. A guarantee that this medicinal pill was able to reach the limits of the medicinal efficacy. In front of transcendent-grade medicinal pills, no one was able to maintain composure. For a moment, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion fell into chaos. Up here, down there, were all boundless realm martial artists wanting to pre-order Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't be hasty. Otherwise, we totally won't accept your request. Those with the intention, head over there to line up and register. The first batch is only accepting pre-orders from 100 customers. Bring the spirit medicines and pill formula to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion within 3 days. Half a month later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will deliver this batch of medicinal pills together, and we will accept orders for the second batch of people at that time. Everybody rest assured, earlier, I said that the lowest is high-grade medicinal pills. Actually, the majority should be all superior grades, even possibly transcendent grades. As for high-grade, it should be lesser. If we're really only able to refine out high-grade medicinal pills, everyone, please don't mind." Once these words were said, those boundless realm martial artists clamored one after another in a mad rush to be first and lined up over at one side. Yi Yuan's words made each and every one of them even more incredibly thrilled. The likelihood of high grade was very low, with the majority being superior grade, even possibly transcendent grade. This kind of promise was sufficient to make all the martial artists crazed. When Yi Shuming saw this scene, his face instantly became black as the bottom of a pot. "Yi Yuan, you're boasting so much. I really want to see how you wind it up. If you can't hand over the medicinal pills half a month later, I'll see what face you still have to have a foothold on ancient Opulent Street." In Yi Shuming's view, Yi Yuan was completely smacking his own face in order to look imposing. These alchemy ancestors present were all extremely formidable figures, but there had never been anyone who dared to make this sort of promise before either. A puny little alchemy sovereign was actually rampant to such an extent. This kind of promise was simply smacking the faces of these alchemy ancestors. One had to know that medicinal pills being superior grade and above all basically had to depend on luck. Especially transcendent grade medicinal pills, the probability of emerging was already infinitely close to zero. But Yi Yuan said that the likelihood of high grade was very low, while the majority were all superior grade medicinal pills. Where did this kind of promise place them, these alchemy ancestors? Hey, to dare make this sort of promise, looks like the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really has a capable person aiding it. I wonder if owner Yi can invite him out, or not, to let everyone broaden our knowledge. Su Cheetah seriously could not put up with it and voiced out. Yi Yuan said, "I already said that he isn't around today. Aren't you putting people on the spot here? Besides, how can an alchemist who is able to casually refine superior grade medicinal pills be what trash like you guys can meet whenever you want?" All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's words became incomparably incisive, directly making this group of alchemy ancestors out to be trash. "You. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to make impertinent remarks to alchemy ancestors. If these alchemy ancestors, are trash, then what are you? Could it be that cultivating until today, you don't even know rudimentary pecking order?" Su Cheetah was the first to react to it and was directly choked badly by Yi Yuan. Alchemist rankings were extremely strict. When low-level alchemists saw high-level alchemists, for them to act with a pupil's mannerism was also very commonly seen. Alchemist was an occupation completely reliant on accumulation, experience, and accruing of knowledge. All these required time to bring to success. For alchemists to want to jump realms and defeat their opponents, It was much, much harder than martial artists. So under normal circumstances, even at the same realm, between initial rank, middle rank, and high rank, there was an extremely large gap too. A heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan was absolutely in the minority. Of course, if an alchemist could acknowledge an alchemy emperor at the level of Yi Yuan as master, their starting point was naturally much higher compared to these ordinary alchemists. Only then was there the possibility of crossing realms to battle. Yi Yuan said haughtily, "I only respect the strong. Your strength is too weak. In my eyes, it's total trash. Why'd I have to respect you all? Moreover, you all are clearly here to challenge the dojo. Still want to talk about pecking order with me. Don't you find it laughable?" Good, good, good. Yi Yuan's words thoroughly infuriated Suchida. He uttered 3 goods in succession, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, "A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to utter wild ravings. I want to see what capabilities you have to dare call us a group of alchemy ancestor powerhouses. Trash. Boasting needs the courage to boast. Dare to compete or not?" Yi Yuan said scornfully, "Competing with a bunch of trash like you guys. You aren't qualified enough yet? Ha ha. Who doesn't know how to talk big? You saying this, is it conceding?" Suchida said with a big laugh. Conceding? You're thinking too much. What I meant was that your level is only fit to have a contest with my disciples. Rendong, Ruyan, come over. Rendong and Xiao Ruyan froze when they heard that. They also did not expect to be called out by Yi Yuan at this time, arriving by Yi Yuan's side blankly. Seeing this scene, Suchida's face went green. But Yi Yuan did not care about his expression. He instructed the duo, "The two of you, educate them well what is called alchemist." Even though the two followed Yi Yuan for a very long time already and knew that Yi Yuan's strength was overwhelming, dealing with these alchemy ancestors shouldn't be a problem. But to let them do it, they were rather jittery. But in front of so many people, they could not yield either. They could only toughen their scalps and said, "Yes, master." Puhui. With this, many people could not hold it in and let out laughter immediately. Chenner could not refrain from laughing, her entire person shaking with laughter, and said to the elder Duan beside in a low voice, "This Yi Yuan is really too bad. To even be able to come up with this kind of lousy move. He doesn't go himself but let his 2 disciples go up. Making 2 alchemy kings compete with alchemy ancestors, even if they lost. Suchida would probably get stench all over himself too." Elder Duan shook his head too and said with a laugh, "This boy is indeed deriding. But it's very practical." With this, Suchida is checkmated viciously but can't wind it up. Suchida was angered until his chest was like puffing bellows. Only after some time did he catch his breath and said in a great rage, "Yi Yuan punk, you're bullying others too far. You let 2 alchemy king realm babies compete with this old man. This is insulting this old man. Alchemy saint he. I recommend to ally up all the trading firms in the entire city and boycott this fragrant medicine pavilion." Xianxia also did not expect that Yi Yuan would come up with this kind of low blow. But outside of his fury at this time, he was somewhat filled with lingering fear afterward. If it were him provoking Yi Yuan just now, it would probably be even more awkward at this time, right? His illustrious name was almost ruined in this punk's hands. Hearing Suchida said so, Xianxia immediately responded, "Yi Yuan, you're too condescending. To actually insult seniors like this. Today Xianxia had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yi Yuan rudely. Yi Yuan said, "Alchemy saint he. This Yi Yuan doesn't have the intention of joking. Aren't you all here to challenge the dojo? I'll give you this opportunity today. Let's compete for 3 rounds. How about that?" "Oh? Compete for 3 rounds? How to compete?" Xianxia asked rather interestedly. "Up to you to pick. Let's pit soldiers against soldiers. General against general. You compete with me. Then pick 2 out among these garbage alchemy ancestors to compete with my disciples." Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Only he was indifferent. The others were not calm. An alchemy sovereign leading alchemy kings to challenge an alchemy saint bringing 2 alchemy ancestors? This punk wasn't soft in the head, right? More importantly, Yi Yuan actually handed the initiative over to Xianxia, allowing him to pick the events. If Xianxia picked what he was good at to compete in, wasn't this extending his head out for people to chop? "Ha ha, Yi Yuan. I know that you have some capability, But you making light of heroes under the heaven like this will cost you dearly. Or maybe, you wish to use this kind of method to make me have misgivings about my reputation and let you off today. Xianxia said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, You're overthinking. How about this? Since it's a competition, then let's add some stake. How's that? Xianxia was slightly startled, thinking to himself, could this boy be for real? What stake? If I lose, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. You lose. Give me 100,000 merit points. This deal, it's a sure win without losing anything for you. How about it? Dare to compete or not? Yi Yuan said directly. Qian'er got anxious when she heard and hurriedly said, No way. This sort of competition is unfair in itself. Yi Yuan, you're treating it too much of a child's play like this. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan. Looks like even your own people aren't optimistic about you. Yi Yuan completely ignored Qian'er and said to Xianxia, Doesn't matter. I have the final say here. Good. Since it's already said until like this, if I still don't agree, wouldn't it let the heroes of the world scoff? But are two parties competing, it can't be each side believing that they are right, that both sides have their merits. Got to find a person to preside over, right? Xianxia said. I'll preside over, how's that? A deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. Everyone looked over where the voice came from, and they saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing sticking out. He even brought an attendant alongside him, but Yi Yuan recognized that he was precisely the city guard's army's head commander, Luo Fang. A figure able to make Luo Fang tag along as an attendant, his identity was also obvious. City Lord, Your Excellency. Why have you come? Xianxia said in astonishment. This person was precisely ancient opulent city's city lord, Ying Tianya. Yi Yuan had heard of Jun Tianyu mentioning this person before. Even the lofty and proud Jun Tianyu's appraisal of Ying Tianya was very high too. If say there were still people Jun Tianyu was apprehensive of in this ancient opulent city, there was only this Ying Tianya. Ying Tianya walked out slowly from the crowd, carrying the unique bearing of a sovereign, and said with a faint smile, This Ying heard that a Master Yi newly emerged in the city and even opened a medicinal pill store on ancient opulence street. So I came over to have a look on a spur of the moment. But I didn't expect that Alchemy Saint He is actually competing with Master Yi here. I wonder if this Ying has the qualifications to take on the post of the person presiding over. Xianxia hurriedly said, City Lord, Your Excellency is in such a mood. This he is absolutely honored. Ying Tianya nodded his head and looked at Yi Yuan, saying, Does Master Yi have any objections? Yi Yuan said smilingly, No objections. Ying Tianya chuckled and said, Fine then. This Ying will witness the splendor of my ancient opulent city's two pinnacle masters. I wonder what you two wish to compete in. Attentive people could tell that Ying Tianya's words placed Yi Yuan and Xianxia on equal positions. This made them very surprised. Yi Yuan was merely a puny little alchemy sovereign. He could actually let City Lord His Excellency regard him with special attention like so? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders when he heard that and said, Doesn't matter to me. Up to him then. Yi Yuan's attitude deeply wounded Xianxia's pride. Seems like under this kind of circumstances, the one displaying an indifferent attitude should be him, right? This brat really knew how to seize the limelight. Competing in pill refinement with a measly little alchemy sovereign. Other people will definitely say that I'm bullying you. How about this, let's compete in fire control. How's that? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Shameless. I heard that Alchemy Saint He is strongest in fire control. Isn't this bullying people? Indeed rather shameless. But who asked that Yi Yuan to posture himself? He's only at the alchemy sovereign realm, yet he had to pretend to be like an alchemy emperor, indifferent about anything. Then he would naturally have to pick what he's good at. Actually, with Alchemy Saint He's strength, even if he doesn't choose fire control, Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory either, right? Yi Yuan is biting more a little more than he can chew. Once he lose, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion will be lost to him. Xianxia's reputation in ancient opulent city was extremely great. Everyone all knew that what he was most proficient in was fire control. He actually chose the fire control he was most skilled in at this time. It was seriously quite contemptible. The fragrant medicine pavilion made some simple preparation work. Because fire control did not require too complicated stuff, therefore it was finished preparing very fast. During this period, Chenner had been nagging by the side constantly. Clearly, she was very displeased with Yi Yuan's decision. Although she knew that Yi Yuan had some skill, doing so was truly a bit too risky. Reaching Alchemy Saint Realm, which person would be mediocre? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying, what about his two disciples? What Rendong and Xiao Ruyan had to face were alchemy ancestor experts. Could his disciples be as heaven-defying as him too? Rendong and Xiao Ruyan duo dragged their feet to Yi Yuan's side and said softly, "Master, we." Yi Yuan smiled as he patted Rendong's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Just take it as a game and bring out your usual training standards will do. Even if we really lose, worst comes to worst, we'll start over from the beginning once more. With Master's capabilities, what does a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion count as? Furthermore, the disciples that Yi Yuan taught, if they can't even beat a few mongrels, then that's too disgraceful." In his past and present life, Yi Yuan only took in these two disciples. These few years, Yi Yuan spared no efforts in teaching them to and never keep things to himself. The two people's improvements, Yi Yuan took it all into his sights. Therefore, he was plenty confident in them too. After a round of words, although it was unable to dispel the two persons' worries entirely, it made them set their minds at ease considerably. Yeah, a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion, what did it count as to Yi Yuan? The two people exchanged glances, secretly cheering themselves on. Everything prepared, Suchida took the lead to fall out of the ranks. Looking at Rendong and Xiao Ruyan, he said with a scornful look, "Two little babies. Don't blame this old man for bullying you guys. Want to blame? Then blame that unreliable master of yours. It's fine if he's ignorant. But he even made his disciples come out and lose face." Rendong was indignant once he heard that and immediately shot back, "You old fogey. Master, he can mess you up just with one finger. Just who is losing face, we'll know in a while." Finished talking. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Master, disciple requests to battle." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go then." As he said, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite lotus flower appeared. It was precisely one of Fiery's clones. At present, Fiery and Yi Yuan's mind were linked up. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could lend Essence Fire to anybody for use and would not get a backlash. Take it. Teach that old bastard a lesson properly. Alchemy King and Alchemy Ancestor were separated by two major boundaries. But alchemists' duels were different from martial artists. A difference of two major boundaries between martial artists, even for a monster like Yi Yuan, he could not salvage it too. But among alchemists, outside of competing in pill refinement, Alchemy Kings still had a possibility of winning Alchemy Ancestors theoretically. Of course, that was also just in theory. If without heaven-defying inheritances, for an Alchemy King to want to win an Alchemy Ancestor, that was basically sheer nonsense. The accumulations and experience of an Alchemy Ancestor were simply not what Alchemy Kings could compare to. Especially with fire control, experience had a crucially important effect. That was the accumulation on countless times of pill refinement. Rendong and Xiao Ruyan's age were placed right there. No one felt that they could match up to a veteran alchemy ancestor like Su Chida in terms of fire control. Actually, even Rendong himself did not have the least bit of confidence either. Alchemy ancestor expert, this was a boundary that he did not even dare to think about in the lower realms. And now he was actually going to compete in fire control with such a powerhouse. But Su Chida's words earlier infuriated Rendong. Yi Yuan was akin to a god in his heart now. Su Chida's words touched his reverse scale. No matter what, I must have a match with this old fellow properly. Even if I can't win him, I can't lose face for Master either. Rendong secretly resolved himself. In other people's view, this was a competition completely without chances of victory. But Rendong knew that Master's round was absolutely a crushing victory. Competing in pill refinement, the present Yu Yuan was indeed unable to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But if competing on fire control, so what if the person was an alchemy saint powerhouse? Begin then, brat. I want to take a look at just how formidable the disciple taught by an alchemy sovereign is. As he said, Su Cheetah's essence energy spat out. A cluster of red flames appeared in his palm. His fingers fiddled with the red flame, as if strumming a zither, dancing, giving people a feeling of soothing and relaxation. In between this, he even raised his head to look at Rendong from time to time, but he saw that Rendong still did not move. He just watched him control fire stupidly. Seeing this scene, Su Cheetah was even prouder of himself. Truly too formidable. Indeed well-deserving of being in existence second only to Alchemy Saint He in ancient opulent city. This fire-controlling skill is probably only inferior to Alchemy Saint He's. Alchemy Ancestor experts are Alchemy Ancestor experts. Without repeated training and tempering, how can it be possible to master this level of fire-controlling skill? Today is really an eye-opener. Alchemy Ancestor Su's fire-controlling skill is already so formidable. Then formidable to what degree is Alchemy Saint He? Hearing everyone's praises, Su Cheetah was even prouder of himself. He still had some strength left over at this time, so he had the thought of flaunting his skill. The movements of his hands sped up more. With this, it aroused more marveling. Rather, it was Rendong who still looked at Su Cheetah blankly, and actually seemed like he forgot to take action. Hey boy, you aren't dazed from watching, right? Hoo-hoo, indeed an inexperienced brat who has ever seen the world before. Broadened your horizons today, right? Xianxia was even more delighted to see that Rendong was frightened silly. Su Cheetah winning this match, the fragrant medicine pavilion was basically half in his hands already. How could he not be delighted? Rendong seemingly only came back to his senses at this time and said absent-mindedly, this is the fire control of Alchemy Ancestor Realm? Otherwise, what do you think? Boy, you're still young, experiencing some setbacks isn't much. With your age, to be able to cultivate to Alchemy King Realm is considered not bad. Either way, the fragrant medicine pavilion won't exist anymore in the future too. Why not you come under my tutelage? I'll impart you even more ingenious fire-controlling skills. Xianxia guided gently and actually started snatching away his opponent's people already. He did not perceive the meaning in Rendong's words at all, and he even thought that Rendong was taken by surprise by Su Cheetah's fire-controlling skill. That was why he would let out such an emotional sigh. When Rendong heard, he knew that Xianxia was mistaken. He shook his head and said, if this is the fire-controlling skill of Alchemy Ancestor Realm, then me winning him shouldn't be too difficult. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. This brat actually dared to mess with him? He was just about to fly off the handle when Rendong moved at this time, only to see him beckon with one hand. The fire lotus bloomed, similarly forming a small cluster of flames. Following that, Rendong's hands started moving dreamlike while that small cluster of flames actually grew into a small tree under his spurring. Furthermore, it was strikingly vivid and lifelike. That small tree gradually germinated, growing out branches, becoming luxuriant. The originally still somewhat noisy fragrant medicine pavilion suddenly quietened down at this time, while Xianxia's eyes turned into wide saucers when he saw this scene. Such consummate fire-controlling skill was also not the least bit inferior to him, this alchemy saint. What fire control skill was particular about was exquisiteness. Areas that should be strong was strong, places that should be weak was weak. Only like this could one let the medicinal pill receive more abundant baptizing of flames when refining pills. To be able to condense flames to form the shape of a small tree, this required immensely profound skill. Su Cheetah, on the other hand, his skills appeared very brilliant indeed. But regarding the degree of exquisiteness in controlling flames, it was clearer worse than Rendong. Fire tree, silver flowers. Rendong gave a light cry. Bright-colored silver flowers actually bloomed one after another on that small tree. How did Su Cheetah still have that leisurely composure from before at this time? When he saw Rendong's skill, his entire face went green. He desperately urged the flames in his hand, likewise wanting to condense and form a small tree. Su Cheetah was an alchemy ancestor powerhouse in the end. Under forceful deploying, he really condensed out the shape of a small tree. It was just that this small tree's appearance, even for the martial artists who did not know fire-controlling skills, they could also distinguish the good from the bad. At the end, Su Cheetah's face was flushed red. But the small tree was completely unable to become like Rendong's, vivid and lifelike. The first match, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wins. Xianxia announced the results right away. Regarding this kind of result that was apparent, no one doubted it at all. Rindong put away the flames, ran in front of Yi Yuan, and said with an excited look, "Master, turns out that my fire controlling skill is already this incredible." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. It's still early. Today, making you guys take action is to let you guys find a bit of confidence. But keep in mind to not be complacent. One loses by pride and gains by modesty. Understood?" Rindong nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice and said obediently, "Disciple understands." These few years' time, Rindong and Xiao Ruyan duo did not idle their time away in the vast heaven pagoda. On the contrary, Yi Yuan carried out demon-like training for the two of them. This fire controlling was one of them. The missions that Yi Yuan assigned were all extremely focused. Rindong and Xiao Ruyan immersing themselves in diligent practice. Their strength soared by leaps and bounds too. It was just that the two of them were both immersed in exceedingly dreary training. Moreover, most of the training was alchemists' basic skills, resulting in the two of them not having much understanding of their current strength. It was only when Rindong saw Suchita controlling his fire did the former knew what kind of level his strength already reached. One could say that apart from his cultivation realm not reaching the standard, he actually already surpassed alchemy ancestor powerhouses all round in basic skills now. Junior apprentice brother, you can even win with such standards. I already have nothing to say. Xiao Ruyan rolled her eyes at one side. Rindong touched his head when he heard and said embarrassedly, "Senior apprentice sister, I also didn't expect that his level was so lousy." Makes sense. I even thought that an alchemy ancestor's fire controlling level was very high. I didn't think that that was all he got. Made me worry for half a day in vain. Hoo-hoo, yeah. I was dumbfounded watching just now and even thought that I saw wrongly. How can an alchemy ancestor's fire control level be just this bit? Senior apprentice sister's fire controlling skill is even more formidable than mine. You should win even more easily. Even a guy like you can win. If I don't win, wouldn't I lose face for master too much? These apprentice sister and brother's conversation made everyone speechless when they heard. Alchemy kings who dared to say this sort of words in front of alchemy ancestors were probably also just these two apprentice sister and brothers, right? Xianxia looked at Yu Yuan rather interestedly, his gaze exuding thick astonishment. Rindong's and Xiao Ruyan's expressions did not seem to be fake. Looks like they really did not know that their own strengths were actually that strong. Then how profound a skill did the Yi Yuan who was able to teach the two of them had to have? Rindong's performance earlier really took his breath away. If not for seeing with his own eyes, Xianxia really did not dare to believe that a puny little alchemy king actually had such superb fire-controlling standards. Xianxia could not help looking forward to the showdown between Yi Yuan and He Shuming. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan fell out of the ranks and said to the group of alchemy ancestors with full confidence, "Hey, is there any a little stronger? Come out and let's compete. If it's that level just now, this young lady won't even have the desire to compete." The group of alchemy ancestors glanced around, looking at one another. Not one actually dared to come out and fight. If it was before Rindong and Suchita's competition, they would definitely have jumped up already. But now, facing Xiao Ruyan's provocation, they did not even dare to let out a fart. They heard distinctly just now that Xiao Ruyan was Rindong's senior sister. Moreover, when Xiao Ruyan was looking down on Rindong earlier, Rindong did not have any temper at all either. That indicated that Xiao Ruyan's fire control level was even above Rindong's. And in their group of people, the one strongest at fire control was Suchita. Under such circumstances, who was still willing to take the initiative to come out and lose face? What? If no one else is coming out to fight, this thing will take it as you guys forfeit. Xianxia said nonchalantly when he saw that there was no one responding for a long time here. Xiao Ruyan smiled smugly, but she voiced out, "Forget it. Looks like you guys are also just this level. How about this young lady will perform a set of fire-controlling art. If there is anyone among you guys able to do it, count it as this young lady's loss." How's that? Those few alchemy ancestors exchanged glances and felt indignant, but they did not dare to speak up. At this time, nobody dared to come out and brag either. Everyone losing face together was better than one person coming out to lose face. By the side, Xianxia's face was already livid with rage already. This bunch of fellows was really not reliable at all, to actually be freaked out by a little child. Since you all are not speaking, then this young lady will take it as you guys agree. As she said, Xianxia held her palm out. A small cluster of flames gradually became a small flower. Following that, her palm quivered. Another small flower actually emerged again. Xianxia's palm vibrated with rhythm. After that, one small flower after another derived from it. Xianxia actually danced trippingly while creating little flowers. And those small flowers rose and danced gaily along with her. At this moment, Xianxia was like a flower fairy maiden. Those flower petals served to accentuate her beauty even more soul-stirringly. For a moment, all the martial artists were senseless from watching. They had never seen such a beautiful scene before, such exquisite fire-controlling skills. Creating one small flower wasn't considered much. 3 or 5 flowers did not count as anything too. But creating 100 flame flowers in one go, and still being able to manipulate to her will like so, then that was too incredible. All of a sudden, Xianxia stopped the dance steps. Those tiny flowers also dissipated along with it. Quite a number of people were still immersed in that beautiful scene earlier and was unable to extricate themselves. Too beautiful. Really have no way of imagining that dreary fire-controlling arts are actually able to display such a magnificent and gorgeous environment. Even Master Ye's disciples have such strength. Then wouldn't his own fire-controlling skills be heaven-defying? I really want to witness Master Ye's fire-controlling skills. But the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already won 2 rounds in a row. There probably isn't the opportunity already, right? Xianxia herself also did not expect that her displaying this fire-controlling skill today, she actually became the goddess in the hearts of the ancient opulent city's male martial artists. After today, many people all came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion all for a look at her gorgeous appearance. Gentlemen, are there people able to imitate Miss Zhao's fire-controlling skill? Xianxia asked. Those few alchemy ancestors had awkward looks, their eyes evading. Forget about Xianxia, even Rendong's move was already hard for them to execute. Xianxia smiled faintly when he saw no one respond and said, since that's the case, the second round is also the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's victory. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won 2 rounds in a row. This thing feels that this third round probably doesn't have the need to compete already. Right? Xianxia's expression flickered incessantly but did not make a sound. Right then, Yi Yuan came forward and said, Alchemy Saint, he is an Alchemy Saint powerhouse. Presumably, his fire-controlling skill wouldn't be so mediocre. This Yi feels that this third round should be engaged in. Otherwise, Alchemy Saint, he would likely be unconvinced in his heart. How about this? This Yi will be like his disciple and display a fire-controlling skill. If Alchemy Saint he is able to do it, count it as this Yi's loss. How's that? Yi Yuan stepping out at this time was equivalent to checkmating Xianxia. Xianxia was a little surprised but asked Xianxia, what does Alchemy Saint he think? Actually, Xianxia's fire-controlling skill was rather brilliant. Xianxia's level of fire control, he could actually barely achieve it. But the problem was, Xianxia was just Yi Yuan's disciple. The disciple's strength already reached such a level. Then what about her master? But to let him admit defeat like this, he was unreconciled to it too. He was this ancient opulent city's top seat. If he admitted defeat, where would he put his old face? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, compete then. Who's afraid of who? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, watch closely, only to see Yi Yuan place his hands together and pull. With a flutter, countless flying birds flew out from his palms just like this, soaring around the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's crossbeam. These flying birds were all strikingly lifelike. Even the eyes of each bird seemed so intelligent. If not for knowing beforehand, these martial artists would probably even think that these flying birds were real. Furthermore, the species of these flying birds were all different. Size and appearance, not a single one was exactly alike. Counting simply, Yi Yuan created thousands of birds with species different from one another. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Different from Xianxia, Yi Yuan practically created so many flying birds instantaneously. This level of fire control skill could already be rated as a masterstroke. Thousands of birds circled around the beam. This scene was a grand sight. Just this move was already hard for Xianxia to imitate. Drawing a myriad of life with the power of flames, this level of fire control was simply divine. Xianxia's fire control skills were very strong. To really make him illustrate some flying birds, he was also barely able to achieve it. But to let him do it until every flying bird was so lifelike and indistinguishable from the original, how could he accomplish it? This did not just require subtle control over flames. It required exquisite control over essence energy even more. Humph! I was wondering how incredible a fire-controlling skill it was. It's merely about the same as your disciple too, Xianxia said stubbornly. Once these words came out, quite a few martial artists shot him contemptuous eyes. This was clearly the tempo of unable to bear a loss. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Alchemy Saint, he doesn't have to be anxious. It isn't finished yet." Finished talking, Yi Yuan extended a finger and dotted and drew a line in the air. A series of faint chirps suddenly sounded out. My God! It's a phoenix. Is that really a phoenix? No, wait. That isn't a real phoenix. It's likewise drawn by Yi Yuan with fire control skills. Once the phoenix emerged, a wave of marveling immediately echoed in the fragrant medicine pavilion. Those birds were originally flying around the beam. Once the fire phoenix emerged, they actually collectively stopped in the air, and actually seemed to pay homage to the fire phoenix collectively. My 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. If Alchemy Saint he can do it, count it as our fragrant medicine pavilion lose, how's that? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxia's expression was incomparably nasty. He never would have thought that a puny little alchemy sovereign's fire-controlling skills actually reached such a terrifying level. The scary thing about this 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix was not how difficult it was to illustrate, but that these birds actually had some intelligence. Fire-controlling skill reaching this kind of level already had no way of describing with words anymore. Xianxia, even if he cultivated for another several hundred years, it was impossible to attain such a level too. Humph! Yi Yuan, today's score, this he has noted it down. Let's go. 100,000 merit points. I'll send people to transfer you in a while. Xianxia seriously could not stay on here any longer and could only flick his sleeves and leave. When they left, it even incurred a wave of booing. After today, Yi Yuan could be considered to have become famous in one battle in the ancient opulent city. An alchemy saint powerhouse brought along a bunch of alchemy ancestors to the fragrant medicine pavilion to challenge them. In the end, they were beaten by an alchemy sovereign and 2 alchemy kings to a sorry plight, each and every one of them leaving dusty and dirty in appearance. This level of strength was sufficient to indicate that the fragrant medicine pavilion had the ability to keep a foothold on ancient opulence street. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight might even overshadow the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company completely. Yi Yuan, you're too incredible. Really didn't expect that your fire-controlling skill has actually reached such a miraculous boundary. Yi Yuan's performance gave Qian'er a hugely pleasant surprise. Only now did she know why Yi Yuan did not want their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse to come over. In front of Yi Yuan, what did alchemy ancestor powerhouses count as? Yi Yuan looked at Qian'er and said mockingly, "Didn't you even say prior to this that I was treating it too much of a child's play?" Qian'er's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Although separated by a layer of veil, Yi Yuan was able to feel her embarrassment too. Your fire-controlling art is so incredible. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Let me be mentally prepared too, Qian'er said begrudgingly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even if I tell you that I'm very incredible, would you believe?" Seems like no, Qian'er was stunned and blurted out. "Ha ha! Master Ye's fire control skill truly let this Ing broaden my horizons. If not for seeing with my own eyes, this Ing would really be unable to imagine that an ascender actually possessed such terrifying strength," Xianxia said with a big laugh. "Hoo-hoo! City Lord, your excellency is too kind. This is merely an unorthodox path of this Yi, just trying to get by." Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and suddenly opened his mouth. "Master Yi, how about we head inside and have a talk?" Yi Yuan said, "Please." Driving away Xianxia, There was also not much use of Yi Yuan staying at the front anymore. This sort of thing like management, the Meteor Trading Company's people were obviously much more formidable than him. This time, he achieved fame in one battle. With so many martial artists witnessing him defeating Xianxia with fire-controlling arts, it would definitely spread throughout the entire ancient opulent city very quickly. What this selling of medicinal pills relied on was fame. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being able to overwhelm the Meteor Trading Company, a very large degree was all due to Xianxia. The Meteor Trading Company was unable to dispatch alchemy saint powerhouses over to this ancient opulent city for various reasons. Being suppressed was also bound to happen. For Yi Yuan to smack Xianxia's face today so domineeringly, the objective was in order to let all the martial artists know his prowess. This way, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion would naturally rack in riches. Adding in that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills quality was too solid, squeezing out a large proportion of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits was also inevitable. Cooperating with the city guard's army, Yi Yuan long had expectations. Him unveiling the medicinal pills for Luo Feng to try previously naturally captured his heart all at once. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Xianxia, the city lord, actually came to visit. I wonder what city lord your excellency is finding Yi Yuan for? When both parties sat down, Yi Yuan asked straight away. Hoo-hoo, Master Yi is a straightforward man speaking his mind. I won't beat around the bush either. Luo Feng holds the few types of medicinal pills you guys unveiled in high esteem. I came today naturally wanting to witness it, Xianxia said. Oh? Just a few medicinal pills. How can it trouble city lord to come in person? As he said, Yi Yuan took out several medicinal pills and placed them in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was not courteous either, swallowing those few kinds of medicinal pills in one go, his eyes involuntarily lighting up. No wonder Luo Feng praised your medicinal pills so highly. This medicinal effect is indeed extraordinary. Master Yi, our city lord manner plan on placing an order for these few medicinal pills. Each type of medicinal pill, 5,000 pills. What do you think? Xianxia said. The medicinal pills Yi Yuan took out had a total of 5 kinds. 5,000 of each type of medicinal pill was 25,000 medicinal pills. To the newly opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, this was absolutely a big business. But Yi Yuan's face did not have much of an agitated expression. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Thank you very much for City Lord Your Excellency's generous kindness. This Yi is endlessly grateful. But City Lord Your Excellency didn't make a trip personally for the sake of a few medicinal pills, right? Xianxia laughed out loud when he heard and said, Haha! Looks like it indeed can't hide from Master Yi. Actually, coming to find Master Yi today is because I have a matter to request you. It's just that this matter is hard to talk about. So, Yi Yuan smiled and said, So you first put me under obligation, then talk about this hard-to-say matter, is it? Luo Feng's expression changed when he heard that and said, Yi Yuan, what are you saying? City Lord His Excellency, he... Luo Feng had yet to say finish and was stopped by Xianxia with a hand gesture, who said with a smile, Master Yi's heart is like a clear mirror. Looks like nothing can be hidden from you. It's just that this matter is very important to me. But Yi Yuan interrupted Xianxia's words straight away and said, something that even City Lord Your Excellency finds very hard is most likely very dangerous. Since it's hard to talk about, then it would be better to not talk about it. This business, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won't take it on. There was no free lunch in this world. Xianxia buying so many medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in one go, if this was calculated according to Earth Essence crystals, the number could be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the thing he wanted Yi Yuan to do would likely have to pay an equal price too. If it were just treating illnesses and saving people, Xianxia definitely would not find it so hard to say. Therefore, Yi Yuan determined that the thing Xianxia wanted him to do definitely had a corresponding risk. At least, to him, this divine traversing realm martial artist, it was rather dangerous. Xianxia's stomach full of words was blocked right at his mouth by Yi Yuan. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan could not help having some transformation. He thought that his order of his was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan rejected it without even blinking. One had to know that this order, even when placed in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, It was absolutely not a small sum either, let alone that the fragrant medicine pavilion was just a newly opened medicinal store. Master Yi, this order has nothing to do with me inviting you to take action. After the matter is done, this Ing will have another generous gift to offer. The value will be several times of this order. Xianxia refused to give up. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Does City Lord Your Excellency take this Yi to be a fool? The more generous the remuneration you give, it means that the matter you make this Yi do will be more dangerous. This Yi is just a divine traversing realm junior. If City Lord Your Excellency requires alchemists, wouldn't going to find alchemy saint he be more suitable?" It was not that Yi Yuan really did not want to go. It was just that his current strength was still a little weak in the divine realm. Therefore, he planned to cultivate in the ancient opulent city for a period of time before going out. The strength of the divine realm's martial artists was much stronger compared to the lower realms. Yi Yuan could even leap across a major cultivation realm to one-shot his foe in the lower realms. But wanting to do this while being in the divine realm was quite hard. He still had some chances of victory when dealing with ordinary initial stage boundless realm powerhouses with his current strength. But if they came out from major families with inheritances, then it would be rather strained. Even in this unassuming ancient opulent city, martial artists who comprehended true intent could be found everywhere too. Even like Jun Tianyu this kind, they were also not too far off from comprehending supreme true intent. Walking around outside with Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little too dangerous. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not hiding things from Master Yi. Actually, the person I have in mind originally was He Shuming too. But after witnessing Master Yi's skills, I feel that you're a more suitable choice. But for precautionary measures, I plan on inviting you and Alchemy Saint He to go along together. Master Yi, rest assured, this trip is only to save people. As long as the person is rescued, we'll pull out immediately and absolutely won't stay." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Talk more about the specifics." The moment Xianxia heard that there was hope, he could not help becoming overjoyed and recounted the whole story of the incident. Turns out that Xianxia's junior apprentice brother unwittingly found an ancient grotto and headed inside the grotto alone to seek treasures. In the end, he was trapped in that ancient grotto. But Xianxia's relationship with this junior apprentice brother was very close. The two of them had a kind of special skill to transmit news. Hence, his junior pleaded for help from Xianxia through this skill. Xianxia received the news that his junior was trapped in the ancient grotto and was unable to get away. Furthermore, he was inflicted with a peculiar poison. It was Xianxia who thought of inviting alchemists along. That junior of mine is only at the second level heaven enlightenment. He's able to preserve his life in that ancient grotto. Presumably, that grotto shouldn't be too dangerous. This thing assures you to definitely do everything in my power to ensure your safety this trip. As long as this thing is around, I absolutely won't let people harm a hair of yours." Xianxia patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he shook his head and said, "Asking me to go is viable, but this kind of guarantee is still not enough." Yi Yuan was not some fledgling experiencing the world for the first time. This kind of verbal promise he did not trust at all. When danger really struck and Xianxia ran at the critical juncture, who could he find to reason things out? Xianxia hesitated for a moment but took out a suit of armor and said, "This is this Ying's personal suit of armor, high-grade profound artifact, skyplume treasure armor. Even heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses are unable to break its defense in a short while either. I wonder if this Ying's sincerity is sufficient?" Of course, the terms promised to Master Yi prior still stands. After the matter is done, I'll pay a reward of 1 million merit points separately. Yi Yuan took over the skyplume treasure armor from Xianxia's hands and said with a nod, "All right, deal. But I have a condition." "Master Yi, please say." "My condition is that Brother Jun travel together with me," Yi Yuan said. Xianxia nodded with an emotional sigh. If younger brother Jun is able to travel together, then that's for the best. With younger brother Jun's strength, this journey is bound to have a few more parts of assurance. After Xianxia left, Yi Yuan said to Jun Tianyu with a slight apology, "Brother Jun, dragging you into the water this time, I'm really sorry." Yi Yuan knew that this journey likely would not be that simple. But the only helper Yi Yuan could find now was only Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, "What's younger brother Yi saying?" This June has also not worked out my body for a long time. My cultivation has also remained stagnant for very long. This trip is precisely a turning point. I hope that I'm able to have some gains. Jun Tianyu's words were not false. These few years, for the sake of Lu Iru's ailment, he practically abandoned cultivation, resulting in his cultivation stagnating and not advancing all along. If he still did not work his body, wanting to break through in the future would be hard. A character like Jun Tianyu was naturally unresigned to only having heaven enlightenment realm strength for all his life. That would be even worse than killing him. Yi Yuan said, "Great kindness can't be thanked with words. This grace of brother Jun. This Yi has remembered it." Haha, isn't younger brother Yi regarding me as an outsider here? To really talk about being grateful, it should also be me thanking you. Without you, I'd probably be a walking corpse right now already. Moreover, this fragrant medicine pavilion establishing, you gifted 20% performance shares directly to me. You can't let a grown man like me eat idly without working, right? Jun Tianyu cracked a rare joke. It was just that no matter what, to be able to generously travel together under the situation where he clearly knew there was danger. This great kindness of Jun Tianyu's made Yi Yuan very grateful. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Brother Jun, this Ye's current strength is meager, and is also unable to help you refine medicinal pills. But this Yi is incapable and happened to have some comprehension on Sword Dao too. Why don't we spar a bit? Hopefully, it can be of some assistance to you." Jun Tianyu froze when he heard that. He was really unaware that Yi Yuan actually had some attainments along the martial path apart from refining pills. Moreover, hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, his attainments on Sword Dao was even not low. Jun Tianyu had dealt with Yi Yuan for some time too, and knew that he was not someone to shoot his mouth off. To dare say so, he probably had some capabilities. But regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy, Jun Tianyu prostrate on all fours in admiration. But there were times a person's strength just wouldn't do. How high could Yi Yuan's attainments in Sword Dao be? Yi Yuan doing so was just a kind of compensation for dragging him into the water just now. The idea was nice, except the effects were likely totally non-existent. In Jun Tianyu's view, Yi Yuan's present level was completely unable to understand how high his current Sword Dao concept boundary was. "Lord Chairman, things are bad. Today, the moment the fragrant medicine pavilion opened for business, the door sill was crushed from the crowd. Early in the morning, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager went to find Xianxia in a fluster. The fragrant medicine pavilion's explosive scene frightened him badly. In comparison, their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company side here was deserted and quiet, practically without any customer. Xianxia frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The Tier 5 medicinal pills that the fragrant medicine pavilion unveiled, the medicinal effects are actually 40 to 60% higher than our varieties of the same kind, but the prices are even cheaper than after we discounted 20%. In addition, said the manager. The manager stammered but did not dare to continue speaking. Xianxia's expression darkened, and he said, "Speak." "Yes, Lord Chairman." In addition, Alchemy Saint, he was completely crushed by the Yi Yuan master and disciples yesterday. Overnight, it was like the martial artists in the entire city all knew the fragrant medicine pavilion's prowess. The manager said, "Bang." Xianxia gnashed his teeth hatefully and threw the teapot in his hand directly onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. "Go. Think of ways to get some of the fragrant medicine pavilion's medicinal pills over for me," Xianxia said solemnly. "This subordinate has already gotten them from some martial artists who purchased the medicinal pills. Here they are." The manager clearly knew how to handle affairs well. Without waiting for Xianxia's instructions, he already brought the medicinal pills over. But at this time, Xianxia was not in the mood of praising him at all. Snatching the medicinal pills over in a flash, he started scrutinizing in detail. But looking for a long time, Xianxia could not figure out what difference the medicinal pills in his hands was from his own too. "Go, get Alchemy Saint he to come over." "Hang on. Forget it, I'll go find him myself." Such a major matter, Xianxia could not wait at all. If it were really as the manager said, then the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would be facing its greatest crisis. The business that Xianxia laid down a foundation for in the ancient opulent city painstakingly would be encroached on to the limits by the Meteor Trading Company very soon. Although Tier 5 medicinal pills only belonged to the low-level market, it was also the largest market. If this piece were eaten by the fragrant medicine pavilion entirely, their business would probably lose 30 to 40%. This kind of loss, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company seriously could not bear it. Moreover, Xianxia also heard that the fragrant medicine pavilion even had an expert assisting behind and was even able to refine superior grade, even transcendent grade Tier 6 medicinal pills. If left to grow unchecked, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Originally thought that 2 plots were enough to deal a fatal blow to the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who knew that hitting the snake failed to kill it and was bitten instead? The fragrant medicine pavilion just opened for business day 2 and caused such a grave threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. What surprised him even more was that Xianxia, a dignified alchemy saint, actually lost to an alchemy sovereign just like this. Even though it was just on fire control, losing means losing, there was no excuses. Those martial artists purchasing medicinal pills would not listen to any excuses either. Xianxia found Xianxia very quickly. Initially, he was embarrassed to meet Xianxia, but he already came to find him. He could not very well avoid Xianxia either. But after Xianxia briefly recounted the enormous crisis the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was facing, Xianxia had no way of being calm too. He originally thought that yesterday's loss was just a one-time loss, did not affect the whole. Who knew that on the second day morning, he would hear such news like a bolt out of the blue. This? Why would the Tier 5 essence restoring pill add in Starnet's secret flower? And there is even moon foil heavenly sand? This doesn't adhere to medicinal theory at all. The strangest thing is that after adding in these things, the medicinal effect actually increased 40 to 50% compared to the original. This is simply inconceivable. Xianxia was deserving of being an alchemy saint powerhouse. Just by smelling it with his nose, he already found the aspects different from ordinary Tier 5 essence restoring pills. It was just that the way he saw it, adding in these things was simply downright nonsense and should ruin the medicinal properties of the core ingredients. But why would the medicinal effects rose so much instead after adding these in? A new type of medicinal pill emerging in the world would always cause alchemists to fervently research it. The composition of a medicinal pill actually did not have many areas that could be concealed. High-level alchemists could differentiate what kind of medicinal herbs a medicinal pill was constituted of just by using their noses. But to want to restore the pill formula through a medicinal pill, that was virtually something impossible. Because each type of medicinal herb's proportion, quantity, were all unable to restore to its original form, let alone the method of refining and how the fire should be controlled. Alchemy was an extremely precise work. Even if it were wrong by a wee bit, what was refined would be useless pills too. But this did not hinder Xianxia's gasps of admiration towards this Tier 5 essence restoring pill. Alchemy saint can this medicinal pill be restored to its original form? Xianxia asked rather cautiously. Xianxia heaved a sigh and said, with my strength, it's definitely unable to restore the pill formula. This medicinal pill looks trivial and normal on the surface. But the refining method is extremely mystifying and done by an experienced alchemist. If I want to crack it, there's likely only sending it back to the headquarters. It's just, I don't know if the alchemy emperor powerhouses in the headquarters can restore the pill formula or not. Restoring the pill formidable, although it was virtually impossible, there was still that little bit of hope. If not, there wouldn't be some very popular pill formulas circulating too. But to want to restore the pill formula, it normally required strength that transcended multiple ranks. This is because their understanding towards medicinal theory and pill refinement had already reached an extremely profound boundary. If luck was good, they could still fumble out some trick to it through some attribute relationship between the spirit medicines. Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Even alchemy venerables are unable to restore to its original form? Xianxia shook his head and said, in my opinion, alchemy venerable experts won't cut it too. If this medicinal pill is refined by Yi Yuan himself, then his attainments in alchemy are absolutely above mine. It's just that his cultivation is lacking. That's why he's not able to refine Tier 6 and above medicinal pills. But if it's like this, then that person behind him, his strength would be too terrifying. Although unwilling to admit it, the truth in front of him still made Xianxia candidly admit defeat. Xianxia was horrifyingly shocked when he heard that. This was just a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Logically speaking, alchemy venerable powerhouses should be able to restore the pill formula. But Xianxia said such intricate pill must have alchemy emperors to work on it. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "This batch of medicinal pills are of great importance. We'd better send it back to the headquarters. Later, I'll make clear the situation to Lord Deacon. If these medicinal pills really can have their pill formulas restored, it will absolutely be highly beneficial to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." Xianxia nodded his head, clearly in approval of Xianxia's view too. Under normal circumstances, alchemy emperor powerhouses would not even be bothered to take action and restore such low-level medicinal pills. But in Xianxia's view, if the pill formulas of these medicinal pills could be restored, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would have profits pouring in. Because the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branches were everywhere, spanning several major regions. Once popularized, these few types of medicinal pills would absolutely be money trees. Regardless whether the headquarters agree or not, these medicinal pills must all be sent back. Xianxia believed that with upper echelon's vision, they would absolutely be able to discern these Tier 5 medicinal pills' value. And at this time, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu were currently facing opposite each other. "Brother Jun, I'll demonstrate a set of martial technique now, named Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. You have to look closely. 9 sword stance." Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 figures suddenly divided. 9 streaks of swordlight merged into one, charging straight for the horizon. Jun Tianyu was a person extremely arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Regarding Yi Yuan's enthusiasm, although he did not say anything verbally, he was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. But the moment Yi Yuan's 9 swords stance appeared, Jun Tianyu's countenance suddenly changed. "Supreme true intent. It's actually supreme true intent," Jun Tianyu exclaimed in shock. But Yi Yuan did not answer. The second move was unleashed. 1,000 flowing petals. Myriad rain sword blades. Rending the sky. Each move he executed, Yi Yuan's sword intent blossomed a degree more. When it reached rending the sky this style, Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to an unrivaled degree. Jun Tianyu's sword intent was involuntarily spurred on by Yi Yuan. The sword intent on his body appeared rather disorderly. Under Yi Yuan's sword intent, his sword intent was actually somewhat going out of control. One had to know that he was 2 major cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. Such a bizarre thing would actually occur. By the time Yi Yuan finished displaying the 4 styles of sword moves, Jun Tianyu had looked at Yi Yuan and smiled bitterly as he said, "Younger brother Yi, you've kept me bitterly in the dark. You and I have been acquainted for so many days, and I actually didn't know that you were even a sword path expert. What made me even more astonished was that you actually even comprehended supreme true intent." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not that I intentionally hid it, it's just that I didn't have the chance to take action these few days. Moreover, even if I comprehended supreme true intent, my cultivation realm is still a little too low when all is said and done." Right now, all the people in the city knew that an alchemy path genius appeared on ancient Opulence Street and even crushed alchemy Saint He. But the world did not know that this alchemy path genius was also a martial path genius at the same time. A martial path genius who comprehended supreme true intent. Although Yi Yuan's supreme true intent had yet to be perfected, to a holy land, there were not many people able to comprehend a supreme true intent in total as well. One should not look at how Jun Tianyu's strength was formidable and not far from comprehending supreme true intent either. But to really reach the point of comprehending the elementary form of supreme true intent, he still had a very long way to go. As for reaching perfection, it would probably be his life's pursuit. While Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was clearly not too far away from perfection already. To such a young martial artist, this was simply an inconceivable thing. "Younger brother Yi, you really astound me too greatly. Even for super holy lands geniuses, there aren't many able to comprehend supreme true intent at your age either." If Holy Lands know that you comprehended Sword Dao to this kind of extent, they will definitely treat you like a treasure, Jun Tianyu said. Hoo, I don't like to be waited upon by other people, nor do I need to be attended to by others as well. Brother Jun, leave this matter aside for the time being. Let's exchange notes properly on Sword Dao these few days. Hopefully it can be of assistance to you, Yi Yuan said. Jun Tianyu nodded and said that will be for the best. These few years, although Jun Tianyu delayed some cultivation time because of Lu Yiru's affairs, the main thing was still that he fell into a bottleneck. Not everyone could be like Yi Yuan, comprehending true intent by admiring the sight of a blossom shower. And on this point, no one was able to help Jun Tianyu transcend the bottleneck. But Yi Yuan was different. His comprehension on Sword Dao was extremely deep and already touched the true meaning of Great Dao. Him giving pointers to Jun Tianyu frequently let him have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Having an expert to give pointers when at this kind of bottleneck would yield the effect of twice the result with half the effort. And Yi Yuan did not have the intention of holding back either, talking about his own comprehension towards Sword Dao for Jun Tianyu to hear. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this trip probably would not go that smoothly. Therefore, the stronger Jun Tianyu's strength was, the more assurance regarding their safety. Of course, Yi Yuan did not idle away himself either. For this trip, Yi Yuan did not stint to employ the Chaos Gems to slow down the flow of time. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, Yi Yuan did not lack Earth Essence crystals for the time being now. All sorts of resources piling up, he broke through his bottleneck very quickly. Cultivating nearly for 6 months in the vast Heaven Pagoda, Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries in a row and finally broke through to the 4th level Divine Traversing Realm, reaching Middle Stage Divine Traversing Realm. But after reaching Middle Stage Divine Traversing Realm, Yi Yuan's consumption of resources became even scarier. The 100,000 merit points earned from He Shuming there was actually expended fully in these 6 months. For He Shuming 100,000 merit points, it was actually not considered much. But to the ancient opulent city's ordinary martial artists, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. And Yi Yuan actually only broke through 2 minor cultivation realms after using finish these 100,000 merit points. If he let other martial artists knew, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse that he was prodigal. But Yi Yuan had no choice to. Each time he broke through a minor cultivation realm now, the essence energy required was several times of ordinary martial artists. The medicinal pills expended was naturally sizable too. Fortunately, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business these few days was extremely good. Yi Yuan spent fast, earned even faster. From the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business until now, it was merely 10 short days. And in these 10 days' time, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already completed the counteroffensive against the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, virtually monopolizing the medicinal pill business of all martial artists under Boundless Realm. There was no other choice. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's Tier 5 medicinal pills were cheap and good. Only a fool would not come and buy. And the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's approach squeezed the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company enough for them to choke. Their discount sale was originally only planning on carrying out for a month. But now they were forced to continue the discount indefinitely. Xianxia originally thought that a month's time was sufficient to take down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, who knew that he was squeezed until he had no mood to have a temper now. Except, even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company lowered prices to sell Tier 5 medicinal pills now, the ancient opulent city's martial artists still did not buy it. This reduced the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profit margin even more. No advantage in quality, no advantage in price. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company fell into a huge predicament all at once, their profits shrinking by a large margin. In just 10 days, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits directly shrunk by 40%. This kind of situation delighted Xianxia and Li Huixing greatly. Being suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company for so many years, this turnover battle was fought extremely beautifully. Although they lost 20% profit because they offended Yi Yuan, they still had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment now. The one even happier was Yu Ming. This feeling of sitting at home and counting money was simply too awesome. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming 5% shares. Although it was only 5%, he got rich overnight now as well. The feeling of counting money until one's hands had cramps was simply too wonderful. Yu Ming still had a feeling like he was dreaming until now. But these few days he also learned many things following behind Li Huixing. Yi Yuan handed such an important matter to him. He naturally did not dare to be perfunctory. Yu Ming was a clever person. He knew that everything today was all given by Yi Yuan. His emotional investment had already received immense return. But to want to sustain it required even more hard work. Yi Yuan lacked a competent helper in the fragrant medicine pavilion, and if he did not perform well, there would naturally be people to come and replace him. Just as the fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight was extremely flourishing, Xianxia finally dropped in. Alchemy Saint He, Master Yi, will rest and reorganize for a bit in Clear Reed City. Then head for that ancient grotto. That grotto isn't far from here. I worry that the long night will be fraught with dreams. Better to enter earlier. Xianxia and the others came to a neighboring city, Clear Reed City, through the transmission array. But after Xianxia arrived here, he seemed unwilling to stay in the city. No idea if it was concern about his junior or things he wished to hide. Regarding this, Yi Yuan and the rest naturally did not have objections. This trip, Xianxia brought along Luo Fong and several late-stage Boundless Realm followers. The party of 8 to 9 people was rather conspicuous. On He Shuming's side, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company also sent out a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist to protect him. In this group of people, just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 5. Of course, He Shuming this Heaven Enlightenment Realm was basically equivalent to useless, a little better than nothing. Along the way, He Shuming naturally faced Yi Yuan with fierce glares. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent air. Towards this kind of ridiculous provocation he did not care at all. As long as the Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist he brought could not beat Jun Tianyu, naturally no one dared to touch him. Through Yi Yuan's bout of giving pointers, Jun Tianyu finally advanced another level on sword intent. Although he still did not comprehend a supreme true intent, he found the path to comprehending a supreme true intent. The party stopped over for a short while, then they headed straight for that ancient grotto. The ancient grotto was situated on a chain of mountain ranges. Xianxia actually found the grotto's entrance directly through no idea what kind of means. Accurately speaking, it was a stretch of precipices. Everyone looked for a long time, but there was no entrance at all, only ice-cold rocks. Xianxia frowned and said, "How can it be? It should be here. Why isn't there an entrance?" He Shuming said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, could it be wrong?" Xianxia slowly shook his head and said, "The location Junior Apprentice Brother transmitted to me is definitely here beyond doubt. It's just that there is no entrance. How did he enter? Everybody split up and search. See if there are any places resembling an entrance." Those subordinates he brought all scattered, searching for the ancient grotto's entrance in the surroundings. Very soon, someone shouted, "City Lord, Your Excellency, there's a stretch of stone stakes here." Everyone went over to take a look. Indeed, they saw a stretch of stone stakes 500 feet in circumference. "It's an array formation. As long as we crack the array formation, we'll be able to enter the grotto," He Shuming said with an excited look. Regarding breaking into the ancient grotto this time, Xianxia made a solemn promise to not only give He Shuming a large reward, but the things obtained this trip would also belong to himself. Therefore, He Shuming was still quite enthusiastic about this exploration. Speaking of which, He Shuming was indeed an alchemist whose strength was rather formidable. Not only did he reach the Alchemy Saint realm in pill refinement, but he also reached Tier 7 level in the formation's path too. Therefore, he recognized that these stone stakes were an array formation with a glance. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Does Alchemy Saint he have any confidence in crack the set of array formation?" He Shuming smiled and said, "Leave it to me. If even I can't do it, everyone can only just look on powerlessly as well. However, City Lord, Your Excellency, in our agreement for this trip, it didn't include this segment. Among the people present, there was only him, one Tier 7 array master. If even he could not do it either, then indeed no one could do it. Except, He Shuming did not know that among this group of people, there was still a Tier 9 array master. He Shuming's view was around the same as Jun Tianyu's. Yi Yuan had immensely high attainments in alchemy. In other areas, he was probably just a normal person. Yi Yuan naturally recognized that these stone stakes were a set of array formation with a glance. But he had not seen this set of array formation before. Moreover, Yi Yuan perceived that even though this array formation's rank was not high, there were several areas extremely easy to make mistakes. The person who set up the array formation clearly wanted to intentionally induce people to be duped. Yi Yuan was originally planning on making a move, but looking at He Shuming being so enthusiastic, he could only shut his mouth and not speak. This trip, his strength was the weakest. Better to be more low profile. If He Shuming was really able to crack the array formation, then it was naturally good. But if he could not, it was also not late for him to step forward then. It was just that since the owner of the grotto dug so many traps, their group of people was probably going to suffer some hardships. He Shuming blackmailing right away, Xianxia naturally had unhappiness in his heart. Except, at this sort of time now, where would he go to find another array master? Alchemy Saint He. Rest assured. After I rescue my junior, the rewards promised to you will add another 10%, Xianxia said. He Shuming was overjoyed once he heard and said, "Hey, it's still City Lord Your Excellency who is straightforward. This he will crack the array formation right away." As he said, he came to the middle of the stone stakes and directly pushed a stone stake that was slightly higher all the way underground. These stone stakes had different heights. The thickness was different too. The method to crack it was to press down some crucial stone stakes. This area of land had around 1,000 stone stakes. The array formation formed was also quite profound. After He Shuming pressed down one stone stake, he stopped for a moment and found another stone stake to press down. When Yi Yuan saw He Shuming press down the first stone stake, he involuntarily shook his head slightly. But Jun Tianyu noticed this minute action of Yi Yuan and asked softly, "Why? Anything wrong with He Shuming?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Very wrong. This guy bragged so confidently, I even thought that he has some skill. Didn't think that the first step was wrong. Be careful, in a while there will probably be something unforeseen." Jun Tianyu was slightly startled in his heart when he heard but secretly went on alert. He didn't think that Yi Yuan was actually even proficient in the formations path. This guy, what did he not know? Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu did not have much doubts, because he had long witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess before. Crack! He Shuming pressed a stone stake down once again. All of a sudden, it seemed to have triggered something. Everyone's faces changed. "Not good. Everyone, be careful!" Xianxia cried out. His voice had yet to fade when countless arrows shot out from all directions, interweaving into a large dense net, enveloping everyone inside. Swoosh! 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 The power of the arrows was extremely strong. Even Heaven Enlightenment Realm Powerhouse had to respond cautiously too. "You few, come to my side," Xianxia said to those few boundless realm followers. With this, Yi Yuan finally experienced Xianxia's strength. He abruptly released essence energy out, wrapping those few followers inside immediately. Countless arrows pierced right through his essence energy barrier, but became weak and feeble without any threat at all. But He Shuming did not have such formidable strength. Even though he was Heaven Enlightenment Realm too, his strength was too poor. Although his essence energy protective screen was able to defend against those arrows as well, it caused considerable injuries to him. This was still under the circumstances where that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse he brought here helped him block the majority of the arrows. The arrows lasted roughly 15 minutes time before ceasing completely. The clothes on He Shuming's body was already poked into a hornet's nest by the arrows. He suffered external wounds that were not light himself too, looking very miserable. What made him even more awkward was that he solemnly pledged to crack the formation earlier. The result was that it actually ended up like this. His face involuntarily felt as if it was burning red hot. "Alchemy Saint He, didn't you say leave it to you just now? Is this how you guarantee things?" Xianxia said with a grim look. Earlier, He Shuming raising the price on the spot. Xianxia tolerated it in order to go in. But the result was great. This fellow smacked his own chest so loudly but incurred a body full of stench. It would be weird if Xianxia could have a good temper. He Shuming had an embarrassed look but said unconvincingly, "My method to crack the array was clearly fine. But why was it this kind of situation? Could it be that the way to open the door is not to crack the array?" The moment Xianxia heard, his brows could not help furrowing. Concerning He Shuming's ability, he was still aware of it. He shouldn't be shooting his mouth off. After all, he received injuries himself earlier too. Playing this kind of games had no benefits to him at all. Could it be that this was really not the way to enter the ancient grotto? Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. When Xianxia heard, he said in slight amazement, You, Master Yi actually even knows array formations? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Know a thing or two. Bullshit. I clearly already cracked the array formation just now. These stone stakes are simply used to delude people. Boy, don't add more to the disarray. Could it be that you still want those things just now to come one more time? He Shuming interjected. He Shuming saying these words naturally had his selfish calculations. On the one hand, he really felt that he already cracked the formation just now, but he did not get the desired outcome. On the other hand, he was also somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan, afraid that he could really crack the formation. Through the past two incidents, He Shuming was already very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan. He always felt that Yi Yuan was very freaky. God knows if he really knew array formations or not. Indeed, once He Shuming said this, Xianxia began to hesitate. Although those arrows earlier were formidable, it was still barely manageable. If a big one came again, they might just have to all perish here. This ancient grotto was clearly not some friendly land. Otherwise, there also would not be so many mechanisms coming out before even entering the grotto. But Yi Yuan shot He Shuming an indifferent glance and said, Cracked the array formation? You really boast shamelessly. Your first step was already wrong, and you actually even thought that you cracked the array formation. Ignorant to your kind of level is also considered to have reached a certain realm. He Shuming's expression changed, but he said stubbornly, Hey, you say wrong. Means it's wrong? Boy, don't pretend to know when you don't know. This set of array formation is definitely an ancient array formation. Even if you really know array formations, how can you possibly see through the profundities of the array formation with a single glance? Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? The first stone stake you press down, that's a trap. This is actually not hard to differentiate. You look closely yourself and you'll know. The moment He Shuming heard this, his gaze involuntarily looked towards the stone stake once more. He Shuming scanned for a short while, then his face suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. But he reacted very quickly and hurriedly put away his expression. But it was already too late. Who was Xianxia? The changes in the expression on He Shuming's face was long taken into his sights. Xianxia gave a cold snort, but did not pay attention to He Shuming anymore, and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to take action to crack this array formation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and directly entered among the stone stakes with a leap. Different from He Shuming doing it step by step, Yi Yuan was already very clear regarding this array formation in his heart. So he did not stop the slightest bit at all, pressing down one stone stake by one stone stake right away. When He Shuming saw Yi Yuan's actions, his gaze involuntarily sharpened as he smacked his thigh and said, My word. Why didn't I think of that? So that's how it is. As he was saying, He Shuming suddenly felt Xianxia's gaze and said with a somber face, This punk must have watched me crack the formation first before perceiving the deceitful trick in it. City Lord, Your Excellency, you mustn't be deceived by him. Hoo-hoo, He Shuming, all the way until today, only now did I know that the word shameless was created specially for you. When you pushed down the first stone stake earlier, Yi Yuan already said that you got it wrong. Which also means that he already cracked the set of array formation long ago. You're actually still claiming credit for yourself. Truly shameless to the extreme. The Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, suddenly said with a laugh. He Shuming was just about to rebuke only to hear a creak. Yi Yuan already pressed the final stone stake down. Rumble. The originally bare cliff actually started to fragment at this time, forming the shape of a massive door. And this large door was currently opening slowly. This array formation was actually really the key to opening the ancient grotto. Ha ha! Master Yi is indeed impressive. Not like some people only know how to brag. Xianxia was also filled with displeasure towards He Shuming right now. It was just that he might still need him to take action at the back that he did not fall out. Thinking back now, He Shuming was clearly that sort with superficial knowledge. Boasted to the skies, but could not do it at all and even extorted a price right away. Yi Yuan, in contrast, he was already crystal clear about the array formation made up of these stone stakes long ago, but he did not mention a word about remuneration. With this contrast, the two parties' disparity was too huge. This Xianxia clearly hung around inside the trading company for a long time, his body exuding the stink of profit-seeking mentality all over, turning people off. Xianxia had a gloomy expression and did not say a single word by the side. But he hated Yi Yuan even more bitterly to the core. Inside this ancient grotto, if there's a chance, you must kill this boy, Xianxia transmitted to his companion. Okay, responded his companion, a heaven enlightenment realm expert. Since the entrance of this ancient grotto is already opened, the matter brooks no delay. Let's hurry in. Xianxia was clearly eager to rescue and about to move inside immediately. Wait a minute, Yi Yuan said in a low voice. En? Master Yi, is there anything wrong? Xianxia said curiously. Someone is lying in wait at the side, Yi Yuan said. Xianxia was startled inwardly and could not help looking around. They had already been here for a period of time and he actually did not discover that there were people lying in wait at the side. Ha ha, Xianxia, you came to my territory, but why didn't you let me know? Everyone is familiar with each other. You got to at least let me perform the duties of a host, no? The moment the voice rang out, over a dozen figures leaped up, surrounding Xianxia's group in the center. When Xianxia saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily darkened. Pei Wenxiang, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang looked at Xianxia with an amused look and said smilingly, Xianxia, these words, I should be the one asking you, right? You came to my territory to conduct illegal activities. As Clear Reed City's city lord, shouldn't I investigate a bit? Xianxia said with a cold sneer. Heh, investigate? You guys hide at the side furtively. You probably don't have good intentions, right? Pei Wenxiang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, haha. If not for you leading the way, this city lord would really not know that there was still such a secret grotto in my own domain. Furthermore, you all even opened the front door for this seat already. Really, thanks a lot. Pei Wenxiang suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, a divine traversing realm brat who's not only able to crack an array formation that even a tier 7 array master couldn't crack, he's even able to discover us, these people who ate breath-concealing pills. Truly quite capable. Initially, I couldn't discover you people either. But the moment I cracked the array, someone amongst you guys became emotionally agitated, giving a trace of yourselves away. Yi Yuan said coolly. The breath-concealing pill was not considered a very ingenious medicinal pill in the divine realm. But it was a very practical medicinal pill. It was a very decent medicinal pill to use for lying low and tracking. It was just that the flaw of the breath-concealing pill was as obvious as its application, that was that the breath could not have the slightest trace of undulation. Otherwise, one would be exposed. That instant Yi Yuan cracked the formation just now when the ancient grotto opened up, there was clearly someone who was overly surprised when seeing this scene, resulting in revealing a trace of a flaw. But even so, that hint of a flaw was definitely extremely minute. Otherwise, it was also not possible that even Xianxia and Jun Tianyu, this kind of powerhouses, did not discover it. Yet, this tiny trace of flaw was captured by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang glared fiercely at the group of people behind, clearly very discontented by them making this sort of low-level mistake. The people Pei Wenxiang brought over were much stronger compared to Xianxia's group of people. Just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 7 to 8. In terms of strength, they absolutely overpowered Yi Yuan's side. Therefore, even if exposed, he had nothing to fear too. Pei Wenxiang sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said with a smile, Boy, from just now, I've constantly been observing you. When that idiot triggered the arrows, I even thought that you were dead for sure. But I didn't expect that those arrows didn't even touch the fine hair on your body. Later, you cracked the array formation and even detected our existence. Truly remarkable. Boy, come and work for me, how about that? What Xianxia can give you, I'll double it. No, I'll give you triple. Xianxia could not help being startled inwardly when he heard that. He did not expect that Pei Wenxiang would actually snatch away his people right in front of him. And he also did not notice that Yi Yuan actually relied on his own ability to withstand the arrows earlier and even thought that it was Jun Tianyu assisting by the side. The might of those arrows earlier was absolutely not what a divine traversing realm could withstand. But Pei Wenxiang said that those arrows did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Without any doubt, apart from pill refining, Yi Yuan still had many abilities that he did not know of. And these abilities were very likely to have an impact on the success or failure of this trip. The price which Pei Wenxiang gave, anyone would be moved. He did not have much restricting relationship with Yi Yuan at all. If Yi Yuan really threw his lot in with the other party, then his losses would be huge. Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang, this guy. Xianxia was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. City Lord Pei, I'm grateful that you think highly of me. Joining your side is no issue. Hearing these words, Xianxia's expression became ugly to the extreme, while Pei Wenxiang had a delighted look. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly switched his tune. But it will have to wait until after this trip wraps up. Pei Wenxiang's expression darkened, and he said, Are you messing with me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. How can this be called messing with you? This Yi has my own principles when doing things. I've already promised City Lord Ing for this trip, and I naturally have to do what was entrusted to me. After this trip is over, there naturally won't be any binding relationship between him and me too. At that time, wouldn't joining Clear Reed City satisfy both sides? Pei Wenxiang said with a cold sneer. Brat. Looks like you still haven't figured out the current situation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm very clear about the current situation. You want to kill us, of course it can be done. But you at least have to pay the price of 5 to 6 people dying. If my conjectures are right, these few people should be the majority of the elites under you, right? If they all die, what right will you have to explore this ancient grotto? Of course, you can also report the situation here to the Holy Land and let the Holy Land send people to come and explore. But what has that got to do with you? City Lord Manor Pei. Pei Wenxiang laughed coldly and said, 5 to 6 people? You're thinking too highly of Xianxia, no? He's my vanquished foe. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Who I'm talking about is naturally not City Lord Ing. Brother Jun is very famous in ancient opulent city. He once exterminated an ancient opulent city's major aristocratic family by himself. Dealing with 3 to 4 people shouldn't be an issue, right? Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, You're that Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said indifferently, It's precisely this Jun. Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised though. He did not expect that Jun Tianyu's reputation was actually so great. Even Pei Wenxiang actually knew about him. Xianxia perceived Yi Yuan's doubt and explained, The Holy Land solicited Jun Tianyu before but was rejected by him. Jun Tianyu is someone likely to comprehend a supreme true intent. The Holy Land naturally values him greatly. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that Jun Tianyu was an outstanding talent grazing in the wild. Ordinary people getting a Holy Land solicitation would definitely join without any hesitation. After all, the resources in a Holy Land were far from what a small city like ancient opulent city could compare to. But Jun Tianyu was an exception. He rejected the Holy Land's invitation without any hesitation. Brother Jun's decision is correct. Going to the Holy Land will only bury his talent. People who practice the sword devotes particular attention on freedom and being themselves. Where the person is going, the sword is headed. Although the resources of a Holy Land are generous, it will also restrain a martial artist's body and mind, restricting his comprehension towards sword Dao from there. Since time immemorial, all the people who had supreme accomplishments in sword Dao were mostly factionless. Yi Yuan evaluated. Jun Tianyu smiled when he heard that and said, My parents gave birth to me, but Yi Yuan alone understands me. Ha ha! His actions were even denounced by many people back then. He did not expect that many years later he would be fervently supported by Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of sharing the same views and path. Moreover, Jun Tianyu knew that Yi Yuan's comprehension in sword Dao flung him several streets behind. Saying this sort of words naturally had the greatest right to speak. This also proved that his choice back then was correct. Except that although he knew Yi Yuan's master of the sword Dao, the others did not. Humph! A divine traversing realm boy babbling about sword Dao. Truly don't know what you're talking about. Fine, consider it your win. However, you guys all walk in front for me. Pei Wenxiang said somberly. He also did not expect that Xianxia actually brought Jun Tianyu here. This indeed made it rather troublesome for him. Therefore, Pei Wenxiang changed his mind at the last minute and decided to explore this ancient grotto together with Xianxia's party. Finding these guys to be cannon fodders seemed to be a pretty good choice, too. You, Pei Wenxiang, don't go too overboard. On what basis should we scout the path for you? Xianxia said furiously. Based on that my strength is greater than yours. If you feel discontented, feel free to clash with me. Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Even if Jun Tianyu was here, their side's strength was still absolutely powerful. 8 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a rather terrifying force. Yi Yuan gave Xianxia a signal with his eyes and said, "Fine then, you're ruthless. We'll take the lead then." Just like this, a group of people entered one by one into the ancient grotto. After their figures vanished in the cave, rumbling sounds came from behind. The precipice actually changed, returning to its appearance before they cracked the formation array. Seeing this sort of situation, Pei Wenxiang's expression changed. Looks like the way out is already cut off. We can only advance forward, Xianxia said with a cold smile. After entering the ancient grotto, there was a stretch of open area before their eyes. But very soon, someone discovered something amiss. Inside this grotto seems to have formed a universe of its own. I'm actually unable to fly. Everyone was alarmed inwardly when they heard that. Maneuvering essence energy a little, they discovered that they were indeed unable to fly. This grotto is indeed extremely bizarre. No wonder with junior apprentice brother's strength, he got trapped here too, Xianxia said with furrowed brows. Junior apprentice brother? You're talking about Su Yan? Pei Wenxiang appeared rather surprised. Xianxia nodded and said, Junior apprentice brother unintentionally discovered this grotto, but he did not expect to get trapped here. I only knew about here after I received his transmission. Pei Wenxiang said in astonishment when he heard that Su Yan's abilities are above yours and mine. Even he got trapped here. Hearing the two people's conversation, everyone's hearts tightened too. Looks like this grotto was not some easy-to-get-along place. Just how strong the strength of the Su Yan from their mouths was, nobody knew. But it could be confirmed that he was stronger than these two mighty city lords. Even that Su Yan got trapped here. How the result of this trip would be was not easy to say. But Xianxia's expression changed and he said, City Lord Ing, you didn't say that your junior's strength is even more powerful than yours. Actually, this was the idea of whoever entered first was the master. Although situations of juniors being stronger than seniors were common, under the vast majority of circumstances, the seniors' strength were all stronger than the juniors. When Xianxia heard that Xianxia's junior got trapped in the ancient grotto but had not died yet, he instinctively felt that this trip's danger was not high. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to come here. Xianxia said coolly, I didn't say, you didn't ask either, no? You. Xianxia choked up right away. Pei Wenxiang's eyes swiveled around, and he said with a smile, Xianxia, this is your fault. Breaking into such a dangerous place, you got to at least make clear the relation of interest and harm with your companions. This current sort of situation, aren't you clearly cheating people? Pei Wenxiang, can you be any more shameless? Xianxia said with a cold snort. This sort of sowing dissension method was indeed overly obvious. Xianxia was not a fool either. How could he possibly not tell? But one had to acknowledge that Pei Wenxiang's words had indeed struck the bottom of his heart. Moreover, now that the story played out like this, how could Xianxia not perceive that Xianxia deliberately concealed the danger level of this trip? He was afraid that he and Yi Yuan would not be willing to come, so he did not state clearly. Though the method was a little coarse and shallow, the effects were excellent. Actually, Pei Wenxiang was not concerned with Xianxia's mood. He secretly scanned Yi Yuan's expression, but the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm all the way, as if he did not hear it. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. All right, everyone says a few words less. The way out is already cut off now, saying anything is also late already. Everybody better advance ahead and explore. If there's anything, exiting this grotto then talk about it isn't late either. Luo Fong immediately stepped forward to smooth things over when he saw that the situation was not good. This current sort of situation, everyone did not have other alternatives either and could only continue advancing forward. Before long, a large river blocked in front of everybody. We're all unable to fly. This large river has no bridge too. How should we cross? This large river was bare on the surface and did not even have a bridge. Everyone was immediately stunned. Right now, everyone was all unable to fly. Could it be that they all had to wade through the river? Yi Yuan's gaze flashed briefly, and he casually tore off a corner of his sleeves and threw it in the water. The silk quality of his clothes was very soft and very light. But the moment it fell into the water, it actually vanished right away, sinking to the bottom of the water. Xianxia could not help exclaiming in shock when he saw the situation. Weak water. This is definitely weak water. 800 miles of quicksand world. 3,000 weak water deep. Goose feather unable to float. Reed catkins sink to the bottom. 1. With Xianxia crying out, everyone's countenance changed abruptly. Rumor goes that weak water stems from the lands of extreme west. Why would it appear here? Legends has it that weak water is untraversable. What should we do now? Everyone exchanged glances and were actually at a loss on what to do for some time. Pei Wenxiang mused for a moment, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan and asked, "Boy, you're able to discover the peculiarities of it. You must have a way to cross it, right?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists are all helpless. What measures do I, this divine traversing realm rookie, have?" Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and then said with a cold smile, "If you have no methods, then you're useless already. Why not I throw you down the river right away?" He turned his head to look at Jun Tianyu and said, "Don't glare at me with that sort of gaze. No matter how powerful your individual strength is, it's also impossible to be our match. Moreover, even if you really make a move, you're probably not my match either." Pei Wenxiang had long seen through that Ying Tianya's side was divided into 3 factions. Ying Tianya's own faction, Xianxia's faction, and Yi Yuan's faction. Ying Tianya's side's overall strength was the greatest. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's side who only had Jun Tianyu alone. Easier to need. Humph. Do you really take this thing as someone who only knows how to eat rice and does nothing? Ying Tianya said. Pei Wenxiang laughed and said that Alchemy Saint clearly doesn't trust you anymore. Making a move now, you'll have even less of a chance of victory, no? Therefore, you'd best keep your mouth shut. You. Ying Tianya was choked badly by this. But his gaze looked towards Xianxia there and discovered that Xianxia seemed to really not have the intention of intervening. Very clearly, that side had already completely broken away from this side. If they really fought, he might even stand on Pei Wenxiang's side. Pei Wenxiang turned to Yi Yuan again and said smilingly, "How is it? Thought it through yet? Ying Tianya duping you over here clearly have no good intentions. Could it be that you're still going to work for him?" Yi Yuan shot Pei Wenxiang a glance and said, "The path is under your feet. It's just that you can't see it." "En? What does that mean?" As he was talking, Pei Wenxiang could not resist lowering his head and saw that he just happened to be stepping on a diagram of a lotus platform under his feet. "Try using strength to step on it," Yi Yuan said. Pei Wenxiang was just about to stamp down, but he changed his mind at the last minute and said to Yi Yuan, "You step it." Jun Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Better let me." Yi Yuan stopped him with a hand gesture but stomped down with one foot. Creak. The next instant, a scene which left everyone dumbfounded happened. On that large weak water river, 1 lotus platforms after another actually appeared. The positions of these lotus platforms were all very disorderly, but between each one was roughly 1 step's distance. These lotus platforms suspended on top of the weak water, leading straight to the opposite shore. Just who was this grotto owned by, to actually have such mystical means? With these lotus platforms, we can reach the opposite bank. A boundless realm martial artist was incomparably agitated and raised his foot, wanting to go and test if these lotus platforms were solid or not. "Don't step on it," Yi Yuan cried out, but it was already too late. That boundless realm martial artist actually trod on emptiness and fell into the large river with a splash. Gurgle. That boundless realm martial artist did not even get to cry out and was engulfed straight away by the weak water. Everyone was all alarmed when they saw this scene. Pei Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, are you messing with me? These lotus platforms are not for use to cross the river at all." Yi Yuan said helplessly. Your subordinate was also too impatient. I even yelled out for him to not take on it, but he just wanted to do it. What could I do? You. Pei Wenxiang could not help feeling stifled. Everyone all heard clearly just now that Yi Yuan indeed yelled out. It was just that the shout was slightly late, that was all. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped beautifully. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say anything as well. Punk, don't play games with me. Otherwise, I'll throw you down immediately. Pei Wenxiang threatened. Go ahead and throw. I want to see just how you cross the river. Don't blame me for not warning you. These lotus platforms are real and illusory. One wrong step and you'll fall into the weak water. Yi Yuan said. What do you mean? Pei Wenxiang said grimly. These lotus platforms are indeed objects for crossing the river. It's just that each lotus platform was refined and formed through special methods. An array formation is inscribed on top of each one. And these lotus platforms together make up another large-scale array formation. If one doesn't know the way to clear the hurdle, they will be like that subordinate of yours, treading onto nothing and falling into the river. Yi Yuan explained. Everyone drew a cold breath when they heard. They did not expect that there were actually still such mystical objects. Looks like the means of ancient martial artists were truly not what could be compared to presently. Which is also to say that apart from Yi Yuan, there is no one able to cross this river? Xianxia said. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say that. Isn't there still an array master here? Maybe he has ways. Everyone could not help looking over towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face felt as if Ti was burning hot. He naturally also perceived that these lotus platforms were formed from array formations. But to talk about being able to cross these lotus platforms, he did not have any confidence at all. Enough crap. Start crossing the river now. You go on the lotus platform first, Pei Wenxiang said with an impatient face. Fine, fine, fine. Your fist is big. Whatever you say goes. Yi Yuan walked in front of the first row of lotus platforms with a helpless look. Everyone all held their breaths, waiting for Yi Yuan to take the first step. Actually, the people on Pei Wenxiang's side and Xianxia all hoped for Yi Yuan to fall right down. But they were also worried that after Yi Yuan dropped down, they would really have no way of crossing the river. Then there was only waiting to die here. Yi Yuan did not walk onto the lotus platform right away, but slowly shut his eyes, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. In an instant, the positions of all of the lotus platforms were all imprinted inside Yi Yuan's mind. Heart-like monolith. Terrific. Boy, I really don't know how you, this brat, cultivate to actually be so monstrous. The knowledge and experience of the divine realms people were far from comparable to the lower realms. The moment Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm, it was discovered by Pei Wenxiang. Of course, the ones shocked were not only Pei Wenxiang. There was even Xianxia and Jun Tianyu. Pei Wenxiang did not know. But the two of them knew that Yi Yuan ascended from the lower realms. A lower realms martial artist was actually able to comprehend heart-like monolith. This was simply something inconceivable. Especially Jun Tianyu, he discovered that the more time he spent with Yi Yuan, the less his understanding of Yi Yuan was instead. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his eyes at this time and slowly lifted his right foot, stepping onto a lotus platform in front. The other martial artists were all nearly suffocating. They very much wanted to see what kind of outcome Yi Yuan's feet stepping down would be. Yi Yuan's right foot slowly landed and finally stepped onto the lotus platform. Tread down solidly. With this, everyone's suspended hearts finally eased up. Excellent. Turns out that these platforms really can cross the river, someone said excitedly. However, when Yi Yuan placed his other foot onto the lotus platform too, a scene which made them stare with their mouths agape happened. Apart from that lotus platform Yi Yuan stood on, all of the lotus platforms vanished without a trace. What's going on here? Where are those lotus platforms? Only one lotus platform. How to cross the river? Pei Wenxiang said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan did not speak, but turned right and tread out a foot directly. Yi Yuan's feet landed right onto a lotus platform without deviation. While that lotus platform he stood on previously likewise vanished from sight. This? How can it be like this? The hearts of the martial artists which had just eased up tightened up once again. Only when there were people on the lotus platform would it manifest itself. When there was no one, the lotus platforms would not appear. Which was also to say that if one did not remember the positions of the lotus platforms, it was very likely to step onto nothing and drop down. The lotus platforms were not large, just nice able to put down both feet. If it was like this, then it could only be one after another. Furthermore, there must not be any bit of error at all. Even if one stepped wrongly by half a foot, it was the possibility of falling down too. Like this, it was easier for those at the front to not make mistakes. But the people behind, who could guarantee not making errors at all, stepping exactly onto the footprints of that person before? Moreover, the further they walked, everyone's footsteps would more or less have some minute deviations. The likelihood of falling down was greater too. This way, who walked at the front was very important. Pei Wenqiang stood on the position Yi Yuan was standing at before with a leap without any words. Not the slightest bit off. Clear Reed City's martial artists, all follow me closely. Don't step wrongly. Heaven enlightenment realms in front, boundless realms behind. One after another. Look closely under other people's feet. Pei Wenqiang said. Humph. What right do your Clear Reed City's people have to go first? Going on these lotus platforms, who cares about who? At most, fight it out to the death. Xianxia said with a cold snort. You. Fine, you go first. Our two sides go one by one. You have no objections now, right? Under this sort of circumstances, Pei Wenqiang had no choice but to compromise too. If they were to fight on these lotus platforms, all of them were doomed. Jun Tianyu did not speak at all by the side. Suddenly, he received Yi Yuan's transmission in his sea of consciousness, saying, Brother Jun, this is the lotus platform's distribution diagram. You memorize the positions well. Make sure not to step wrongly. The voice had yet to fade when inside his sea of consciousness actually had an additional diagram. It was precisely that the distribution diagram of those lotus platforms previously. Jun Tianyu was astonished inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually able to portray such a distribution diagram with the power of the divine soul. It was truly fantastical. Okay, I've memorized it, Jun Tianyu replied. Aren't you guys moving yet? I'm leaving first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out right away, stepping onto a lotus platform once more. Punk, you're ballsy. Pei Wenqiang roared, but his feet did not dare to remain, hastily catching up. Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop at all but became increasingly faster instead. He knew the distribution situation of the lotus platforms like the palm of his hand. The places he stepped was also not the slightest bit off. Pei Wenqiang followed step by step behind and did not have the time to think about other things at all. His pair of eyes glued tightly at Yi Yuan's legs, not daring to make any mistake at all. Everybody keep up. Make sure not to step wrongly. Everyone was not allowed to think too much either. The martial artists at the back all kept in pace one after another. Of course, the boundless realms could only stare blankly and did not dare to go up at all. This place had a bunch of heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. Wasn't snatching with them courting death? Jun Tianyu did not have the intention of moving while he Shuming and his companion followed after the Clear Reed City's martial artists. Only after they all went up did Jun Tianyu take his time to step onto the lotus platform. Only after was it those boundless realm martial artists. These boundless realm martial artists' strength were meager but benefited from Jun Tianyu inadvertently. While at this time Yi Yuan's steps were getting faster and faster. Towards the back, he actually used one foot to step onto the lotus platforms. Even if Pei Wenqiang's strength was exceedingly great, his forehead was also matted with sweat beads. All the nerves in his body were tightly wound up, fearful of making a hint of mistake. If he missed a step, that was no joke. He did not have Yi Yuan's heart like Monolith powerful heart realm, and was unable to accurately determine the positions of each lotus platform. There were around 10,000 lotus platforms on the river. Wanting to not make any errors at all along the way was very difficult. Some areas still had to be advanced in a roundabout way and not advance forward all the way. Yi Yuan could even be face-to-face with the people behind sometimes. It was just that those people were all glued to the feet of the person in front and did not have the energy to go and care about him at all. Because Yi Yuan's speed increase was very sudden. Apart from Pei Wenxiang and Inauthentic, the others were half a beat slower. This also made a cut-off form between them and not one following the other. When it was just starting, the other martial artists were still able to barely not make mistakes. But towards the back, there was gradually someone unable to sustain anymore. Arg! A tragic cry. Finally, someone missed a step and fell into the surging river water and was instantly drowned. This tragic cry was extremely ear-piercing, startling everyone. The martial artists behind that person all stopped their footsteps and actually did not dare to move anymore. The martial artists at the back were covered in sweat and actually did not know where to step. In contrast, Yi Yuan bloomed lotuses with each step, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Leisurely and unhurriedly. Before long, Yi Yuan leaped and actually arrived at the opposite shore already. While at this time Pei Wenxiang already fell behind him quite a few lotus platforms. But Pei Wenxiang never took his eyes off of Yi Yuan's footsteps all along and already memorized the positions of these few lotus platforms. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang landed, the suppressed fury in his heart very much wanting to erupt out. This Yi Yuan was clearly walking so fast intentionally, so as to make those people behind all unable to keep up. Truly malicious, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. With so many of your subordinates to be buried with me, it isn't a bad choice either. Pei Wenxiang's face turned black, and he could not help turning around to look at river surface. This shock was by no means trivial. Apart from the three of them, everyone all stopped at the center of the large river. The person in the lead was precisely his subordinate. That person stood on a lotus platform vacantly. How was there any demeanor of a heaven enlightenment realm expert at this time? He was totally a helpless child. "See City Lord, save me," cried out that martial artist. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with a grim face and said through gnashed teeth, "You're very good. Looks like you really don't know how the word death is written." Yi Yuan supported his forehead with his hand and said, "Oh no, I'm the most scared of others intimidating me. Once I'm frightened, I'll become forgetful. Which step is he supposed to take next?" Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in anger but was completely helpless. He had his eyes fixed onto Yi Yuan's footsteps all along just now and did not remember how the whole route should be walked at all. Which was also to say that only Yi Yuan had the ability to bring his subordinates over to this side now. But Inauthentic at the sides did not make a sound. He knew the Yi Yuan doing that just now was not just in order to deal with Pei Wenxiang. There was even the intention of warning him in it. Concealing the risk of this ancient grotto, although Yi Yuan did not say, it did not mean that he had no complaints at all. Yi Yuan was trying to warn him through this incident that without him, Yi Yuan, forget about rescuing Su Yan from here. In all honesty, even Inauthentic himself also did not expect that he would actually have to rely on Yi Yuan everywhere after entering the ancient grotto. While they all, these heaven enlightenment realm experts, actually became completely useless and could only accept Yi Yuan's arrangements passively. Outside the grotto was like so, after entering the grotto was similarly like that. Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still compromised in the end. "Shoot away, what terms do you have?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Now this is the attitude of negotiating. My condition is very simple. Each person, 100,000 earth essence crystals." Yi Yuan's cultivation currently consumed earth essence crystals too fiercely. Catching a large fish now, how could he not butcher properly? Receiving money according to the number of people, this was Yi Yuan's specialty. Back then at the Grand Yen True Sect's ruins, he extorted the Heavenly Sky Sect just like this. Speaking of which, apart from earth essence crystals, it seemed like other things were not very useful to him either. Pei Wenxiang's two eyes went wide. "One person 100,000. Why don't you go and rob us?" 150,000. Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to bargain at all, adding 50,000 right away. Pei Wenxiang could not help choking up. This punk was too capable of profiting from other people's misfortune. Currently, he was fish on somebody's chopping board. Pei Wenxiang could not do anything to him either. There are 500,000 earth essence crystals. The remainder, wait until after they all cross over safely, then give you. Pei Wenxiang threw Yi Yuan a storage ring and said solemnly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the storage ring straight away. Then he yelled to that martial artist in the center of the river, 1 foot left. That martial artist was still hesitating when he heard Yi Yuan's words. But Pei Wenxiang yelled at the top of his voice, "Follow his instructions and walk." That martial artist did not hesitate anymore, advancing a foot's distance immediately. Indeed, there was a lotus platform which appeared under his feet. 2 feet left, 1.5 foot forward. The distance between each lotus platform was different. Yi Yuan was able to understand the mysteries of the array formation in such a short while and memorize the positions of 10,000 lotus platforms. How powerful a divine soul did this require? Previously, Pei Wenxiang kept walking with Yi Yuan and did not think that much. Now, only when listening to Yi Yuan directing his subordinates did he realize how monstrous Yi Yuan was. 1 foot right. Arg! A tragic scream. That heaven enlightenment realm martial artist at the front fell into the river immediately. Pity that he was quaking with fear on the lotus platforms for so long. In the end, he still fell down. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang's chest was about to explode from anger. To say that this was not intentional by Yi Yuan, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Oh my, really sorry about that. Should be 1.5 foot right. I remembered wrongly. This earth essence crystals not being the right amount. I'll remember wrongly when I'm careless. Really sorry about it. Too bad 150,000 earth essence crystals hit the waters just like this. Sigh. Yi Yuan's look of regret made Pei Wenxiang have an impulse to vomit blood. A heaven enlightenment realm was actually used to hit the waters by him just like this. This guy was simply detestable to the extreme. Consider yourself ruthless. Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he seriously could not get angry. He retrieved another storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "If any more slip-ups occur, even if they can't cross, I'm going to exterminate you too." Yi Yuan kept the storage ring and said with a smile, "Haha, with earth essence crystals everything is open for discussion." What followed was very simple. With Yi Yuan's guidance, the other martial artists all reached the opposite bank smoothly. It was just that crossing a river, Pei Wenxiang's side lost 2 heaven enlightenment realm martial artists all at once. Both sides' strength was evened out considerably all of a sudden. That instant when the clear Reed City's martial artists all landed, Pei Wenxiang suddenly erupted. "Go to hell, punk!" But right at the same time, Xianxia moved too. Boom! The 2 people directly clashed together with a palm, then fell into battle. "Luofang, protect you, Yuan." Xianxia did not forget to instruct Luofang. Yes, Luofang received the order. 8 people, 2 died. Apart from Pei Wenxiang, Clear Reed City was only left with 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. "The 5 of you attack together. Kill Yi Yuan." Pei Wenxiang likewise instructed loudly. Luofang's expression changed. It was completely impossible for him to deal with 5. Those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses already charged over with their weapons at the ready. But right then, a surge of sword intent shot up to the skies, surging straight for those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. Jun Tianyu's might was displayed fully beyond all doubt at this instant. He faced 4 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses alone and did not fall into a disadvantage the least bit. These 4 people were all elites brought over by Pei Wenxiang. Each person's strength was not beneath Luofang's. Jun Tianyu fought 4 by himself and actually even took the upper hand firmly. Seeing this scene, the Pei Wenxiang who was currently battling Xianxia furrowed his brows and yelled out to He Shuming, "Brother He, what are you still waiting for? Isn't that brat your sworn enemy? Not making a move at this time? When are you going to wait until?" When He Shuming saw this scene, the expression on his face became complicated. Originally, he had the mentality of sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Being spurred by Pei Wenxiang at this time, ripples immediately surfaced in his heart. To talk about killing Yi Yuan, he was 100 times willing. But under such circumstances, once he took action, he would completely break away from Xianxia. In ancient opulent city, falling out with the city lord was clearly not some wise move. After all, he was not alone by himself. Behind He Shuming was the entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. But Yi Yuan's fragrant medicine pavilion had already caused a serious threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company now. Killing him could sever all future troubles. He's shumming. If you dare to make a move, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can forget about surviving in ancient opulent city in the future. Xianxia shouted. So it's a member of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Brother feel free to make a move. If the ancient opulent city won't put up with you, you can come to my clear reed city, Pei Wenxiang said. Tan Wu do it. Kill Yi Yuan. He shumming finally made up his mind and said solemnly that Tan Wu was sent by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to protect He Shumming. He would listen to all He Shumming's orders. He Shumming issuing the order at this time, he naturally carried it out without any hesitation. Killing a divine traversing realm did not pose any difficulty for Tan Wu at all. But he still attacked without holding anything back. But right then Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan's figure lifted off from the ground and actually flew into midair. But facing a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless either. He flew right above the large river, not giving Tan Wu a shred of chance to attack at all. Seeing this scene, He Shumming's expression changed. Divine soul mystic art. Sword-driving flight. Everyone looked over, only to see Yi Yuan's 2 feet stepping on Xianying's sword, suspended above the large river, truly incomparably free and easy. In this ancient grotto, the others were all unable to fly. Who knew that a divine traversing realm boy was actually able to steer a sword and fly through a divine soul mystic art? This was something that no one expected. Back then, when Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was very low, he could already display the sword-driving technique with a divine soul mystic art. Now that he rose several major cultivation realms, his divine soul was more than 100 times more powerful. Displaying this skill of driving the sword and flying was naturally easily accomplished. And right at this time, Jun Tianyu cried out lightly, sword sweeping all directions. Violent sword intent surged forth wantonly, directly attacking the 4 heaven enlightenment realm martial artists surrounding him. Those 4 people, their strengths were not weak. But upon being assaulted by the surge of sword intent, they were still lashed flying out backward, each and every one of their chi and blood in turmoil. While Jun Tianyu seized this opportunity to turn around suddenly and charge straight for Tan Wu. How could Tan Wu be placed in the same category as Jun Tianyu's strength? Previously, it was just that everyone was exercising restraint all the way, so Jun Tianyu did not make a move all along. Seeing He Shumming dropping a rock down the well at this time, his killing intent surged forth and could no longer be concealed. To be able to let Jun Tianyu truly get angry, apart from Louis Ru, there was probably only Yi Yuan. Die! Jun Tianyu was truly enraged at this time and did not have the intention of holding back in the slightest. Tan Wu sensed that sword intent which blotted out the skies and covered the earth and knew that there was no way he would be spared. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Want to kill me, you have to pay the price too." With just the likes of you? Jun Tianyu could exterminate the entire Tao family with his strength alone. How could his strength be average? These few days, his sword intent already advanced a step further through Yi Yuan's guidance. His strength was more than a level stronger compared to before. Without holding anything back, Jun Tianyu directly eradicated Tan Wu like crushing a dead branch. Killing Tan Wu, Jun Tianyu wielded his long sword horizontally, and he blocked right in front of the huge river, saying in a cold voice, "Who else dares to touch my brother?" Hearing this furious roar, everyone's hearts were all slightly fearful. Those 4 heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses, not a single one actually dared to step forward. Tan Wu was already dead. No one else could pose a threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Pei Wenxiang forced backing Xianxia with one move, and the 2 people ceased battle as well. When Xianxia saw the Tan Wu who had already his head separated from his body, a chill ran down his spine. Ever since eradicating the Tao family after he warned Jun Tianyu, he really had not seen him take action again. Back then, when he destroyed the Tao family, Xianxia's strength was more a level stronger than Jun Tianyu still. Now that several years had passed, he did not expect that Jun Tianyu's strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Seeing it today, Jun Tianyu improved considerably again compared to several years ago. Even if he faced off with Jun Tianyu, victory or defeat was hard to say. Jun Tianyu utterly suppressed everyone with his might. Xianxia naturally did not know that actually Jun Tianyu was at a bottleneck all along these few years. It was still through Yi Yuan's guidances recently that he broke through the bottleneck, and his strength getting the development of advancing by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan controlled the sword and slowly landed beside Jun Tianyu, opening his mouth and saying, "Brother Jun, thank you very much." Jun Tianyu said coolly when he heard that. "Why say thanks between you and me?" Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Jun Tianyu's strength was actually this powerful. Jun Tianyu's boundary was more or less the same as his 4 subordinates. He initially thought that with 4 against 1, even if they could not obtain victory, suppressing should be achievable. Who knew that not only could the 4 of them not suppress him, Jun Tianyu even instantly killed Tan Wu straight away. Now, under such circumstances, him wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was undoubtedly a fool's talk. "Jun Tianyu, looks like you're bent on making things difficult for my Pei family?" Pei Wenxiang said with a solemn face. Hearing that, Jun Tianyu did not speak, but his brows creased together slightly. Very clearly, Pei Wenxiang's words made him rather hesitant. "You're a member of the Pei family?" Jun Tianyu said. "My elder brother is Pei Kuan. What do you think?" Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed again and said, "One of the 7 holy sons? Pei Kuan? Heh, looks like you know quite a bit." "That's right, it's precisely one of the 7 holy sons, Pei Kuan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xianxia," Pei Wenxiang said. Jun Tianyu looked towards Xianxia and saw him nod his head helplessly and knew that the words were not false. Pei Wenxiang saw that Jun Tianyu was somewhat apprehensive and was even more smug as he said, "Jun Tianyu, you're also aware of the 7 holy sun statuses in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even if your talent surpasses others, you completely can't afford to provoke 2. I don't need you to do anything either. As long as you don't bother with the matters between Yi Yuan and me, there will definitely be generous repayments in the future. I, Pei Wenxiang, will fulfill what I say." Yi Yuan knew what a holy sun signified in a holy land. With Jun Tianyu's strength, he indeed could not afford to offend one. Holy sons were those few juniors with the highest talents in a holy land. One person among them had the chance to inherit the Tao legacy in the future. Even if unable to become the lord of a holy land, they would also at least be a member of the Elders Association, possessing tremendous authority. No wonder Xianxia concealed so carefully when he entered Clear Reed City. Turns out that he was afraid of offending Pei Wenxiang, who knew that the moment he entered Clear Reed City, Pei Wenxiang already noticed him. But towards Jun Tianyu, Yi Yuan had a lot of faith. Indeed, Jun Tianyu just shook his head faintly and said, "Even if you're Pei Kuan's younger brother, want to touch Yi Yuan, you'll also have to ask the sword in my hand." "You. Fine, today's matter. I, Pei Wenxiang, have remembered it. After exiting this ancient grotto, I'll see how you live on in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land." Pei Wenxiang did not expect that Jun Tianyu was actually so persistent on Yi Yuan. He would rather take the risk of offending the Pei family than willingly let go. Jun Tianyu said coolly, "It's true that your Pei family is powerful, but to want to cover the skies with one hand in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, it probably can't be done, right? Whatever moves you have, feel free to execute them. This Jun will receive it. Brother Jun, rest assured, as long as Junior Apprentice Brother is rescued, I reckon that his Pei family won't dare to do anything to you either. Even though Su Yan isn't a holy son, his status is also not too far off." Xianxia voiced out too. Pei Wenxiang snorted coldly and said, "Then you also have to save Su Yan before talking." Pei Wenxiang did not refute Xianxia's words. Looks like even if this Su Yan's strength was inferior to the 7 holy sons, the difference was probably not huge either. A great battle ended without a conclusion just like this. Nobody could do anything to anyone. Everyone could only carry on forth and explore. What kind of damn place is this? Why does it feel like this place is filled with a sinister qi everywhere? Luo Fang could not refrain from cursing. Not just Luo Fang, the others had this feeling too. Crossing the river, waves of cold air invaded everyone's body. Though it could not do anything to them, it kept making people have an uncomfortable feeling. Yi Yuan naturally felt it too. But he did not have much sensation. The origin magnetism spirit wood was impervious to 100 evils. Regardless of whether it was the cold air or sinister qi, it all could not approach his body. You guys, look. There's a large hall ahead. Everyone was currently walking when a great hall came into everyone's view. It was just that this great hall was similarly overflowing with dense sinister qi, making people uncomfortable. There was a massive plaza in front of the great hall. There were many sculptures in the plaza. Those sculptures were all figures of beautiful women. Each one of them was graceful and charming, being strikingly vivid and lifelike. Some of them were hugging Chinese lutes, some were playing the zither, some were dancing gracefully rather like a palace orchestra. When everyone walked near, they discovered that these beautiful women were all incomparably stunning, and actually made people have a feeling of unable to keep it under control. Heh. It's a shame that these beauties are all sculptures. If they were real people, then us brothers will be able to get some satisfaction. Everyone says that dying while relishing a woman, they can be merry being a ghost too. No idea who made these sculptures. Their luck with beauties aren't shallow. When these martial artists saw these beautiful women sculptures, each and every one of them were all incomparably intoxicated. Indeed, these sculptures were too lifelike, just like a real person. The expression on their faces were also all very natural. Furthermore, their seductiveness emerged in endless streams, causing a lethal attraction towards men. These women like born naturally in order to enthrall men. Right then, beautiful music suddenly sounded in the plaza. The music rang in everyone's ears like it was being played, bewitching their minds and spirits, incomparably intoxicating. And right at this time, those beautiful women in the plaza actually came to life one by one, and they started performing in front of everybody with extremely spellbinding forms. Ha ha ha! Come here. Give this lord a kiss. Girlie, come. Sit on this lord's lap. How could the martial artists traveling together still endure it? Each and every one of them all pounced towards those beautiful women. For a moment, the entire plaza was incredibly disorderly. Even those Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were all inebriated in it too, unable to extricate themselves, including Pei Wenxiang and Ing Tianya. The one slightly better was Jun Tianyu. The expression on his face was seemingly painful, showing an appearance of struggling. But his eyes already gradually became hollow. Brother Jun, focus your mind and be unmoved. All of a sudden, this voice was like a bolt out of the blue, dragging Jun Tianyu back to reality. He abruptly startled awake. Looking around, he discovered that the rest were all hugging those sculptured beauties. Some were kissing the faces of the beauties frenziedly, others were groping wildly on the bodies of the beauties, showing all sorts of ugly behaviors. Jun Tianyu lamented to himself in shame. If not for Yi Yuan's tolling bell-like divine sense transmission just now, he would probably also be like the rest now, right? If it were really like that, his sword heart would surely become somewhat regretful, and he would be unable to pry into the great Tao anymore in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, why are you? Jun Tianyu was very curious too. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was the lowest here, but only he alone was not affected. He examined himself that his will was firm, and it was very hard to suffer this kind of temptation. But earlier, even he nearly got trapped inside too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "These beauties aren't sculptures at all, but they were refined and formed from living people. Their bewitching arts attainments must be exceedingly high when they were still alive. Therefore, they are still able to cause immense beguilement against martial artists after death. I felt something amiss right after coming to this plaza, so I entered heart-like monolith realm straight away. Therefore, I wasn't affected. If it were under normal conditions, Yi Yuan would also succumb by accident. But as long as he heightened vigilance for these sort of bewitching arts to want to beguile him, it could not be done at all. The so-called heart-like monolith, unmovable by the 8 winds, heart realm boundary itself was the nemesis of these bewitching arts. He was naturally not affected. It was just that Yi Yuan's words made Jun Tianyu jump in fright. He exclaimed, "What did you say?" They are all refined from living people. How is this possible?" Jun Tianyu looked at those sculptures, shock written all over his face. If not for Yi Yuan saying so, he would not think in this direction at all. But now, the more he looked, the more he felt that what Yi Yuan said was true. These sculptures were seriously too lifelike, vivid until it was exactly the same as a real person. The expressions of these beauties were remarkably lifelike as to be indistinguishable from the original. It was very hard for Jun Tianyu to imagine what kind of craftsman was able to sculpt such vivid sculptures. There was only one possibility: these were all living people. But these statues' bodies are all ice-cold, very similar to stone. Jun Tianyu still said somewhat disbelievingly. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I've researched ancient alchemy skills. In the ancient era, there's a kind of drug called petrifying powder. After people drink it, their entire bodies will become stiff like stone, and their expressions would also remain at that instant petrified at forever. I think that these beauties were probably drugged with petrifying powder, that's why they became like so, right? Then what's going on with them?" Jun Tianyu pointed at the rest and said, "These women were definitely playing a musical piece before death. After they petrified, their living souls were confined in their bodies by someone, forever unable to break out. They died harboring resentment, so when there are living people drawing close to them, they will exercise all of their abilities before death to beguile the living people. When they lose themselves inside completely, their divine souls will leave the body, forever unable to return back into their bodies." Yi Yuan said. Jun Tianyu was stricken with fear. These women's bewitching arts were exceedingly formidable. These heaven enlightenment realm martial artists could not withstand it at all. If not for Yi Yuan's warning, he probably could not endure for long either. And according to what Yi Yuan said, wouldn't the others be in grave danger? Then, what should we do now? Save, or not to save? Jun Tianyu said hesitantly. Yi Yuan said, "This ancient grotto is very sinister. Who knows how many dangers are at the back? Our greatest foe right now isn't them, but the perils here. Leaving them to die freely might not be a good thing for us. An existence able to refine such bizarre sculptures was probably not that easy to get along with. Inside this grotto was riddled with dangers. If it was Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu, two people, it was very hard to continue. If really encountered anything, having a bit more people would have more hopes of surviving instead. Then, how to save? To talk about killing enemies and fighting, Jun Tianyu was very adept. But encountering this kind of thing, he could only have a blank look. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, muttering incantations in the air. A wave of majestic soul force spread out. Jun Tianyu's eyes turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan oddly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's soul force was actually so horrifyingly powerful. Shatter! Yi Yuan suddenly gave a light cry. The voice was not loud, but the penetrative force was immensely powerful. The prajna sounds still reverberating in the plaza was actually sent scattering immediately by this cry of Yi Yuan's. At the same time, Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted into everyone's sea of consciousness. This shout was undoubtedly enlightening the benighted to them, dragging them back to reality directly. Pooh pooh pooh. What am I doing? Disgusting as hell. My God. What the hell was I doing just now? Gah, I don't want to live anymore. Humiliating to death. The bunch of martial artists all flushed with shame, discovering that they were doing shameful actions. Some sculptures' faces were slobbered with saliva everywhere from kisses by the martial artists. Looking disgusting as hell. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "These guys have really heavy tastes. If let them carry on developing, who knows what else they will be doing at the back." Jun Tianyu chortled with laughter and said, "Human nature? Human nature? Ha ha ha." Although he very much wanted to endure, Jun Tianyu still could not hold back in the end and let out a burst of roaring laughter. When the others heard his laughter, each and every one of them wished they could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. If these sculptures were really beautiful women, then forget it. But each and every one of them actually did this sort of things to statues, seriously disgraced all the way back to their grandmother's house. Xianxia came in front of Yi Yuan with his old face scarlet red and asked, "That, Master Yi, were you the one who saved us?" "That's right. If not for Yi Yuan, you all would be dead. Even your divine souls would probably never reincarnate for all of eternity." Previously, some people still wanted to kill Yi Yuan. What irony! Jun Tianyu suddenly put away the laughter and said with a cold snort, Pei Wenxiang was embracing two statues earlier, his hand already reaching inside the dresses of the statues, doing all kinds of indecent actions. The appearance was unspeakably wretched, and Jun Tianyu's words were clearly said for him to hear. Hey, high-sounding words. This grotto is extremely bizarre. He's afraid that when we die, he can't exit by himself, right? Don't try that with this Pei, I won't thank him. Pei Wenxiang was not dumb. He figured out Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. No matter what, Yi Yuan saving you is a fact, Jun Tianyu said with a frown. Seeing Pei Wenxiang's manner, Jun Tianyu was rather regretted rescuing him. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Brother Jun, no need to say too much. Yi Yuan did not hope that Pei Wenxiang would be grateful for anything either. Arguing about him with this had no meaning whatsoever. Everyone all back away, Yi Yuan suddenly said. The other martial artists exchanged glances, but they ultimately still listened and backed away. Even the Pei Wenxiang and He Shuming, who were the most opposed with Yi Yuan, both retreated to one side sensibly. Although he was completely ungrateful towards Yi Yuan verbally, in the depths of the bottom of Pei Wenxiang's heart, he still had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan's life-saving action. Even if there was only that tiny hint, it was ultimately still there. Regardless of what objective it stemmed from, Yi Yuan saved his life after all. So this time he did not sing a different tune with Yi Yuan for the first time ever. Moreover, he was also very curious just what Yi Yuan was trying to do. It was only to see Yi Yuan arrive before a beauty and suddenly extend his finger, tapping on the glabella on that woman. A faint wisp of soul force invaded into the sculpture flowing along his finger. Immediately after, a scene which astonished everyone happened. That sculpture actually emitted a faint light halo. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, that sculpture suddenly shattered into dust, and a faint phantom appeared in front of Yi Yuan, exactly identical with that statue before. Very clearly, this was that statue's divine soul. When that divine soul saw Yi Yuan, she actually gave him a deep bow. Except, that divine soul phantom was seemingly as if an illusion, practically almost dissipating already. This divine soul was imprisoned for countless years and was already weak to the extreme. She was completely unable to open her mouth to speak anymore. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and walked in front of another sculpture and did the same thing. That statue disintegrated to dust very quickly too, only leaving behind a faint phantom. That phantom similarly gave him a deep bow, incomparably gratefully, looking delicate and pitiful. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and walked towards another sculpture. Just like this, Yi Yuan walked over towards sculpture after sculpture, turning each statue into dust. What's going on here? Could it be that a woman's divine soul is imprisoned inside each statue? Xianxia said in amazement. These are not statues at all but refined from living people. Jun Tianyu heaved a slight sigh and recounted the situation Yi Yuan discovered for everyone, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. This kind of means was seriously too cruel. Just what kind of person was the owner of this grotto, to actually be able to resort to such vicious means? No wonder these women's beguiling powers were so formidable. This sort of towering resentment, ordinary people probably can't withstand it, right? Xianxia said in astonishment. Just what kind of measure did this brat use to actually be able to resolve these women's grievances? Pei Wenxiang said in shock. Everyone was stricken with fear. Only now did they discover that Yi Yuan's methods were simply inconceivable. For this sort of cruel means where the divine souls being imprisoned to the point they showed resentment billowing to the skies, there was only the path of annihilating them completely. But Yi Yuan used an unknown method. Not only did he rescue these divine souls from the bodies, he even made each and every one of them incomparably peaceful. If my conjectures are right, what he used should be the divine soul mystic art, soul-soothing art. It's just that cultivating the soul-soothing art to this kind of boundary, it's simply inconceivable. He Shuming suddenly said. Soul-soothing art? How is that possible? Such inconceivable means was actually just such a low-level soul-soothing art. Pei Wenxiang said in astonishment. Any kind of means, when trained to an exceedingly high realm, would also become inconceivable. It's just that very few people can do it. Yi Yuan's soul-soothing art has probably reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity already. He only attempted to undergo communication with these girls and make these girls put down the resentment in their hearts, and they can also break away already. Among these people, the one who studied divine soul mystic arts the most was Xianxia. Therefore, he had the greatest right to speak as well. The soul-soothing art was just a more coarse and shallow divine soul mystic art used to expiate dead souls. Xianxia knew this divine soul mystic art too. Moreover, his attainments were not low. Therefore, he could tell what Yi Yuan was doing. The soul-soothing art which Yi Yuan used was very different from what normal people used. But that sort of familiar divine soul undulation could not be hidden from Xianxia. It was just that what made Xianxia amazed was that Yi Yuan using this move was completely at his will at the tip of his fingers. Yi Yuan communicated with the divine souls of these girls, carrying a power veiled in mystery. Xianxia only had one word to give to this power's appraisal: convinced. No matter how great the grievances contained within the divine souls of these girls, they would all calm down under Yi Yuan's persuasion. The moment the resentment disappeared, these shells could no longer constrain them either, so they vanished into thin air. Very soon, Yi Yuan extricated all of the beauties. Several dozen faint phantoms appeared in the plaza. A woman dressed in yellow suddenly fell out of the ranks and greeted Yi Yuan by folding her hands at the lower right side, communicating with Yi Yuan. Sisters' divine souls are weak. Mei Xian thanks young master on behalf of the sisters for your grace of revival. Yi Yuan exonerated everyone just now and knew that this woman in yellow was called Qin Mei Xian. She was also the person whose divine soul was the strongest now. Of course, this so-called strongest was also merely just being able to have divine soul communication with Yi Yuan. Only this Qin Mei Xuan's divine soul was slightly more powerful at present and barely had the ability to communicate with Yi Yuan. Their divine souls were imprisoned for 10,000 years and were long feeble to the extent that it would vanish like a cloud at any time already. They did not have the strength to retaliate at all after breaking free from their own bodies. Alright, the restrictions on your bodies are already removed. From now on, you're all free. Past matters are over. You all return to samsara then, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all people with stories. But such a long time had already passed. The person who trapped them back then had probably returned to the earth as well now. But Qin Mei Xian shook her head and said, "Young master, us sisters have already discussed just now. We've decided to not enter samsara." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that and said, "I saved you all, is because I feel that you're all people with bitter fates. Though there are abominable matters, there are also some pitiable areas. If you guys refuse to come to your senses, then I can't be blamed." Qin Mei Xian was greatly alarmed when she heard that and shook her head repeatedly as she said, "Young master is mistaken. My meaning is that us sisters want to follow by young master's side and serve young master." Seemingly afraid of Yi Yuan refusing, Qin Mei Xian hurriedly said again, "Although us sisters are all divine soul bodies now, the lowest when we were alive was also phaseless realm strength, much stronger compared to those people. As long as our divine souls recover to some extent, I believe that we can still be of some help to young master." Towards Qin Mei Xuan's decision, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. To a divine soul who was imprisoned for countless years, the greatest release was nothing more than entering samsara. But these girls would actually willingly stay by his side and not be willing to enter samsara too. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Do you all still have some unfulfilled wish?" This, Qin Mei Xian could not help hesitating. Yi Yuan snorted coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Humph! Do you feel that this young master is very easygoing? Or maybe, you feel that this young master will accept a group of people with unknown backgrounds to be around me?" Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all not nice people when they were still alive. It was just that they were too weak currently. That was why they appeared all so pitiful. If he let them recover strength, they might do something. Therefore, talking to them, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. Qin Mei Xian was very alarmed when she heard that and said, "Mei Xian doesn't mean that. Actually," Qin Mei Xian suddenly switched to voice transmission and said, "Actually, us sisters were all captured by that demon back then. And among us, there's still the eldest sister. That demon gifted eldest sister to Purple Origin Heretic God to be a concubine back then in order to fawn on him. Eldest sister's debt of gratitude towards us is as weighty as a mountain. If without her, we'd have long died already. Even though we know that she's definitely not in this world anymore, we still want to take one last look at her. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together when he heard that, but titanic waves surged in his heart. These girls had actually experienced the era of divine Tao. The purple origin heretic god in their mouths must be a deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan was unmoved on the surface, but his heart already leaped to his throat. In this present era, no one was unmoved towards deity realm, these two words including him, Yi Yuan. In this lifetime, Yi Yuan's greatest wish apart from killing Ji Kanglin was to pursue that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. Qin Meixian did not detect the transformations of Yi Yuan's mental state at all and continued. Moreover, us sisters are truly endlessly grateful towards young master and want to repay young master's great kindness. Hence, that's why we wish to remain by young master's side. Yi Yuan said impassively, "All right then, you all enter inside my spatial spirit artifact first. Later, I'll refine soul-maintaining banners for you guys to let you all rest inside." Qin Meixian was overjoyed when she heard that and repeatedly said, "Thank you very much, young master. Thank you very much, young master." With a wave of his hand, Yi Yuan put them away inside the spatial spirit artifact. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan naturally would not utilize the vast heaven pagoda. The existence of the vast heaven pagoda, even divine king powerhouses would be moved too. The logic of not revealing one's wealth, Yi Yuan was still aware of this. Yi Yuan, you're still young. Make sure not to have your body milked dry by these vixens. Pei Wenqiang was very displeased when he saw that Yi Yuan actually took in these girls. These beauties nearly took his life just now. If they entered samsara, then forget it. But now, what did following Yi Yuan count as? Moreover, Pei Wenqiang saw that Yi Yuan and that woman in yellow actually communicated using divine sense later on. There must be more than meets the eye. It was just that the existence of Jun Tianyu, this thorn, made him incredibly wary. He could only make jeering remarks. Indeed, once he said that, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with strange gazes. Even if these girls were divine soul bodies, their looks were extraordinary too. Could this action of Yi Yuan's be to form a harem? Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent look and said, "This is my matter. What has it got to do with you? You, humph. Even if you want to indulge in sensual pleasure, you need to walk out of this ancient grotto too." Pei Wenqiang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Want to walk out of this ancient grotto? I advise that you better not have those devious thoughts. Let alone that your elder brother is whatever 7 holy sons, even if he is the Jade Emperor, it's useless here too." This sentence choked Pei Wenqiang badly, deflating his temper straight away. Originally, he really wanted to do some shady things, but with Yi Yuan saying it like this, he really did not dare to move anymore. Very clearly, apart from his cultivation realm being a little low, Yi Yuan's methods could be seen as if endless streams, more than what they could imagine. If without Yi Yuan, forget about those bewitching arts earlier, even that river of weak water earlier, they could not cross it. Walking all the way until now, the greatest reliance of their group of people was actually this divine traversing realm boy with the lowest cultivation realm. Yi Yuan, it seems like there are no other paths. Do we enter this hall or not? Xianxia came forward to ask. Yi Yuan darted him a glance and said, "Didn't you say that you can sense your junior's location?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "No idea why, I could still sense him outside the grotto. But ever since entering the grotto, we seem to have lost the connection between us." Yi Yuan could not help musing to himself when he heard that. If what Xianxia said was true, this place seemed to be exuding the thick smell of a conspiracy. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "No other choice then. Enter and check it out." Everyone came before the hall's door. But Pei Wenqiang and the others were all akin to birds startled by the twang of a bow, not daring to step forward. This ancient grotto was incredibly strange. Who knew if there would be any hidden mechanisms on top of this hall's door? Yi Yuan went forward directly to push the door and enter. But nothing happened. Only when Pei Wenqiang and the others saw the situation did they set their minds at ease, following Yi Yuan into the Great Hall. Transmission array! The moment they entered the hall, someone immediately exclaimed. Inside this great hall seemed to have nothing else, but actually it had 2 transmission arrays. And right at this time, a faint phantom condensed and formed. Everyone arriving at this place already passed the tests previously. You all are my Xianxia's fated individuals. My Xianxia's lifespan has already ended, but I didn't look for a successor and treat this matter as a regret. So before I passed away, I've prepared 2 paths for you all. That transmission array on the left, I've designed 3 tests for everyone. The person who passes can inherit my Xianxia's mantle. Everything that I, Xianxia, have learned and hoarded throughout my life are all behind this transmission array. As long as you all are able to pass through the tests, all of this is yours. That transmission array on the right leads to the outside world. People not willing to accept the test can leave of your own accord, the faint phantom said. The phantom was an old man dressed in a Taoist attire, long hair fluttering, with a sage-like appearance. But he called himself Xianxia One, making people's jaws drop. Very clearly, this Xianxia was the owner of the ancient grotto. And Xianxia's words immediately stirred up a huge uproar in the crowd. So, that weak water river and the beauties in the plaza from before were actually all tests. Looking at the situation now, this Xianxia is probably also a Tao profound realm powerhouse at least. If we can inherit his mantle, we'll soar to the skies with one bound. Hehe, inherit mantle? You guys are thinking too much, right? Those 2 tests previously were already so staggering. If we go in to accept the test, then what difference is there from seeking death? That's right. This place is so bizarre. What are we still staying here for? Our little lives are more important. These martial artists split into 2 factions very quickly. One faction wished to enter the transmission array on the left, while the other faction wanted to enter the right side transmission array and exit immediately. To these martial artists, the inheritance of Tao Profound Realm was too alluring. One had to know that the master of this Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also just a first-level Tao Profound Realm. If they could inherit Xianxia's mantle, it could really be said to be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Therefore, the majority of the martial artists all leaned towards the left side's transmission array. Master Yi, which side should we go? Xianxia listened and obeyed Yi Yuan's words readily now. If talking about who had the greatest right to speak here, it was none other than Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang did not speak, but hearing Xianxia asking, his ears unwittingly twitched too, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan had to say. But Yi Yuan said, actually, I want to know if we don't take both paths, what kind of outcome will it be? Not taking both paths? However, this hall doesn't seem to have other paths to take. Xianxia said. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when he laughed loudly and said, not taking both paths. There is naturally a third path to take. As he said, he circled around the 2 transmission arrays and came to the sides of a traditional square table at the back of the hall. This action of his immediately caught everyone's eyes. Everyone became curious with what He Shuming wanted to do. It was only to see He Shuming move one of the candlesticks on the old-style square table slightly. A scene which astonished everyone happened. A surge of essence energy flooded the entire main hall very quickly. Under everyone's stares, a third transmission array actually opened up behind those 2 transmission arrays. There is actually still a transmission array, concealed so deeply. Turns out that those 2 transmission arrays previously were actually both traps. Alchemy Saint, he is indeed well-deserving of being a Tier 7 array master to actually be able to find this concealed transmission array. If we entered one of them, it would probably be hard to escape this calamity. So close, so close. Being duped by that Xianxia just now, I almost fell for it. When everyone saw this third transmission array, each and every one of them huffed in relief. This third transmission array was concealed so deeply. Using ones but to think, the 2 previously were also both traps. That Xianxia made it so pleasant sounding to the ear. Thinking now, he had malicious intentions. He Shuming looked at Yi Yuan smugly, clearly putting on a display of strength. Ever since he knew Yi Yuan, he had been suppressed by Yi Yuan all round constantly. But when everyone was discussing which transmission array to enter just now, he discovered that this candlestick seemed to have some different aspects. The moment Yi Yuan said this, it clearly indicated that Yi Yuan made it out too. How could He Shuming be willing to let Yi Yuan enjoy all of the limelight alone? So he dug out this third transmission array right away to make a comeback. Indeed, looking at everyone's reaction right now, The effects of this action was excellent. Alchemy Saint and Tier 7 Array Master. These two plaques were not hung for fun. To the vast majority of people, this represented acknowledgement. In comparison, it was clearly much harder for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm to want to obtain the recognition of a bunch of heaven enlightenment realms and boundless realms. He Shuming found this concealed transmission array and was immediately praised to the skies by people. Especially Pei Wenxiang, he sent over raving compliments straight away. Master, he indeed lives up to your name. Just the skill in array formations, I think it's above some people. Pei Wenxiang said. Pei Wenxiang's words were actually said very implicitly. He had long perceived that Yi Yuan clearly saw through this concealed transmission array too. Otherwise, he would not have said it like that. It was just that in comparison to Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang clearly hoped for He Shuming to be able to take the upper hand more. Even though Pei Wenxiang knew that Yi Yuan's overall strength was much more formidable compared to He Shuming, to be able to irk Yi Yuan, he was still very willing. Haha, not at all, not at all. Just some insignificant skill. City Lord Pei is too courteous, He Shuming said with a delighted laugh. Seeing everyone finally give Yi Yuan the cold shoulder, He Shuming had unspeakable exhilaration in his heart. TCH, what is he even showing off for? Truly a vile character intoxicated by success. Luo Fong at the side said with an unhappy look. Their side had basically fallen out with He Shuming completely already. So seeing He Shuming's appearance of being proud of his success, Luo Fong was very displeased too. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Alchemy Saint, he has also been repressed for a long time. Just let him enjoy a little. After everyone flattered He Shuming for a while, the topic ultimately still had to return to which path to take. But since He Shuming found this concealed transmission array, seems like this question was unnecessary too. Since Master, he already found the genuine transmission array, then let's enter inside, Pei Wenxiang said in a clear voice. Hold on. Everyone was just about to set off, but they were stopped by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang said with a smile that wasn't a smile. What? Does Master Yi feel somewhat unwilling to submit now that you didn't find this concealed transmission array? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I naturally have no objections about you wanting to enter this third transmission array, but don't blame me for not warning you. If you really enter inside, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan's words made Pei Wenxiang alarmed inwardly, but he still had a disbelieving look on his face as he said, Heh, are you jealous of Master He? So you're deliberately exaggerating things to raise the alarm? I say, can you, brat, have a little breadth of mind or not? Yi Yuan said smilingly, all right then. Go on and then I won't stop you. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look, but it made Pei Wenxiang involuntarily waver. Their group of people being able to walk until now was all relying on Yi Yuan's measures. Pei Wenxiang already noticed Yi Yuan outside the grotto and felt that this boy was not simple. After entering, the various kinds of means Yi Yuan displayed made him feel even more curious. Now, Yi Yuan said that this third transmission array had a problem. Pei Wenxiang had no choice but to harbor all sorts of suspicions. Yi Yuan, don't think that you can use a few words to beguile the minds of people because you displayed some tricks previously. Why don't you say, if this third transmission array isn't the true passageway, then why is it hidden just now? He Shuming said unhappily. He was only smug for a little while just now and Yi Yuan came out again to stir up enmity. It would be weird if he could be happy. In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan saying this was absolutely beguiling the minds of people intentionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how about this, those willing to follow Master He into this third transmission array can go in right now. Master He, since this third transmission array was discovered by you, why don't your elderly self take the lead? I'll go then. Who's afraid of who? He Shuming being triggered by Yi Yuan like this could not keep his face anymore and walked towards the third transmission array. Everyone, don't fall for this punk's trick. This brat likes to play these little tricks the most. This third transmission array is absolutely fine. Those willing to follow me in, enter together, He Shuming said loudly. As he was speaking, He Shuming already walked to the front of the transmission array. But when he turned around, he discovered that not a single person followed. If Tan Wu was still around, he would definitely follow He Shuming. But sadly, Tan Wu was long killed on the spot by Jun Tianyu. The other martial artists exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually no one who moved. Even the Pei Wenxiang who lauded him to the skies earlier did not move either. He Shuming's old face turned bright red with a whoosh all at once. You all! This sort of situation was seriously too embarrassing. He was already willing to take the lead to enter, but the others actually did not give face. Except, concerning everybody's life and death, who dared to regard it lightly? If everyone knew absolutely nothing about Yi Yuan, they would definitely choose to believe he's Shuming right now. It was just that Yi Yuan's means, everyone had all witnessed it before. A word from him now, the weight was completely different. Even if they still harbored suspicions, they did not dare to easily brave the dangers either. He, Master He. Looks like everyone doesn't have any confidence in your judgment. But it looks like you're rather confident in your own call. Why not? You go in yourself then. Perhaps this transmission array leads to the divine realm, and you can return straight to the divine realm, Luo Fong said with a cold laugh. He Shuming wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. But Luo Fong's ridicule still made He Shuming calm down completely. If Yi Yuan really was not joking, then if he went in. Master Yi, which side should we take? In the end, it was still Xianxia who could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, I actually don't know which side to take either. If possible, I'd rather not take one. It's just that I feel the one we must not take the most is this third transmission array instead. Everyone was taken aback from shock when they heard this. Xianxia asked, why is that so? Yi Yuan said, actually, though this third transmission array is concealed to a formations path expert, it's not hard to find. Regardless who they are, as long as they are able to walk until here, whose formations path attainments would be low. Therefore, I feel that this candlestick is a flaw that Xianxia deliberately left behind. The goal is to make people take this third transmission array. Yi Yuan's analysis made everyone shudder with fear. They did not think in this aspect at all prior to this. Hearing Yi Yuan analyze it like this now, this hidden transmission array was completely a huge pit. This Xianxia was absolutely a person adept at scheming. Even when dead, he grasped the mental states of everyone perfectly too. Under normal circumstances, once a group of people discovered a hidden transmission array, they would definitely think that this hidden transmission array was the safe one right away. But in truth, this transmission array was the least safe instead. Then we'd better take the two transmission arrays previously, Xianxia said hesitantly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those two transmission arrays probably have danger too. But relatively speaking, it should be a little better compared to the third. But looks like if we don't pass through one of the transmission arrays, wanting to get away will likely be quite difficult. Yi Yuan already carefully surveyed this great hall before. Apart from these three transmission arrays, there did not seem to be other paths to take. Which was also to say that they must choose one of the transmission arrays to pass through. What to do now? Doesn't that mean that no matter which path we choose, there will be danger? Xianxia said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, nobody dares to guarantee what kind of situation is over at the transmission array's side. But if I have to choose, I'm leaning more towards that transmission array on the right. That transmission array on the right? Are you joking? How can there be such a bargain? If it's really as you say, how can that Xianxia possibly let us leave easily? Pei Wenxiang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what you said is right. Moreover, I know that most likely the majority of the people are thinking this right now. Furthermore, I feel that this Xianxia is deliberately setting up a misleading strategy. It probably is to make us think this way. Where this transmission array leads definitely isn't the way out. But it should be the safest path among these three paths. Yi Yuan finished talking. Everyone involuntarily started musing. If not for Yi Yuan, they would not have thought at all that these three transmission arrays actually contained such convoluted scheming. Seems like everyone had been led along by the nose by the Xianxia starting from when they walked into this grotto. It seemed like each step they took, it all could not escape that Xianxia's plotting. This kind of feeling was akin to a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, like a prickle on their backs. A dead man who had died for countless years was actually able to achieve such precise scheming. This person was simply too frightening. Everyone felt that what Yi Yuan said was very absurd, but they could not find a better reason to refute Yi Yuan. Moreover, they also perceived that Yi Yuan himself actually did not have a lot of confidence either, because no one knew where the transmission array led either. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's analysis was the greatest counterattack against Xianxia. Xianxia sucked in a deep breath, seemingly making a very firm resolution as he said, "Master Yi, I'll listen to you. We'll take this right-side transmission array." As he said, Xianxia actually walked straight towards that transmission array. Luo Fang immediately grabbed Xianxia when he saw the situation and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, better let me be in front." Finished talking, Luo Fang took a step and entered inside the transmission array. Xianxia did not have the least bit of hesitation either, directly entering the transmission array. "Brother Jun, let's go too," Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu nodded slightly and entered the transmission array together with Yi Yuan. These few people taking the lead to enter the transmission array, what else did the rest have to say? Very clearly, trusting Yi Yuan at this time, the chances of survival was absolutely much greater than trusting He Shuming. Pei Wenxiang was afraid of losing sight of Yi Yuan and entered the transmission array first. The others also entered one by one in succession. He Shuming had a look of dilemma and finally stepped inside too. When everyone all disappeared into the transmission array, the originally hollow eyes of that faint phantom of Xianxia actually became spirited. This Xianxia was originally just an array formation projection. At this time, it actually contained intelligence. Only to see Xianxia smile sinisterly and said, hey, what a clever boy. But to want to escape from the contingencies this old man set up, how can it be something that easy? Jeej. Amidst the strange laughter, Xianxia's faint phantom gradually vanished. A light flashed. Figures of people walked out from inside the transmission array. It was total darkness before their eyes. Even if martial artists' visual prowess far surpassed ordinary people, the areas they could see were merely around 100 feet or so. What? What kind of place is here? So dark. Why do I feel like we seem to have entered a tomb? With you saying this, it's really so. Could it be that this is that Xianxia's tomb? After a couple of words, everyone discovered this place's peculiarities very quickly. Could it be that this place is the true core area of this ancient grotto? Which is also to say that us coming over from this transmission array was the correct choice. Xianxia said. Xianxia knew that concealing the risk of this ancient grotto made Yi Yuan unhappy in his heart. Therefore, he basically stood firmly on Yi Yuan's side afterward, in order to obtain Yi Yuan's forgiveness. Xianxia was considered to have figured it out. Wanting to exit this ancient grotto, it still had to depend on Yi Yuan in the end. Therefore, him entering the transmission array without any hesitation earlier was in order to express his firm stand. Xianxia, stop flattering Yi Yuan. This place is full of sinisterness. There might be some danger. Saying that this path is correct now. Be careful not to smack your own face in a while, Pei Wenxiang said. Xianxia said with a cold smile, don't follow after if you have the capabilities. Already came and you're still making sarcastic remarks at one side. Your skin is really thick. You look at Master He, after entering, he didn't even let out a fart. This is being sensible. He Shuming's old face flushed red all at once again. But for the sake of keeping his small life, he still kept his mouth shut sensibly. Tan Wu already died. His position right now was very awkward. It was better to be a little low profile. Xianxia, you're courting death. What? You think I'm scared of you? The two people exchanged words, getting dangerously explosive for a moment. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Pei Wenxiang, just stop for a bit. Everyone is like ants on one line right now. If you really want to take the road to ruin, I won't stop you either. But if you want to leave alive, behave yourself a little. Keep stirring up trouble. I don't dare to guarantee that something won't happen next time. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, Yi Yuan, are you threatening me here? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Threaten you? With this bit of strength, how can I dare to threaten you? Or perhaps, in this place, do I have a need to threaten you? Inside this grotto was filled with dangers and did not need to threaten at all. When they encountered danger again, Yi Yuan just had to push the boat along the current would do. Pei Wenxiang also knew that the areas currently relying on Yi Yuan right now were many. This threat that wasn't a threat was very practical. He gave a cold snort and actually really did not speak anymore. The group of people continued exploring ahead, incredibly cautious along the way. But in a rare moment, no dangers appeared at all. No idea how long either, it suddenly became bright in front of them. They actually arrived at an open and wide zone. And how fragrant! What smell is that? It's actually so fragrant? All of a sudden, a wave of delicate fragrance came over, boring into everyone's nostrils, immediately making them have a feeling of refreshing their hearts and minds. When Yi Yuan saw everyone's intoxicated appearance, his expression involuntarily changed and he hurriedly yelled, "Don't smell! This fragrance is poisonous." However, it was already too late. Thud, thud, thud. The group of people fell weakly to the ground one by one. It was clearly the symptom of being poisoned. Why do I feel weak all over? Unable to use any essence energy at all. Just what the hell is this thing? To actually lose all essence energy with a sniff of the fragrance. The group of martial artists, they were all whining incessantly. They did not expect to succumb again by accident. Boundless Realm martial artists were all collapsed on the ground, unable to move at all. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were slightly better, but the situation was not very good too. That yell of Yi Yuan's had some effect in the end. The other martial artists sealed off their sense of smell right away. Only then did it prevent the tragedy of the poisoning deepening. You guys are also too careless. Inside this grotto is filled with traps everywhere. This light fragrance clearly problematic and you all actually still fell for it. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Not afraid of godlike opponents. Only scared of pig-like teammates. Already until now and these guys were all still so forgetful, succumbing so easily. Simply don't know how the word death was written. What kind of poison is this? I only sniffed a little bit just now and I'm actually weak all over. Feels like I'm unable to muster up essence energy, Pei Wenxiang also said helplessly at this time. His reaction was already very quick, but he still fell for it. Although it was not to the extent of collapsing to the ground like the others, if they were to fight at this time, he most likely was not even Yi Yuan's match. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "This is the floral fragrance of the strange nether flower, a poison specially targeting martial artists' essence energy. Those inflicted with the poison, their meridians will shrivel up, and they will be limp all over. Their essence energy can't be mustered up at all. If you all smell a little while longer, you don't need me to save you. You'll definitely go and meet King Yama directly." Yi Yuan's current mood was very foul. What made him unhappy was not that these people got poisoned, but the strange nether flower. In his previous life, the poison he and Ji Xingyang got inflicted with was refined using the strange nether flower. This might was incredible. Yi Yuan didn't think that he would actually encounter the strange nether flower again here. How could this not make him vexed? But the Tier 9 strange nether flower was extremely rare. Even with the Divine Realm's vast territory and abundant resources, it was very seldom to be able to see it as well. The rank of the strange nether flower these people smelled shouldn't be high. Otherwise, with their cultivation realm, how could they still be alive? Forget about them. Even if Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit would protecting his body, it could not ward off the poison of a Tier 9 strange nether flower too. However, Pei Wenxiang perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's words and could not help saying joyfully, "Your meaning is, you're able to treat the poison in our bodies." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I treat you?" Pei Wenxiang didn't expect that Yi Yuan's words previously actually came true so quickly. It was truly retribution. I can give you earth essence crystals. Also, I assure you that after you treat me, I absolutely won't make things difficult for you anymore," Pei Wenxiang hurriedly said. Yi Yuan took a look at him and said with a cold snort, "From entering the grotto until now, you finally said something decent. Brother Jun, you're poisoned the least. Stay behind and take care of them. I'll go find the way to get rid of the poison." In this group of people, Jun Chanyu's alertness was the highest. Therefore, he was poisoned the least. Except that hearing Yi Yuan's words, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You going by yourself is too dangerous. Better for me to come along with you. If these people die, then they die. Nothing to feel pity about." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, The flora fragrance of the strange nether flower is so thick, it should be nearby. I can handle it alone. Brother June better stay behind. This? All right then. After Yi Yuan left, Pei Wenxiang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Younger brother June, just what background does this Yi Yuan have? He possesses such strength at a young age. At the very least, he's also an alchemy emperor successor, right? Truthfully speaking, Pei Wenxiang really admired Yi Yuan very much. His bad temper towards Yi Yuan was primarily more on the fact that Yi Yuan did not give him any face. Jun Chanyu said coolly when he heard this, Younger brother Yi, is it? He's just a lower realm ascender. Pei Wenxiang nearly jumped up, exclaiming in shock, What? You're saying that he's just an ascender? Pei Wenxiang never would have dreamed that such a prodigious youth was actually just an ascender. As the ruler of a city, Pei Wenxiang was too familiar with ascender's strength. Among 1,000,000 ascenders, there might not be one with accomplishments. Even if there was one with accomplishments, it was also not possible to be this freakish like Yi Yuan. From outside the grotto until now, the various means Yi Yuan displayed was simply fantastical. An alchemy path genius like this was actually just an ascender. Hearing Jun Tianyu's words, the group of martial artists were very surprised too. For a moment, there were many discussions. And right at this time, a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. Who's there? Jun Tianyu's brows jumped up. If any enemy came at this time, it was not some good thing. That black shadow's profile gradually became clear. A young man dressed in a blue garment appeared in front of everyone. Junior. Su Yan. When Xianxia and Pei Wenxiang saw the arrival, they both had looks of astonishment. After Xianxia stared blankly, he immediately revealed an expression of wild elation. Junior. It's really great that you're all right. Xianxia immediately went up to welcome. But right then, Jun Chanyu grabbed hold of him. Brother Jun, what are you doing? He's my junior apprentice brother, Su Yan. With him around, he can ensure our safety. Xianxia even thought that Jun Tianyu was mistaken and hurriedly explained. Jun Tianyu's brows were tightly locked, an appearance as if confronting a formidable foe as he slowly said, There's a problem with this person. Sigh. I've been very close with Junior since young. I can recognize him even if he turned to ashes. What problem can there be? Xianxia said without a care. You told us previously that your junior was poisoned by a peculiar poison, so he needed an alchemist to come in and treat. But you look at him, how is there any hint of being poisoned? Jun Tianyu said. Senior apprentice brother, you take a look at me. Who else can I be if not Su Yan? The blue-clothed youth said with a smile. Xianxia was slightly hesitant. He also felt that it was somewhat amiss. The timing Su Yan appeared was seriously too coincidental. Moreover, if he was completely fine, why did he send him a message? You say that you're Su Yan? Do you have any proof? Xianxia said alertly. Senior apprentice brother, have you forgotten? Back then, we secretly descended the mountain and were punished by Master to repent facing the cliff for a year. Also, when we were small, I was bullied by our fellow apprentices. It was you who stepped forward to beat them off. Su Yan stated a number of incidences in a row and finally made Xianxia loosen up his guard. Even Jun Tianyu gradually became relaxed too when he saw Xianxia's expression. This sort of thing, if it was not the person in the flesh, it was completely impossible to know. Junior, it's really you. Xianxia went up to hug Su Yan with an agitated look. But right at this time, Su Yan suddenly smiled evilly and said, You fools actually delivered yourselves to the door one by one. Truly foolish to the max. Better let me exonerate you all. Yi Yuan finally found the strange nether flower all by himself following the floral fragrance. This was a sea of flowers, and at the center there was an altar. On the altar there was a massive coffin. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Hope spirit wood. Strange nether flower. Soul-sealing stone. No wonder there are so many strange nether flowers here. Turns out that it is to borrow the power of the strange nether flowers to seal up a divine soul. Looks like this ancient grotto is indeed a scheme set up to exist countless years. Yi Yuan said as his expression changed slightly. Strange nether flowers were able to make martial artists lose essence energy, but it still had another function. Coupled with hope spirit wood and soul-sealing stones, it could reduce the expenditure of the divine soul to the maximum degree. Yi Yuan saw that the altar was constructed entirely from soul-sealing stones at first sight, while the coffin was made from hope spirit wood. Assembling these things together and complementing with secret arts, one could seal up the divine soul and keep the divine soul from perishing. This sort of method was extremely obscure. Yi Yuan only saw it before in an ancient record. Now, seeing this altar and coffin, he immediately connected it together. Humph! Looks like this Xianxia has wishful thinking of resisting the heavenly Tao, wanting to obtain the opportunity to revive through this sort of means. Looks like Qin Mei Xian, they all being refined into puppets and placed in the plaza, was not by chance. This kind of method requires large numbers of martial artists' divine soul as nourishment, while us, these people entering the ancient grotto, precisely provides this kind of opportunity for him. Heh! Such insidious means, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. This sort of method was very vicious, requiring large numbers of living souls as a sacrifice. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very repulsed with this too. It was just that revulsion was revulsion. Even if he knew Xianxia used this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have that ability to counter it either. According to Yi Yuan's calculations, this Xianxia strength should be peak Tao profound realm. Furthermore, he had extraordinary attainments in the formations path and alchemy path. How could the contingency set up by such a person possibly be wrecked by a divine traversing realm boy? But Yi Yuan could confirm one point. Being able to arrive here indicated that the transmission array he chose was right. If he went to choose the other two transmission arrays, it would surely be even more perilous. The pressing matter on hand was to cure those people. Otherwise, once their divine souls were devoured by Xianxia, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Regarding finding the antidote, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan was still very adept. Since there was such a large patch of strange nether flowers, there must be the antidote item here. Either way, these strange nether flowers could not cause harm to Yi Yuan. Hence, he also started searching with no scruples at all. Strange nether flowers, this kind of exotic poisonous object, under normal circumstances, the antidote item could be found in the vicinity. It was just that people who did not understand medicinal theory, even if the antidote was placed in front of them, they would not recognize it either. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan finally found the antidote item under a thicket of strange nether flowers. The pinnate stargrass. This process lasted close to 4 hours. Yi Yuan found a total of 8 stalks of pinnate stargrass. Using to resolve the strange nether flower poison of so many people should be more than plenty. Obtaining the antidote, Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but heard a series of groaning sounds. Help! Indistinctly, Yi Yuan heard someone calling for help. But in this place, apart from those martial artists traveling together with him, who else would call for help? And this voice clearly came from the direction of the coffin. This direction was direct opposite from the direction he came from, making it even less likely to be the martial artists traveling with him. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but finally still decided to leave. This place was too dangerous. Who knew if this cry for help was a major trap or not? But just as he was about to walk away, that voice came over once more. Help! I am Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands. Su Yan. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan finally could not resist stopping his footsteps. He was not foreign to Su Yan, this name. Wasn't it precisely Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother? Ying Tianya said that his junior was poisoned with a peculiar poison, that was why he would find him to come with Xianxia. Now, this sort of situation, could it be that what Su Yan was inflicted with was the strange nether flowers poison? With a couple of leaps, Yi Yuan arrived in close proximity of the altar. Indeed, he saw a blue-clothed youth lying at the fringe of the altar, on his deathbed. His appearance was miserable. You're Su Yan? Yi Yuan asked with furrowed brows. Su Yan nodded his head with a feeble look and said, It's precisely me. Little brother. You actually know me. Could it be that you're brought in by my senior apprentice brother? You showed up here, what about my senior apprentice brother? Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly. Sweeping a glance over Su Yan, he discovered that he was indeed poisoned very severely. Being poisoned or not, it was impossible to hide from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not let his guard down and kept observing Su Yan's expression continuously. The tiniest bit of his actions all could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes. It was just that during this process, Su Yan's expression did not have any irregular aspects. It was just the expression of a person who had despaired but then saw hope. Your senior apprentice brother was poisoned too. He's just over there. I'm here to find the antidote for him, Yi Yuan said. Su Yan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, really? That's great. Little brother, could you bring me over to meet my senior apprentice brother or not? Yi Yuan said. How will you go over like this? I better treat your poison first. As he said, Yi Yuan brought out the square cauldron and refined the pinnate stargrass into juice. Then, placing in a container, he took out a bit for Su Yan. Can this thing work? Su Yan asked doubtfully. Of course it can, Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Yan drank the pinnate stargrass juice dubiously. Indeed, he discovered that the essence energy within his body recovered little by little. Before long, Su Yan stood up like someone who was fine. Ha! Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Su Yan will definitely repay generously. Su Yan clasped his hands and said. But Yi Yuan said indifferently, You're welcome. I was trying my best to do what was entrusted to me too. How can that do? My senior is my senior. I'm me. Oh, right, quickly bring me to go find senior apprentice brother. I'm very worried about him too, Su Yan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and led Su Yan over to the place everyone was resting. Young master, something is wrong with this person. You got to be careful. Yi Yuan was just walking when the Qin Mei Xian inside the spatial spirit artifact actually transmitted to him through divine sense. And, I know. Yi Yuan's reaction showed that he was not too surprised. Rather, it was Qin Mei Xian who had a look of astonishment when she saw Yi Yuan's appearance of holding the pearl of wisdom in his hands. You know, Qin Mei Xian's cherry-like mouth opened to form a circle. She saw Yi Yuan's action previously and even thought that Yi Yuan was already hoodwinked by Su Yan. That was why she voiced out to warn. Who knew that Yi Yuan saw through it long ago? Yi Yuan said, and this physical body should be Su Yan without a doubt. But the divine soul probably isn't himself already. He thinks that he concealed it very well. Actually, when I pried into the strange nether flower poison in his body, I already saw through the anomalous. Qin Mei Xian had a look of astonishment. She still did not quite believe it at first, but hearing Yi Yuan said it so firmly, she knew that he was not bragging. He really saw through it. It was just that she did not quite dare to believe Yi Yuan actually saw through that this Su Yan was actually possessed already in the time he took to inspect the wounds. Young master, since you saw through the irregularity, then why did you still help him resolve the poison? Qin Mei Xian asked puzzledly. He dared to let himself get poisoned. He naturally has ways to resolve the poison. Whether I treat him or not, it doesn't matter to him at all. To still play this sort of games with me with his strength, he must have other schemes. Since that's the case, why don't I play along with him and take a look at what on earth he's trying to do? Exposing him now is detrimental and not helpful to me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Qin Mei Xian threw herself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration when she heard that. Facing a powerful adversary like Su Yan, to be able to see through right away and keep a presence of mind in the face of danger, pushing the boat along the current, how powerful a heart and strength did this require? Young master is indeed formidable, but there is a familiar smell on this person's body. It's just that he hid it very covertly, so I don't know who he is either. Qin Mei Xian said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, familiar smell? Could it be Xianxia? Qin Mei Xian shook her head, her expression suddenly becoming fierce as she said, no. I would recognize that guy even if he turns to ash. Like this, I got it. Yi Yuan was rather surprised in his heart. If Su Yan were possessed by Xianxia, he would not be surprised at all. But according to what Qin Mei Xian said, this Su Yan was actually not possessed by Xianxia. Could it be that there were still other people casting covetous eyes here? All of a sudden, the situation became even more complicated. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Su Yan to the place everyone was resting at, but it was already completely empty. This kind of situation was actually long within Yi Yuan's expectations. He was indifferent about the others, it was just that Jun Tianyu's safety. Yi Yuan was very worried. But the more it was like so, the more he exhorted himself to be calm. Where are the people? They were clearly resting here previously. Why are they all gone? Yi Yuan deliberately panicked and said, "Little brother, are you mistaken? Or perhaps they couldn't wait for you and left by themselves." Su Yan said uncertainly. "Impossible. They were all inflicted with the strange nether flower's poison and can't walk far at all." Unless Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of thick worry. Unless what? Unless they were captured by people and rounded up in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan said. Su Yan's expression changed as he said, "Senior apprentice brother and I are as close as brothers. No way, I must go and save him." Yi Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he asked, "There is only one path here. We didn't see anybody at all just now. Where were they captured and brought to?" Su Yan was secretly delighted and said, "There isn't just one path here. There is still a hidden pass at the side. I discovered it when I came. It's just that I haven't had time to go in and explore, then I got poisoned. In my opinion, they must have been brought away by people through there." Indeed, he showed his true colors. This fellow schemed and used every trick probably in order to lure him into the so-called hidden pass, right? However, go on in then. Who's afraid of who? Then what are we still waiting for? Quickly go in, Yi Yuan said. Su Yan was touched and said, "Little brother is indeed loyal enough." Finished talking, Su Yan arrived at a dark place with large stride and fumbled around on the wall. With a creak, a passageway actually really appeared. "Go!" Su Yan took the lead in. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and went in too. This passageway was very narrow. It could only accommodate 2 people passing through. Su Yan's speed was very fast. Yi Yuan could still see his back view at the start. But as they walked, his figure actually vanished in the cave. "Heh! I want to take a look at what kind of mysterious person you are." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and actually did not even turn his head around, moving straight ahead swiftly. This dark passageway seemingly had no end in sight forever. But Yi Yuan did not care, moving forward all the way quickly. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan suddenly felt it light up before his eyes, becoming bright suddenly. Looking over, he actually arrived at an enormous rock cave. Looking again, there was a massive stone pillar in the center of the rock cave. On the stone pillar actually tied one martial artist after another. These martial artists were precisely the Jun Tianyu party captured by Su Yan. The surroundings of the stone pillar actually had several thousand lanterns suspending in the entire rock cave. Lantern light flickered faintly, linking up in one stretch between each other, forming a large net. Within the large net, those martial artists all revealed pained expressions, as if something was being extracted from their bodies. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Gray flame heretic fire. Star mist radiant fire formation. Yi Yuan actually fell into a grand array set up using essence fire unknowingly. Clap, clap, clap. A figure came out from behind the stone pillar, slowly giving a few claps as he said smilingly, "You, this boy, indeed have some experience. Along the way, your means emerged in endless streams. I didn't expect that you even recognized the gray flame heretic fire and the star mist radiant fire formation." This figure was none other than precisely the Su Yan who previously disappeared. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his expression darkened slightly as he said, "You racked your brain so hard to lure me here. It isn't in order to flatter me a little, right?" Su Yan said with a smile, "Looking at your appearance, you're quite calm. I wonder if you'll still be able to be so collected or not after I extract out the essence fire within your body in a while." Su Yan stared at Yi Yuan, very much wanting to see the expression of fear and panic on his face. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. Yi Yuan's face only revealed an expression of sudden realization as he said with a smile, "So, it's a primordial spirit that's about to be extinguished. No wonder you captured them, but let me go, and lured me here." Su Yan's expression changed when he heard that. He had a feeling of being stripped bare. It was as if all of him was presented in front of Yi Yuan without holding anything back. "You. How did you know that I'm a primordial spirit?" Su Yan said coldly. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yan like he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, "You laid down this star-mist radiant fire formation and extracted the essence energy within their bodies, isn't in order to recover your main body's strength? You want to extract the essence energy in my body. It should be because you've taken fancy on Fiery, who has unlocked intelligence and is about to give birth to a primordial spirit, right? You just have to devour Fiery and you can let yourself recover to your peak state. Therefore, you deliberately let me go and lured me here because you're afraid that I would seek mutual destruction and destroy Fiery, right? Who on earth are you to actually guess everything correctly just by taking one look at the array formation?" Facing Yi Yuan, Su Yan actually became uneasy, even though his strength could crush Yi Yuan. But at this very moment, Su Yan actually felt that Yi Yuan was a very troublesome opponent. This young man was too scary. He did not say anything, and he actually pointed out his identity as well as the trap that he devised painstakingly, all of it. Even ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouses could not possibly have such understanding towards essence fires too, right? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Me? I'm merely an ordinary alchemist. Now that I've already entered the array formation, my life and death are grasped by your hands. What are you afraid of? Su Yan no longer had that composure from before as he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. When you receive my main body's refinement in a while, hope that you can still laugh so happily. Star-mist radiant fire formation. Refine for me." Following Su Yan's fierce cry, those lanterns suddenly gave off a blinding light, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan was brought to midair immediately by this enveloping. His four limbs were constrained by the star-mist radiant fire formation, unable to move at all. The powerful gray flame heretic fire burned Yi Yuan's fleshy body non-stop. A powerful force wanted to drag Fiery out from inside his body. In front of the powerful gray flame heretic fire, Yi Yuan seemed to not have the leeway to resist at all. It was only to see his eyebrows locked tightly, showing an expression of great pain. "Ha ha! Looking at your appearance as if you're holding the pearl of wisdom in your hands. I thought how powerful you'd be. In the end, aren't you still seized without resistance? Boy, have a proper taste of the might of the gray flame heretic fire, and suffer the agony of being refined to the fullest extent." Ugh! Yi Yuan groaned muffledly in anguish. Soybean-sized sweat beads oozed out on his forehead very quickly. The sensation of being refined by a peak tier 7 flame was not that enjoyable. Moreover, that grand array formed a powerful tearing force, wanting to forcefully pull Fiery out from inside his body. Yi Yuan and Fiery had their minds linked together long ago already. This kind of tearing force was just like ripping open the scars on Yi Yuan's body bit by bit. That sort of agony penetrated to the deepest area of the heart, virtually almost making him faint. But Yi Yuan knew that once he fainted, everything would be over. So he endured the intense pain, using all the strength in his body to protect Fiery and not let him be dragged out. Damn it! Why isn't it here yet? Still not coming, little lord, I almost can't hold on anymore. Yi Yuan secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan naturally would not follow Su Yan into a dangerous place foolishly. Before coming in, he made a backup plan. It was just that backup plan he himself was unable to control too. Now all the hope was on that backup plan. Ha ha ha. How is it? The taste is not bad, right? Rest assured, after you die, I'll treat your essence fire well, and let him become a part of my body. Su Yan laughed loudly without restraint. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. An incredibly powerful soul force instantly enveloped the entire rock cave. Gray Flame, you disappoint this emperor too greatly. This emperor treated you well and even let you give birth to a primordial spirit. I didn't expect that you actually dared to betray this emperor. An aged and hollow voice sounded out, echoing throughout the entire rock cave. A faint phantom stood in the air. It was precisely that old man who proclaimed to be Xianxia that Yi Yuan and the others saw before entering the transmission array. Although Yi Yuan was in incredible agony right now, he still kept his mind sharp. Hearing this voice, he knew that his guess was indeed not wrong. This Xianxia was indeed a Dao profound realm powerhouse, which was also an emperor realm powerhouse. Seeing that phantom in the air, Su Yan's expression involuntarily changed abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "Why you? How can you wake up in advance? Without these divine soul supply, how can you possibly awaken in advance?" At this time, Xianxia actually shot a glance at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This will have to thank this little brother. It was him who disturbed the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array, awakening me from slumber. If not for him, you probably won't give me the opportunity to awaken, right?" "What? This? How is this possible? His every action is all under my surveillance. How can there possibly be a chance to disturb the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array?" Su Yan had a look of disbelief. Starting from when Yi Yuan entered this ancient grotto, each and every one of his action was under Su Yan's surveillance. Previously, when he was at the altar place, it was even less likely for Su Yan to give him this opportunity. Then how on earth did Yi Yuan set up this backup plan? Xianxia looked at Su Yan rather pitiably and said, "You're able to sense that the essence fire within his body has unlocked intelligence, but don't know what his essence fire is. Speaking of which, I'm very astonished too. He actually obtained the cleansing sandal flame lotus and let the cleansing sandal sacred flame unlock a primordial spirit when at tier 5. Truly inconceivable. See cleansing sandal flame lotus." Hearing this name, Su Yan was seized with a look of panic. If it were the cleansing sandal flame lotus, then everything would fall into place. When Yi Yuan was at the sacrificial altar previously, he already discovered something amiss with Su Yan, so he secretly made Fiery leave behind a clone on the sly. After they left, this clone triggered the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array and made Xianxia awaken in advance. You're very surprised too, are you not? The cleansing sandal flame lotus isn't very powerful among essence fires, but the room for growth is huge. It's just that the advancement of essence fires, the conditions required are extremely harsh. Ordinary alchemists would not put in much effort to nurture one type of essence fire at all. But once the cleansing sandal flame lotus matures to boundaries similar to yours, its strength is enough to overwhelm you. What's even harder to come by is that this cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked its intelligence, and furthermore, it's already not far from giving birth to a primordial spirit," Xianxia said coolly. The nurturing of essence fires was entirely different from martial artists' cultivation. The conditions required were extremely harsh, and there was also a huge part up to luck. Even Yi Yuan did not think of using the cleansing sandal sacred flame all the way at the beginning too. His cultivation speed was much faster compared to the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed. If not for Fiery giving birth to spiritual wisdom accidentally, Yi Yuan would have abandoned it before long. Although he hated to part with it, once Yi Yuan broke through to the boundless realm, the function of the cleansing sandal sacred flame would really be negligible. Su Yan's expression was incomparably ugly, glaring at the Yi Yuan who was still in agony, brimming with killing intent. He calculated everything but did not consider that Yi Yuan actually still had such a backup plan. This punk. Turns out that he already saw through me at the sacrificial altar. Su Yan gnashed his teeth and said. Xianxia suddenly heaved a sigh and said, "Gray Flame, back in those days when you and I joined hands, how glorious it was. I didn't expect that time has passed and circumstances have changed. You actually carried out such a betrayal. Why was there a need?" Su Yan's expression was slightly cold as he said, "Pooh. The glory was yours, I was just a chess piece in your hands. The most hateful thing was that if you died, then you died. But you actually even wanted to suppress me in this damned place, nearly causing my primordial spirit to be extinguished. Heaven has eyes, and finally let me break through the seal before you woke up. Of course I have to obtain freedom," Xianxia said indifferently. "So you seized this body, then lured these people in here to attempt to recover your strength, and then throttle me?" Su Yan said with a cold smile, "So what then? At present, this world is already completely different from our time. Deity realm powerhouses vanished without a trace overnight. This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses. As long as I recover to my peak strength, I'll be able to do whatever I want in this world. Don't tell me you still want me to be your dog, never to rise up for all eternity?" The gray flame heretic fire possessing Su Yan had inherited his memories too and already knew this world had already changed. Hearing Gray Flame's words, Xianxia's expression changed drastically too. "What did you say? This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses." Gray Flame laughed coldly and said, "You aren't still having your unrealistic dream, right? Even if you revive once again, it's also impossible to break through the shackles and reach deity realm. You." Simply preposterous. How can deity realm powerhouses possibly vanish without a trace overnight? Who has such incredible ability to make deity realm powerhouses disappear unknown to God or ghost? Xianxia's lifelong goal was the deity realm. Even if he did not reach this goal in the end, he prepared a series of contingencies in order to break through to the deity realm. But now, Grey Flame actually told him that he could no longer reach deity realm anymore. This made him unable to accept it at all. Ha ha! Xialing, when I seized this body, my first reaction at that time was exactly the same as yours. But later I became open-minded. Even if I'm not able to reach deity realm, so what? As long as my strength is formidable enough, I can live very comfortably in this world all the same, Grey Flame said with a loud laugh. Grey Flame had clearly accepted this fact long ago. He was a peak tier 9 primordial spirit back then. As long as he recovered his peak strength, he could absolutely live very comfortably in the divine realm. Xianxia suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Other people can't break through the deity realm, doesn't mean that I'm unable to break through. This emperor prepared many contingencies for this. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity realm. Now, Grey Flame, return to this emperor's embrace." Xianxia suddenly mumbled some words, like he was reciting some incantation. Arg! A sharp and miserably cry was emitted from Su Yan's mouth. As the owner of the Grey Flame Heretic Fire, the two people actually did not remove the subservient relationship all along. These two people each harbored their own sinister motives. Xianxia had never trusted Grey Flame before. This incantation had tremendous damage to Grey Flame's primordial spirit. Therefore, it was able to put him in excruciating agony. Old thing, you're seeking death. If you were at your prime, I'd still be a little apprehensive of you. But now you're just a wisp of a remnant soul. Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation. Exterminate him for me, Su Yan cried out miserably. Xianxia deployed the Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation while he was screaming wretchedly, wanting to deal a lethal blow to Xianxia. However, no matter how he called out to his main body, there was actually no reaction. Seeing the situation, Su Yan's heart unwittingly thumped, thinking to himself that it was bad. Not just Xianxia, even Xianxia was amazed too and unwittingly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction, but saw light halos floating around Yi Yuan. A lotus flower grew out of his chest and was actually devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body continuously. When Su Yan saw this situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Just how on earth did this boy do it? He's actually absorbing my main body's fire origin power, Su Yan said with a look of panic. It was only at this time did he discover that Yi Yuan's essence energy actually countersuppressed his main body Grey Flame Heretic Fire starting since God knows when, reverse devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power. Boy, quickly stop. If you still don't stop, I'll make you die horribly, Su Yan cried out in alarm. At this time, how could the Grey Flame Heretic Fire still care about gobbling up fiery? It was already pretty good if he was not swallowed up. Fortunately, Grey Flame possessed Su Yan and inherited all of his strength. He was a genuine late-stage Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse right now. In this rock cave, his strength was the most powerful. Even the Xianxia who had just woken up was not his match either in a real fight with the gloves off. Su Yan suddenly erupted, attacking towards the Yi Yuan inside the array formation. Xianxia's gaze twinkled. Suddenly, his mouth opened and closed again, and started to mutter incantations. Arg! Su Yan's figure was suddenly akin to being struck by lightning, dropping down from the air directly, and smashing heavily onto the ground. Xialing, you old undying man. I'll kill you first. Enduring the intense pain, Grey Flame struggled to his feet and slashed at Xianxia with a sword. Even though Su Yan was unable to unleash his full power right now, this attack was by no means insignificant. It was just that wanting to deal with Xianxia under this kind of circumstances, clearly, it was still a little lacking. Xianxia had clearly set some sort of contract with the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Xianxia could keep him in check through this sort of method. Even if Xianxia's current soul force was lacking and he did not have a physical body to house the divine soul too, it was also not easy for Xianxia to want to kill him. If Xianxia could be dealt with so easily, Grey Flame also would not need to contrive all kinds of schemes to lure so many martial artists to come to this ancient grotto. Now, it was only to see Xianxia fluttered lightly, avoiding this attack very effortlessly. Boy, double up. Help me clean up my household. Later, I'll give you benefits. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan. Just earlier, when Xianxia and Grey Flame were conversing, a hint of sluggishness appeared in Grey Flame's control over the Grand Array. One had to know that Yi Yuan's control over Essence Fire was peak Alchemy Emperor class. Even if the Xianxia revived, he would not catch up to Yi Yuan even by whipping his horse in the path of Essence Fire. Making use of this gap, Yi Yuan counter-suppressed the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body soundlessly, and directly let out Fiery, letting him devour the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power was a major tonic to Fiery. The moment Fiery appeared, he gobbled up the Grey Flame Heretic Fire without any modesty. Except, just this short while, Fiery's strength already soared dramatically, and actually broke through to peak Tier 5 directly. But this was still just a start. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire was a peak Tier 9 Essence Fire formerly. Even if its strength was greatly diminished now, it also had sufficient fire origin power to offer Fiery to devour. When Yi Yuan heard Xianxia's words, his face could not help revealing a look of ecstasy as he said, "Senior's great kindness, this he will never forget it." Fiery greedily devoured the Grey Flame Heretic Fire and actually directly broke through Tier 5, reaching Tier 6. Bang, bang, bang. Along with Fiery's devouring, the might of the Star Mist Radiant Fire Array was also weakening rapidly. Jun Tianyu, they all fell from the stone column one by one. Except each and every one of them were still unconscious. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire's devouring caused considerable harm to him. Arg. Master, I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I beg you, let me off. I'm willing to swear fealty to you forever. Xianxia rolled on the ground in pain, finally yelling out non-stop. He finally submitted under Xianxia's incantations. This sort of contractual power had immense restraining power towards the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. As long as Xianxia still had a wisp of remnant soul remaining, the Grey Flame Heretic Fire could not escape his control too. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire himself was peak Tier 9 strength too. Furthermore, he gave birth to a primordial spirit. How could he be willing to be under others? What made him even more resentful was that Xianxia did not even let him off before dying, suppressing him in this grotto. Of course, this was Xianxia making preparations for his revival anew. Who knew that through the erosion of time, the seal he laid down was actually broken through by the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Only then was there so many incidents today. Hoo-hoo, only knowing to repent and mend your ways now, huh? It's already too late, Xianxia said coldly. While he was talking, Xianxia's gaze was looking over toward Yi Yuan. That gaze was as if admiring a work of art. Fiery was still devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire continuously. Gradually, Fiery's appearance actually underwent a transformation. The cleansing sandal flame lotus already separated from Yi Yuan's body and landed quietly on the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Very soon, the cleansing sandal flame lotus grew to a person's height. Its branches gradually became coarse. The lotus leaves miraculously transformed into arms and legs, while the lotus body transformed to become the head. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually transformed completely to take human form. Ha ha ha! Indeed didn't disappoint this emperor. After this cleansing sandal flame lotus devoured Grey Flame, it directly expedited giving birth to a primordial spirit and transformed into human form. Xianxia burst into laughter as if that person who evolved was himself. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura was also rising rapidly. He and Fiery were linked telepathically, absorbing so much fire origin power all of a sudden. There was even large quantities of essence energy mixed inside, but it was all absorbed by Yi Yuan. Under the surge, Yi Yuan's cultivation could no longer be controlled and was going to break through. Ha ha! This boy is pretty good. Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan, revealing a very appreciative expression. That expression was like looking at the meat in his bowl, incomparably greedy. But Yi Yuan did not have time to go and bother about Xianxia at all. He was assaulting the realm in full force. 5th level Divine Traversing. 6th level Divine Traversing. Yi Yuan directly broke through 2 minor boundaries under the impact of the surge of essence energy, arriving at the threshold of 7th level Divine Traversing, reaching peak 6th level Divine Traversing. Not bad. Really not bad. This boy's concept comprehension is much higher than his true cultivation realm. Breaking through 2 minor boundaries in a row, and there is actually not the slightest sign of his cultivation realm being unstable. Xianxia had been observing Yi Yuan's breakthrough by the side the entire time, and even made complimenting remarks about him from time to time. Finally, Yi Yuan successfully broke through, his entire person's aura rising a great deal. While at this time Fiery had also completed evolution already. The present Fiery was also not far away from Tier 7. A handsome youth appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was precisely Fiery who achieved a primordial spirit. Fiery pays respect to master, Fiery said with a childish face. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Haha. I didn't expect that there is actually still an unexpected harvest coming to this ancient grotto this time. Fiery, don't need to be so courteous with me. Just be like White Light and call me Big Brother will do." Although Fiery just evolved and became a primordial spirit, the time he followed Yi Yuan was roughly the same as White Light. Along the way, Fiery had helped him out greatly. Regardless whether was it pill refinement or battle, Fiery was Yi Yuan's indispensable partner. Moreover, Yi Yuan being able to leap realms to battle many times was relying all on the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, this cultivation method. Fiery was even more essential. Therefore, even though the face of this handsome youth before his hands was very unfamiliar, Yi Yuan felt very close. "This Big Brother." Fiery hesitated for a bit, but he still called out. Fiery was already in a state of extreme reluctance to part with towards Yi Yuan now. Furthermore, he knew that everything of his today was all bestowed by Yi Yuan. If without Yi Yuan, he might just be a Tier 4 essence fire forever. Haha. Good brother. Seeing Fiery give birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Heh. Truly affectionate brothers. Didn't think that I, Xianxia, slumbered for so long. There were actually people who delivered you brothers in front of me. Young man, tell me. Aren't we very fated? Xianxia suddenly said with a sinister grin. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body was devoured to the limit by Fiery. His primordial spirit right now was like being drained empty. Su Yan's entire person was withered on the ground, already on his last gasp. However, when he heard Xianxia's words, he suddenly shuddered. Master, why you don't want Grey Flame anymore? Why you want to take over this boy? Xianxia smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Hoo. Grey Flame alone understands me. You take a look at them, one is full of vigor and vitality. One is a newborn primordial spirit. Aren't they specially sent before me by heaven? Grey Flame. Once this cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus advances to Tier 9, its strength will be much stronger than yours. Therefore, using you to help him, is it not the best option? Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, as if he was already a dish in his bowl. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said, Is Senior joking? Earlier you were clearly still helping me. Why would you carry out possession on me? Xianxia laughed loudly and said, Joking? This emperor is not in the leisurely mood to make jokes with you. This emperor commanded the divine realm back then, with an awe-inspiring reputation extending in every direction. Being able to be possessed by this emperor, that is your honor. Young man, you better open up your divine soul and submit obediently. Or else, the taste of the divine soul being eradicated isn't that enjoyable. Yi Yuan said fearfully, Don't. Junior's body isn't that good to use. There are so many physical bodies here. Senior just randomly pick one will do. Xianxia said with a laugh. Brat, don't play any games with me. I know that your capabilities are not small, but your capabilities have nowhere to be displayed at all in front of this emperor. Also, your fleshy body contains extremely powerful true dragon might. Do you think that I can't perceive it? This fleshy body of yours, apart from the cultivation realm being a little low, it's simply rated as perfect. Other than you, this old man turns his nose up at everyone. This Xianxi's knowledge was extraordinary and had long seen through the remarkable aspects of Yi Yuan's physical body. Powerful physical body, consummate concepts, and even took in an essence fire which gave birth to a primordial spirit. This was seriously too perfect. Therefore, when Grey Flame attempted to attack Yi Yuan earlier, not only did he block Grey Flame, he even added fuel to the fire, letting fiery devour the Grey Flame heretic fire's main body. The more powerful this fleshy body was, the more satisfied Xianxi was. In his view, this physical body was simply custom-made for him. Originally, according to Xianxi's plan, this grotto should be able to absorb sufficient divine souls and nourish his own divine soul through the array formation and let him recover to his peak state. After that, he would awaken and hunt for a quality physical body to seize over. But plans could not catch up to changes. The Grey Flame heretic fire actually broke through the seal and attempted to annihilate his divine soul. Who knew that Grey Flame heretic fire actually even lured so many martial artists here, and in an accident arising from many causes made him regain consciousness in advance? Although Xianxi's current condition was not very good either, pondering about taking possession of a puny little divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan, it was still more than adequate. Of course, if he knew what kind of a divine soul was housed inside this fleshy body, he definitely would not think this way. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said to Fiery, run. Finished talking. Yi Yuan's figure moved and was going to escape from this rock cave, but Xianxi chortled with laughter and said, Run? Can something that this emperor has taken fancy on escape? Come. This emperor will bring this fleshy body and traverse the 9 heavens and 10 lands once more. Xianxi's figure moved and instantly caught up to Yi Yuan. With a swoosh, Xianxi directly tunneled into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ouch! Punk, you schemed against me. Xianxi had just entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and had yet to figure out what was happening. And he was struck by a soul sword, giving off a tragic cry. Heh, so what if I schemed against you? Eat another blow from me. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and released a soul sword once more. Ouch! Xianxi cried out miserably once more. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan, a puny little divine traversing realm, would actually have such fierce divine soul attack means? Taken by surprise, Xianxi was actually successfully schemed against by Yi Yuan. Divine soul showdowns were incomparably dangerous. Xianxi receiving 2 soul swords attack, his divine soul immediately withered considerably. Although Xianxi was a peak alchemy emperor divine soul, having slumbered for such a long time, even with the sealing of an array formation, his soul force was also running on empty. Without the assistance of a physical body, for his soul force to want to recover, it was also basically impossible. Therefore, that was why he wanted to take possession of Yi Yuan's physical body. No, wait. Your divine soul. Xianxi suddenly discovered something and actually cried out weirdly. The current Xianxi was like a bunny whose tail was stepped on, suffering a considerable shock. Hee, now you realized it? Yi Yuan said with a ridiculing laugh. Xianxi cried out weirdly again and said, Impossible! If you seized possession and revived, how can you possibly be so compatible with the fleshy body? Could it be? Could it be? Impossible. Didn't Grey Flame say that there are already no deity realm old monsters anymore now? Could it be that he was lying to me? Xianxi's cultivation realm and horizons were far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. When he attempted to take possession and saw Yi Yuan's divine soul, he immediately discovered something amiss. How is this some divine traversing realm brat? This was simply a peak alchemy emperor old freak. It was just that Xianxi could not figure out no matter what. Yi Yuan was clearly possessed, but why could he be so compatible with the fleshy body? Seizing possession and reviving under normal circumstances, there was no way to be fully compatible with the new fleshy body. Xianxi prepared a series of contingency plans for the sake of taking possession and reviving. But these contingency plans could only let him reduce this kind of incompatibility to the lowest 2. The only ones able to reach this kind of degree were only deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan's fleshy body was actually just like his own. This was simply something unimaginably queer. Yi Yuan said coolly, He didn't lie to you. Divine Tao has already vanished for over 100,000 years. Now, under this stretch of sky, There are indeed no deity realm powerhouses. Xianxia's eyes became round circles as he said with a disbelieving face, how is this possible? Then how did you do it? Yi Yuan flashed a brilliant smile and said, you really want to know? Xianxia nodded his head stiffly. Clearly, he was completely bewildered by this. Yi Yuan suddenly spread his two hands out and said, actually, I don't know either. Xianxia's expression could not help choking up as he said furiously, you're playing games with me. Yi Yuan said helplessly, just telling the truth. It's you who don't believe it. I believe your freaking head. Boy, even if you're a peak tier 9, you're also just birds of a feather with me right now. Who lives and who dies is still unknown. Xianxia roared furiously. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, then you can very well come and give it a shot. The two divine souls were both tigers who landed in the plains, lost their power and authority. Their strengths were less than 1/10,000th of their pinnacle period. But there was one point. Yi Yuan was at the rising phase while Xianxia was at the declining phase. Furthermore, in terms of divine soul methods, Yi Yuan judged himself that he would not lose to anyone. Even if this opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. I'll give it a try then. I don't believe that you, a junior boy in an age of declining laws, can still overturn the skies. Divine Soul Storm. Xianxia was indeed well-deserving of being a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. His opening move was an extremely violent divine soul mystic art. As soon as this divine soul storm was executed, Xianxia's divine soul immediately transformed into a tempest and actually wanted to tear Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness into shreds. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and cried out, divine soul mystic art, wind-cleaving blade. A powerful soul force coalesced to form a gigantic blade, crushing over towards Xianxia's divine soul storm, carrying an imposing momentum which pressed forth with an indomitable will. Rip. The divine soul storm was extremely powerful and actually directly cracked open a large gap on Yi Yuan's blade. But Xianxia was even more tragic. His divine soul storm was cleaved into two halves by Yi Yuan immediately. When Xianxia revealed his figure, his divine soul weakened considerably once more. Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise suffered considerable injuries, resulting in his divine soul to become a fair bit dimmer. It was just that, in comparison, it was still Yi Yuan who won slightly. Divine soul battles and martial artists' competition in strength were completely different. No matter how powerful your divine soul was, under such battles, it would definitely cause damage to the divine soul. Except, if one person's boundary was much higher compared to the other, this kind of damage could be overlooked. But this Xianxia was not an ordinary divine soul, but a divine Tao era's tier 9 powerhouse. If the two people were both at their pinnacle period, the might of their divine souls should be more or less the same. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan won, it was also hard for him to avoid having some damage. But this bit of injury, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had a physical body as a carrier. Later, he just had to consume some medicinal pills and he would naturally be able to recover his strength. But Xianxia could not. He was just a divine soul now. He could not endure this kind of losses at all. Let alone that Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art even completely trounced him. I didn't expect that a junior boy in an age of declining laws actually had such strength. Truly remarkable. Xianxia said with an ugly look. Hoo-hoo, a divine Tao era's tier 9 powerhouse is also merely just so. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Boy, don't be so rampant by relying on that you have a physical body. Xianxia said furiously. I'm just bullying you by relying on that I have a physical body. So what? Come and bite me. Bite me, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Xianxia was angered by Yi Yuan until he was huffing and puffing. But he could do nothing about it. Although this move earlier was just a probe, Xianxia discovered to his dismay that he was not Yi Yuan's match at all. When Xianxia heard that there were no deity realm powerhouses now, he could not help harboring a sense of looking down on the present martial artists. But through the exchange with Yi Yuan, he discovered that even if this sort of strength was placed in the divine Tao era, it was extremely daunting too. If Yi Yuan was born in the divine Tao era, he was bound to be able to achieve deity realm. Brat, this fleshy body, I don't want it anymore. Humph, we'll meet again another day. Xianxia missed this hit and actually backed out. It was only to see his figure moved and actually wanted to back out from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh, "Want to leave? How can it be that easy?" All of a sudden, the surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's hand in front of them. Xianxia was just about to escape but discovered to his surprise that there was no path to take. His expression could not help changing drastically as he said, "Boy, you actually sealed off your sea of consciousness. You don't want to live anymore." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I let you into the sea of consciousness in order to exterminate you in one stroke. Now that you want to escape from here, don't even think about it." Xianxia's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not think that Yi Yuan deliberately lured him in. Now, Yi Yuan sealed off the sea of consciousness to fight with him to the death. This kind of outcome was what Xianxia could not have anticipated at all prior to this. "Boy, you doing this, do you really take me to be a soft persimmon? If I explode with full power, the two of us both will die." Looking at Xianxia's appearance, he was actually turning to desperate measures when driven into a corner. Sealing off the sea of consciousness, even Yi Yuan himself could not sense the existence of his physical body too. Now, Yi Yuan's physical body was simply a walking corpse and would not have the least bit of sensation. But with the fiery who had just advanced ranks protecting, Yi Yuan was not worried about Grey Flame. Right now, Grey Flame was already not much different from a dead dog. Fiery dealing with him was more than plenty. "Hey, you got to have the capability to do that too. Speaking of which, I very much want to experience the divine soul mystic arts of an ancient powerhouse. How about we compare notes a little?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not wait for Xianxia to answer either and actually attacked straight away. "Ice Soul Curse." Yi Yuan gave a light cry and actually condensed out a large bunch of ice shards with soul force in an instant, stabbing towards Xianxia. His approach was pestering non-stop. Even if Xianxia did not want to fight, it was out of the question too. But Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art was very powerful. Even if Xianxia had exceedingly high attainments concerning divine souls, he was still somewhat struggling with cope with things in front of Yi Yuan. This Ice Soul Curse looked to be an extremely powerful offensive-style divine soul mystic art at one glance. Xianxia's expression darkened and he howled, "Nether Soul Shield." All of a sudden, Xianxia condensed a gigantic shield with soul force, blocking it in front of him. Bang! 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 Ice shards bombarded toward the shield one by one. Tremendous impact force beat the shield back repeatedly. But this move was not Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. After he displayed this move, he had been observing Xianxia's divine soul mystic art constantly, his gaze revealing a pondering look. The ancient era's divine soul mystic arts seemed to be somewhat different from the present. But where it was different, Yi Yuan could not pinpoint it either. Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic arts were numerous. Succeeding in one move, he changed styles unceasingly and carried out an indiscriminate bombing against Xianxia, pressuring Xianxia until he could not catch his breath at all, being exhausted from dealing with it continuously. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul mystic arts he executed seemed to have slightly greater consumption compared to Xianxia. Although he took the absolute upper hand, that was the absolute overpowering of strength. The divine soul mystic arts that Xianxia displayed seemed to be more accomplished with high proficiency compared to himself. This discovery made Yi Yuan very depressed. Could it be that after the divine Dao withered, martial artist's divine soul also had some unknown transformation occurring? Or was it because present martial artists lacked a little something so they were unable to advance to the deity realm? In contrast, the more Xianxia fought, the more startled he got. Yi Yuan was seriously too powerful. All kinds of divine soul mystic arts emerged in endless streams, seemingly inexhaustible. If it continued like this, he would be exhausted to death by Yi Yuan. Boom! Xianxia's soul force abruptly erupted, slamming away Yi Yuan's attack directly. He looked at Yi Yuan like he went mad and roared, "Brat, you forced me. I'll let you take a look at an ancient powerhouse's true prowess." Xianxia's arms opened up slightly. A majestic soul force spewed forth from his divine soul akin to an erupting volcano. While Yi Yuan actually felt a kind of very familiar feeling in this surge of soul force. His soul force. It seems to encompass some sort of elusive profundity. Just what is it? Yi Yuan muttered under his breath, seemingly not paying any attention to this powerful attack at all. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he was pleasantly surprised in his heart as he said, "Oh right, that's it. This mysterious aura is precisely the mysterious power contained within the golden characters. It's just that Xianxia's mysterious aura is too weak. If not for him erupting his soul force entirely, I wouldn't sense it at all. Looks like he's still a very long way away from deity realm. Boy, facing imminent death and you're actually still in a trance here." Xianxia was currently releasing a big move but suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was currently in a daze. This made him feel unbelievable fury. He was an exalted divine Dao era's big shot and was actually being looked down upon by a junior brat like so. How to make him accept this? It was only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses. He had an apologetic smile on his face as he said, "Ah, sorry about that. Thinking about some things earlier and became absent-minded. Fortunately, I can still make it in time right now. This is your strongest divine soul mystic art? Doesn't seem like much either. You disappoint me greatly." Fortunately, Xianxia was a divine soul body right now. If he still had a physical body now, he would definitely be infuriated until he was heavily injured and vomit blood. Yi Yuan's words were seriously too infuriating. He was at any rate a former peak Dao profound powerhouse too. He was actually being despised by a junior. Except, he had yet to refute in time, and his face revealed a look of astonishment. "Heh, I already have not used this move for a long time. My present soul force is barely able to support this move. Divine Dao Era's senior sampled a taste of this move of mine well. Because you only have one chance to experience it." Yi Yuan played it down as he said it, but his soul force quietly dispersed throughout the entire sea of consciousness. How is this possible? My divine soul mystic arts are actually unable to be used. What the hell kind of skill is this? Xianxia had an expression like he saw a ghost. He urged his soul force with all his might. However, his soul force was like withered, unable to be deployed at all. Xianxia had lived for 10,000 years. The cultivation skills and martial technique he had experienced before were too many to enumerate, but he had yet to see before any kind of divine soul mystic art that could make the opponent unable to even retaliate. This kind of skill was also too horrifying. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's true that right now is an age of declining laws, but it's precisely because they are unable to break through to the deity realm that martial artists pushed all kinds of methods to the limit, wanting to break through the fetters. Therefore, current martial artists' strength is not as weak as you imagine. In comparison, same-rank martial artists are even more powerful compared to that era of yours. Therefore, don't look down on martial artists in a waning age." Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, as if he was a god. "No, don't. I, Xianxia, am someone who's going to step into deity realm. How can I possibly die here?" Xianxia yelled out crazily. Yet, no matter how he shouted, he was unable to muster up soul force. Myriad. Soul. Extinction. Out of Yi Yuan's mouth, these three words were akin to the sound of a celestial deity. The moment the words came out, the entire sea of consciousness quietened down. Xianxia's mouth was still opening and closing frenziedly, but he could not emit any bit of noise anymore. His soul force was constantly being extinguished by some inexplicable power. While Xianxia's divine soul was like being hit, it was as if he was turning into mosaic tiles, his entire person breaking down into countless fragments. At the start, these shards could still form a complete divine soul. But now, those fragments fragmented once more, then they were utterly obliterated. With a thud, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, panting for air heavily. "And Master, is that you?" Su Yan had been observing Yi Yuan's activities by the side all along, but the battle which took place inside the sea of consciousness, he was unable to pry into it. But in accordance to his judgment, with Xianxia's strength, it was impossible to lose to such a divine traversing realm brat. Except, Su Yan could not quite figure out why Xianxia actually spent such a long time to deal with a brat like this. Moreover, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like the cost was huge. Huff! Huff! That damn master of yours is already thoroughly dead now. Using this move right now is indeed somewhat more than I can bear. This time, even if there are medicinal pills assisting, without half a month, I'll probably be unable to recover. Yi Yuan panted for air as he said powerlessly. When Grey Flame, who was by the side, heard Yi Yuan's words, it was as if he was struck by a thunderbolt in clear weather. What did he say just now? Master. Master was finished off. This? How was this possible? Even if Xianxia's current condition was much worse compared to his pinnacle period, to deal with a divine traversing realm brat like this, it shouldn't need the slightest effort, right? Xianxia's might. The Grey Flame, who had always been by his side, was all too clear. He was actually unable to seize possession of a divine traversing realm boy. Grey Flame was limp and feeble on the ground like mud at this time. But he could not resist lifting his head to take a look at Yi Yuan, as if he had seen a ghost. This young man before his eyes, who was young until it could make people disregard, was really a monster-like existence. He took possession of Su Yan, then lured Ingtianya over through Su Yan's secret arts. It was originally something that was already in the bag. Grey Flame knew that the ones here this time were all Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. They were simply nothing to be feared to him. But he took everything into calculations and also did not calculate that such a monster actually came this time. Yi Yuan consumed a soul force recovering medicinal pill and rested for a while, and finally recovered. When his gaze landed on Grey Flame could not refrain from shuddering. Yi Yuan flashed a bright smile and said, "You don't have to be scared. Actually, I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, it's not impossible to let you live." Grey Flame was startled and hurriedly said, "Me, my lord, go ahead and ask. This lowly one will answer everything." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "You experienced the Divine Tao era. Do you know how to achieve the deity realm or not?" Yi Yuan's question made Grey Flame's expression became very ugly too. "My lord, even in the Divine Tao era, deity realm was also an inscrutable realm. Forget about me, even Xianxia lingered in front of this great gate for a long time too, unable to find the correct approach." Grey Flame said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan looked at Grey Flame with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "That's to say that you don't have any use at all? Fiery. Eradicate his primordial spirit. Don't. Although I don't know how to achieve the deity realm, I know that there is one thing of utmost importance to achieve deity realm," Grey Flame hastily said. Hearing Grey Flame's words, Yi Yuan was slightly stirred in his heart. He was rather surprised. Actually, Grey Flame saying that he did not know the mystery of becoming a deity was within Yi Yuan's expectation. Except it didn't expect that under Yi Yuan's bluff, he actually really swindled out some things. What thing? Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and asked. Yi Yuan's lifelong goal in his previous life was to achieve the alchemy god realm. But he sought after bitterly and did not attain it. Now that he had a chance to hear the mystery of becoming a deity, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated in his heart? Grey Flame said, "Deity realm powerhouses and ordinary martial artists are simply people of two different worlds. Even though Xianxia was considered very powerful in the Tao Profound realm, in front of deity realm powerhouses, he didn't even dare to lift his head. As for how to affirm one's Tao and become a deity realm powerhouses all guarded the secret closely as well. But with Xianxia's status, he knew some secrets of becoming a deity. Allegedly, achieving deity realm is very closely related to something called mystic qi. All martial artists must go through the baptism of mystic qi before they can transform and become a deity." Hearing that, Yi Yuan's brows creased together tightly. Mystic qi? What is that? Mystic qi, this name, it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing. Ji Qingyun was a member of the Divine Realm's Pinnaclemost group in his previous life. With regards to many secrets about deity realm, he was aware. These 100,000 years, martial artists had never given up on the research on deity realm. Each major force had its own coremost layer of secrets. Of course, there were also many things regarding deity realm that everyone all knew. But Yi Yuan had never heard before that deity realm had something to do with a thing called mystic qi. Grey Flame shook his head when he heard that and said, "I don't know. Deity realm powerhouses all did not breathe a word about this to a soul. Even if there was some kind of exchange, that was also something between deity realm powerhouses. Martial artists beneath the deity realm they did not place in their sights at all. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. The might of deity realm powerhouses ordinary martial artists had no way of imagining at all. The gap between the deity realm and the Dao profound realm had no way of compensating using numbers at all. No number of Dao profound realm powerhouses was a deity realm powerhouses match. One could say that deity realm powerhouses were completely another level of life form. If not for so, they would not be called deity realm powerhouses. Therefore, in the eyes of a deity realm powerhouse, ordinary martial artists did not have the qualifications of communicating with them at all. Yi Yuan could not help revealing a pondering look. Looks like deity realm powerhouses all disappearing overnight brought away too many secrets, resulting in a rupture appearing between the two eras' martial artists. As for this mystic chi, it sounds rather like an existence similar to essence energy. It was just that this mystic chi was probably a level higher than essence energy. But according to what Greyflame said, he did not know what mystic chi was at all. That indicated that this sort of thing was probably not that easy to perceive. Either it was extremely rare, or it required reaching some sort of profound boundary before one could perceive it. Or perhaps both at the same time. All in all, becoming a deity was as hard as reaching the sky. In the divine Tao era, it was already extremely difficult. In this present age of declining laws, becoming a deity was even more a kind of extravagant hope. Perhaps, in the Godfall mountain range, some secrets of becoming deity are hidden. When the time is right, I can go there and investigate properly, Yi Yuan thought to himself secretly in his heart. Right now, in the divine realm, the vast majority of things related to deity realm were all obtained in the God's Fall mountain range, including the golden characters inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. If talking about which place in the divine realm was the closest to divine realm, there was only the God's Fall mountain range. But with this mystic chi, Yi Yuan going to explore the God's Fall mountain range had even more focus and direction. Me, my lord, this lowly one has already said all that I know. I beg you, stay your hand in mercy and let me off, Grey Flame said with a mournful face. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a smile, I promise to let you live. I naturally won't go back on my words. But a primordial spirit like you, I don't dare to let you follow your inclinations. So, Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out over towards the top of Su Yan's head. Yi Yuan opened up his 5 fingers and directly grabbed the top of Su Yan's head. A powerful suction tapped into Su Yan's sea of consciousness and actually dragged Grey Flame's primordial spirit out straight away. If Grey Flame was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not accomplish this. But his main body was completely gobbled up by Fiery. Grey Flame's primordial spirit was extremely weak and could only be at Yi Yuan's mercy too. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and sealed Grey Flame inside immediately. Inside the small bottle had no essence energy to replenish. Grey Flame would also forever not be able to recover his main body's strength. To an essence fire which gave birth to a primordial spirit, the primordial spirit was the most crucial. As long as the primordial spirit was not annihilated, they could draw on the fire origin power in heaven and earth ceaselessly and could recover to their peak state. Fiery, you enter vast heaven pagoda to cultivate first. Your existence is too conspicuous. It's easy to attract the covetous eyes of an observant and conscientious person. Later, I'll impart you a few cultivation methods. When you master them, it can let your combat power rise substantially, Yi Yuan said to Fiery. Fiery was overjoyed as he nodded his head and said, Many thanks, big brother. Then I'll dispatch a clone to follow you. If there's any need, big brother, you just call me out straight away will do. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred and put Fiery away inside the vast heaven pagoda. Giving birth to a primordial spirit, Fiery was an independent individual already. He was not much different from ordinary martial artists. It was just that giving birth to a primordial spirit at this cultivation realm, Fiery was indeed rather heaven-defying and not too suitable to appear in front of people. But even so, Fiery would also be a major trump card of Yi Yuan's in the future. Even if Fiery did not do anything, just using the might of essence fire was plenty more than ordinary boundless realm martial artists could bear. Let alone that Yi Yuan still had many fire-controlling arts on hand. After imparting some methods to Fiery, it could let his strength have a very large increase within a short period. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan fed the pinnate star grass juice refined previously one by one for everyone to consume, then started meditating to recover his strength inside this rock cave. Executing the myriad soul extinction previously had a tremendous burden on his divine soul. This myriad soul extinction skill was created several tens of thousands of years ago by a powerful alchemy emperor. Its might was exceedingly terrifying. Divine soul mystic arts were alchemists' primary attack methods. Powerful alchemists were able to forcefully withstand divine king realm powerhouses' martial technique with divine soul mystic art, even kill divine kings. In reality, Ji Xingyang father and son had this level of strength back then too. If not for being plotted against by Ji Xingyang, their father and son pair also would not have ended up perishing. Yi Yuan's current soul force, just displaying this move face front, he could not even unleash 1,000th of this move's might. But even so, myriad soul extinction was also not what Xianxia, this remnant soul, could withstand. Actually, Yi Yuan thought of asking some things from Xianxia. But later, he gave up on this idea. This Xianxia was too dangerous. Better annihilate straight away was safer. Before long, Jun Tianyu was the first one to gradually wake up. Jun Tianyu's alertness was very high. The first thing he did when he woke up was to circulate his essence energy to guard against any accidents. But very soon he saw Yi Yuan currently smiling at him. Only then did he set his mind at ease. Brother Jun is indeed formidable. Your cultivation realm is inferior to Xianxia and Pei Wenxiang, but you woke up first before them, Yi Yuan praised. Jun Tianyu was indeed an exceptional talent. In terms of potential, he flung these two city lords several streets behind. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists that came out to be the lord of a city all basically did not have much hope in the martial path. That was why they would seek for another way out. As long as they still had hope in martial arts, most would remain in the Holy Land to continue cultivating bitterly. But Jun Tianyu was an outlier in ancient opulent city. Jun Tianyu blushed with shame. But then he pointed at the Su Yan who was already dead and said in surprise, "This person." Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and briefly recounted the entire process of the incident. But he concealed being seized possession of by Xianxia this part. Based on Yi Yuan's story, Xianxia and his primordial spirit fell out and became enemies. Only then did he have an opportunity to exploit, rounding them up in one fell swoop. Except, even so, Jun Tianyu was incomparably astonished too. Yi Yuan said it simply, but to find the lease of life in this, it really could not be done by the average person. Not long after, Xianxia and Pei Wenxiang pretty much woke up at the same time. The others also gradually woke up one after another. Of course, they who had just regained consciousness also had a look of being struck senseless regarding the present situation. Jun Tianyu briefly recounted the situation. Only then did they know that they squeaked by with their lives again. Not only did Yi Yuan eradicate Xianxia and Grey Flame Heretic Fire, he even resolved the strange nether flower poison in their bodies. No matter whether they were willing or not, each one of these people owed Yi Yuan a tremendous favor. Especially Pei Wenxiang and He Shuming. These two people incredibly embarrassed by the sight. But Xianxia had a bitter look. His relationship with Su Yan was excellent. Hence, he put his life on the line and also had to come to this ancient grotto to save Su Yan. It was just that he never would have thought that turns out before he entered this grotto. Su Yan was already possessed by Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Xianxia hugged Su Yan's corpse and wept his eyes out, making everyone by the side unable to refrain from feeling sorrowful in their hearts too. This trip, if not for Yi Yuan, their outcome would probably all be incomparably tragic. Before this, they would already be completely wiped out. Even though they all woke up, each and every one had the greater half of their essence energy extracted. Even if they returned to form, their cultivation realms likely faced the risk of falling too. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists were still fine, but Boundless realm martial artists' losses this time were a little too much. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, it should be very hard to recover to peak strength. Of course, Yi Yuan had the ability to help them eliminate the hidden dangers. But he was not a goody two-shoes to this sort of extent. Except, at this sort of time, there was already no one who paid attention to this. Being able to survive by a fluke was already very not easy. After a long while, Xianxia finally pulled it together. He put away Su Yan's corpse, planning to send it back to the Holy Land to bury. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that right at this time, Pei Wenxiang actually came in front of him and said with clasped hands, "Boy, this trip. Many thanks." This Pei Wenxiang relied on that his elder brother was one of the 7 holy sons and had never shown anyone respect. But this time, Yi Yuan took action to save him over and over again. This also finally made him feel rather embarrassed. Yi Yuan knew that with Pei Wenxiang's personality, being able to say out these 2 words were already very not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to be courteous. You also said it was in order for myself to be able to exit. Therefore, we're square." Pei Wenxiang was a person who valued face tremendously. If Yi Yuan climbed up along the pole, he would feel a little better instead. But Yi Yuan saying that they were square very magnanimously made him feel very disgraced instead. It was only to see him said with a livid face, "Boy, don't give me that. This Pei never owes other people. This favor, this Pei has noted it down. If you need any help in the future, as long as it's within the Holy Land, this Pei has the ability to help you achieve it." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Fine. When the time comes, I'll go and look for you." "Yi Yuan, how do we exit now?" Jun Tianyu asked what everyone was wondering. Everyone perked their ears up. This damn place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. Even Ying Tianya and Pei Wenxiang also involuntarily perked their ears up. From the moment they woke up, Yi Yuan already became the absolute backbone of their group of people. Forget about He Shuming, even the Pei Wenxiang who always liked to jump around bowed his head in submission already. Who else dared to jump out? Yi Yuan said, "The exit is right at the sacrificial altar there. Let's go." During the period that everyone was unconscious, Yi Yuan did not stay idle. He used secret arts to torture the gray flame primordial spirit for about, forcing him to say out many of this grotto's secrets. Xianxia prepared many contingency plans for the sake of reviving anew. These backup plans, he did not get to use them all. All of these benefited Yi Yuan. And that sacrificial altar was not just the core of the Luo Tian Soul Sealing Grand Array. It was also the grotto's passageway leading to the outside world. One had to admit that this Xianxia's attainments in formations were still praiseworthy. The ingenuity of his ideas, Yi Yuan rather admired it too. On the sacrificial altar, Yi Yuan opened up the transmission array according to the method Greyflame had told him. Everyone pushed open the coffin, but the things inside were already moved out by Yi Yuan long ago, completely empty. Inside this coffin was the transmission array's passageway. Everyone entered the coffin. A radiant light flashed and they finally vanished from inside this ancient grotto. At this very moment, in the faraway Rangshe region, Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, an alchemy emperor was currently researching medicinal pills. An old man whose hair and beard were all white was sitting not far away from him, currently enjoying tea. Alchemy emperors researching medicinal pills were something that was most common. It was just that what was placed on his table were actually all Tier 5 medicinal pills. An alchemy emperor powerhouse researching Tier 5 medicinal pills, now this was not a usual thing. Many jade containers were placed on the table. Inside the containers had all sorts of liquid. As he researched, his brows were tightly knitted. In the end, he drew a breath and sighed deeply, putting down the work in his hands. When that old man whose hair and beard were all white saw the situation, he put down the teacup in his hand, came to the alchemy emperor's side, and said rather surprisedly, "Younger brother Sunze, even you can't deconstruct these measly little Tier 5 medicinal pills too?" "First elder, it's not that I, Sunze, am boosting other people's morale while diminishing our prestige. Even if these medicinal pills are brought to the Alchemist Association, those few old monsters might not be able to deconstruct them either," Sunze said with an emotional sigh. First Elder's eyebrows raised up as he said in amazement, "Really that freaky?" Sunze nodded and said, "These Tier 5 medicinal pills look simple, but they were refined and formed with unique methods. And the compositions we deconstructed, logically speaking, are not able to be refined into pills at all when put together. This alchemist is simply a genius. I truly have no idea what kind of method he used to combine these medicinal herbs together, and even let the medicinal pills' medicinal effects increase so much. In my view, this is simply inconceivable." This Sunze was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, and also the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's one and only high-rank alchemy emperor. And the medicinal pills he was researching were precisely the medicinal pills sent over from the faraway White Valiant region, Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branch, and also the few types of medicinal pills Yi Yuan newly rolled out. Actually, after these medicinal pills were sent to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, there was already a batch of alchemy emperor powerhouses who attempted to deconstruct them before. It was just that the final outcome was apparent. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company saw a business opportunity from these medicinal pills and were naturally unresigned to fail just like this. Hence, they let the White Valiant region send some medicinal pills over again and let the head alchemist, Master Sunzai, attempt decomposition. Except, the final result was still a failure. These medicinal pills were actually all improved by Yi Yuan in his early days in order to research medicinal theory. It was just that Yi Yuan did not let them surface in the world. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was incredibly haughty and held these sort of improved versions of Tier 5 medicinal pills in contempt. What could truly move Ji Qingyun was probably also just some seldom-seen Tier 9 medicinal pills. It was also fortunate that Yi Yuan did not make these medicinal pills known to the public in his previous life. Or else, he would really not dare to anyhow take them out to sell. He, First Elder, clearly knew the business too. Hearing this, he said rather surprisedly, "The medicinal theory actually doesn't make sense." Sunzai nodded and said, "Not just doesn't make sense, it's simply full of shit. These few kinds of medicinal herbs grouped together, logically speaking, even if given to an alchemy god to refine, it should also be invalid pills. Really don't know what this alchemist did to actually be able to turn the rotten into something magical. First Elder, these medicinal pills. Just who refined them? SSS. Then that's really freaky. I've already asked the White Valiant region branch before. These medicinal pills were only refined by a divine traversing realm boy who just ascended. When First Elder said this, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Sunzai grabbed hold of First Elder's clothes when he heard that and cried out in shock. "What did you say? Divine traversing realm? Alchemy sovereign? This? You aren't joking with me, right?" Sunzai's startled cry, even his voice changed pitch. The shock in his heart could be imagined. A peak alchemist like Sunzai would never concern himself with the affairs of the world. When First Elder brought the medicinal pills for him to deconstruct, even though he was rather disapproving in his heart, he still did it. Let alone that there were already many alchemy emperors who could not deconstruct them before this. Therefore, he did not ask about these medicinal pills' origins at all. Now, when he heard that it was refined by an alchemy sovereign, his first reaction was that it was impossible. First Elder smiled bitterly and said, "Younger brother Sunzai, do you feel that I have much spare time to crack this kind of joke with you? Actually, the first time I heard this news, I totally did not believe it too. But only after inquiring repeatedly did I confirm that this was indeed true. But I heard that there is still a master behind this boy. It's just that this expert has never shown face before. That side is guessing whether or not this so-called expert doesn't exist at all." Sunzai sucked in a cold breath, his gaze becoming astonished. "First Elder, actually, after I failed earlier, I associated it with someone. If there is really anyone who's able to reach this level in this world, then there can only be him. But the problem is, that person is long dead already. Could it be that this junior obtained the legacy of an alchemy god in the lower realms?" The moment the words came out, even Sunzai himself shook his head and denied it, saying, "How is that possible? It's too preposterous." First Elder's heart was stirred, and he asked, "Could whom you're talking about earlier be?" Sunzai nodded his head, with a close to idolizing expression, as he said one by one, "That's right. It's Ji Qingyun." Pausing for a moment, Sunzai added on, "Ji Qingyun is absolutely the #1 alchemy genius in these tens of thousands of years. His understanding towards alchemy is poles apart from us, these so-called alchemy emperors. It's precisely because so that he would frequently refine out some unimaginably queer medicinal pills. If not for this shackle being unbreakable, him becoming an alchemy god was something sooner or later. Sigh. Alas, a genius of his generation actually perished just like this." First Elder and Sunzai discussed about Ji Qingyun, both lamenting greatly, especially Sunzai. Sunzai, as a high-rank alchemy emperor, was already standing at the apex of the alchemist food chain. but even he actually had exceedingly idolizing mentality toward Ji Qingyun. Speaking of which, ever since after the Ji family father and son perished, not only did this Medicine King Hall not decline, it became even more powerful instead. It's just that this Medicine King Hall is becoming increasingly mysterious. Originally, our Heaven's Destiny trading company still had some collaborations with them, but now it's all suspended, First Elder said. When the Medicine King Hall was at its pinnacle period, it was the target various Divine Realm peak trading companies fell over each other to cooperate with. At one point, it even overshadowed the Alchemist Association. Except, the past was already gone with the wind. The present Medicine King Hall was also no longer that Medicine King Hall in the past. Sun Zhe heaved a sigh and said, Ji Qingyun's death was a sort of retrogression to the alchemy path. If he didn't die, the entire alchemy world would have had a revolutionary transformation take place before long. If it was like that, it might also be another beginning for the Divine Realm. A shame, such a shame. But to say that the boy who refined these few kinds of medicinal pills have any relation with Ji Qingyun, that's also too far-fetched. The way I see it, he should have gotten some ancient alchemist's inheritance. That's how he knew how to refine these few medicinal pills, First Elder said. Sun Zhe nodded and said, Should be this case, but I suggest for the trading firm to pay more attention to this boy. If there's a possibility, letting him join the trading company is for the best. His future accomplishments will surely be above mine, First Elder said. I naturally know that. These medicinal pills. Leave them. Later, I'll invite some fellow alchemists to research these medicinal pills together, Sun Zhe said. In the Great Xiang region, there were 2 rank 1 holy lands, Bright Moon City and Vast Sun City. Bright Moon City was renowned throughout the Divine Realm because of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, while Vast Sun City became a household name with the Vast Sun Flame Heart Pupil. 2 mighty rank 1 holy lands were respectively controlled by the 2 great Yu and Zhou families. No one was able to shake them. But at this time, Bright Moon City's Yu family welcomed an esteemed guest. This person was the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Lord Quan Xingzi. Even Yu Mengli did not expect it either, that the Zhou family actually able to invite Quan Xingzi over. Except, after giving Yu Mengli a round of diagnosis, Quan Xingzi's brows knitted together and repeatedly lamented, How strange. How strange. Zhou Yan carefully asked at the side, Lord Chairman, what strange aspects does Lia's illness have? Quan Xingzi was invited by the Zhou family. Hence, Zhou Yan naturally had to accompany her by the side. Curing Yu Mengli would be his, Zhou Yan's, meritorious deed. Yu Mengli would not be able to find any more reason to object to this marriage. Quan Xingzi said, I did a round of examination just now and discovered that apart from possessing the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique, Lier actually still has another extremely rare spirit physique. The moment these words came out, Zhou Yan's expression became stiff, and his heart palpitated. Lord Chairman, logically speaking, having 2 kinds of spirit physiques should be a good thing. Why? Zhou Yan cried out in his heart, must not be that whatever innate battle soul physique. Yet reality was this cruel. Quan Xingzi said, If it were an ordinary spirit physique, it would naturally be a good thing. But this innate battle soul physique is different. In the Divine Realm's records, the innate battle soul physique merely appeared a few scanty times. This kind of spirit physique requires the spirit and flesh to merge into one but clashes with the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique. 2 kinds of spirit physiques preying on the divine soul, resulting in Lier's present ailment. With every word Quan Xingzi said, Zhou Yan's face became a shade darker. His diagnosis was actually exactly the same as that punk's. Really seeing ghosts. When Lier heard these words, she could not resist smiling at Yi Qing. Yi Yuan was indeed formidable. In terms of alchemy standards, he was absolutely not beneath this Lord Quan Xingzi. However, Yi Yuan said that he was able to treat the conflicting agony of her spirit physiques. This Quan Xingzi probably could not do it, right? Lord Chairman, then Lier's illness? Zhou Yan's eyes carried some hope. He prayed inwardly for Quan Xingzi to be able to cure it. That way, he could kill that brat without any qualms. These few days, Zhou Yan had been pestering Yu Mengli every day. But how could he not feel that Yu Mengli's heart was all tied up in that detestable brat's hands? With the passing of time, the jealousy in his heart grew increasingly thicker. Quan Xingzi heaved a sigh and said, "Divine soul ailments are the most dangerous. Furthermore, spirit physiques are born from heaven and earth, and there's completely no way of using medicinal strength to change it. Unless the heaven can take back one of her spirit physiques, otherwise it's incurable." Zhou Yan's expression changed and he said unresignedly, "Lord Chairman's alchemy cultivation is exceedingly high. Could it be that even you are helpless too?" Quan Xingzi said helplessly, "No matter how strong one's alchemy path cultivation is, it's also not omnipotent. There are always terminal illnesses that can't be treated. These two types of spirit physiques, any one of them would be exceptionally formidable. But gathering onto one body, it's true fate making a mockery out of people. Lier must not utilize soul force in the future, or else the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine." As he said, he looked at the Yi Qing by the side, his expression easing up slightly as he said, "Azure spirit trees are exceedingly rare. I believe that your father expended a considerable price in order to obtain him, right? It's just that even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root." Zhou Yan's expression suddenly changed and he asked Quan Xingzi, "Lord Chairman, if even you can't cure this illness of Lia's too, is there still anyone who can treat it in this world?" Chairman Jing He. The Chairman Jing from Zhou Yan's mouth was precisely the Divine Realm's alchemy path's pinnacle existence. The Alchemist Association's chairman, Jing Fengtian. Quan Xingzi shook his head and said, "As far as I know, Chairman Jing probably won't cut it either. Moreover, even if he's able to, it's likely very hard for Lier to be able to wait for him to take action as well." Zhou Yan suddenly said with humility with a cold smile, "Lier, did you hear that? Even Chairman Jing can't. Could it be that you think a lower realm's aboriginal can cure your terminal illness?" Yu Mengli cracked a smile and said, "Since even Chairman Jing can do nothing to help, then why not let him give it a try?" "You, I think that you're thinking about that aboriginal in your heart, right?" Zhou Yan said furiously. "So what if yes?" Yu Mengli said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Zhou Yan's entire person was about stomp off in a rage. "Lier, honorable nephew did not stint to invite Lord Quan Xingzi here to diagnose your pulse with the best of intentions. What's with your attitude?" said a dignified middle-aged man by the side. This middle-aged man was precisely the Lord of Bright Moon City, Yunantian. Previously, he did not speak the whole time. At this time, he finally could not refrain from opening his mouth. "Aboriginal? Hoo-hoo. Pardon this old man for speaking bluntly, but how can a lower realm's aboriginal possibly treat such a terminal illness?" Quan Xingzi suddenly said with a laugh. When Zhou Yan heard these words, his spirit was immediately greatly excited. Like putting on a display of power, he said to Yu Mengli, "Lier, did you hear that or not?" Yu Mengli gave him a disdainful glance and said with a cold smile, "Looks like Zhou Yan very much hopes for me to let go of this world." Zhou Yan's expression turned stiff and he hurriedly said, I didn't mean that." In the end, it ended on a sour note. After everyone left, Yu Mengli's face appeared slightly haggard as she muttered under her breath, "In a blink, it's already over a year. It's been a long time. I wonder if have you been well?" Initially she thought that the longing for Yi Yuan was just because he was very similar to that person. But after Yu Mengli returned to the divine realm, she discovered that Yi Yuan's figure kept on lingering in her mind and not leave. The present Yu Mengli had deep yearning written all over her face. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he has probably already ascended to the divine realm now, right? Yi Qing suddenly said. Yu Mengli nodded her head, but she said worriedly, "What I'm worried about is also precisely this." Zhou Yan planted a vast sun flame heart pupil imprint on Yi Yuan's body. If he's really bent on dealing with Yi Yuan with his present strength, he's definitely not a match. But Yi Qing smiled and said, "I don't know about other people, but Yi Yuan, that boy, is very abnormal. A measly little imprint presumably won't have much effect on him at all." Yu Mengli's eyes lit up, and she said, "Really?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "When have you seen that boy suffer a loss before? Moreover, if Yi Yuan is really that person you suspect, how would he place a puny little Zhou Yan in his sights? Rest assured, wait until that boy shows up in front of you once more, he'll definitely trample Zhou Yan underfoot." These few days, Yi Qing had been following Yu Mengli constantly and also knew quite a bit of secret concerning Yi Yuan, including Yu Mengli's suspicions about Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli said half disbelievingly, "Really? If you don't believe me, you just wait and see," Yi Qing said with a smile. At the same time, Zhou Yen was currently in a towering rage. This damn aboriginal. To actually wipe away this young master's vast sun flame heart pupil imprint. Damn it. Damn it. This young master doesn't believe that a puny little aboriginal can really cure Liu's illness. Zhou Yu, according to the coordinates, that aboriginal who ascended from the endless world should be in the southwest few regions. You send people over right now. You must find that punk for me. Yes, young master, a guard-looking middle-aged man acknowledged. When Zhou Yen entered the endless world back then, it was through the coordinates given by that black-robed man, directly shattering the plane and going down. As for where endless world martial artists were able to ascend to, he did not know either. There were more than hundreds of millions of small worlds in the lower realms. Wanting to check the corresponding region for each small world's ascenders, that was virtually something impossible. Zhou Yen could only roughly ascertain the region Yi Yuan ascended to through coordinates. Back then, Zhou Yen leaving an imprint on Yi Yuan's body was in order to find Yi Yuan easier. But who knew that before Yi Yuan ascended? He wiped away the vast sun flameheart pupil imprint. Today, Zhou Yen deliberately went to sense the imprint he left behind but discovered that there was no response at all. Only then did he realize that the imprint was already erased by Yi Yuan unknowingly. How could Zhou Yen know that, in the previous life, Ji Qingyun had some friendship with both the Zhou and Yu families? He was even very familiar with the vast sun flameheart pupil's method. With Yi Yuan's means, wanting to erase the imprint without making it known to gods nor ghosts, it was too easy. At present, over half a month's time had already passed since Yi Yuan and the others came out from Xianxia's grotto. In this half a month's time, the entire ancient opulent city appeared very peaceful. Not long after Tianya came back, he brought Su Yan's remains back to the Holy Land. Yishiming also chose to enter terminal seclusion straight away and no longer appeared in public either. Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu similarly chose to enter closed seclusion. Jun Tianyu's losses in the Star Mist Radiant Fire formation was not small either, and he had no choice but to enter a retreat to consolidate his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise had considerable losses. In this half a month's time, Yi Yuan also expended quite a few medicinal pills before fully restoring his divine soul. Since leaving ancient opulent city until Yi Yuan exited seclusion, in between this had roughly 2 months' time elapsed. But during this period of time, there was a backlog of a large number of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. Yi Yuan had refined a batch of Tier 6 medicinal pills before leaving. The final outcome was naturally the same as what he said. The vast majority were superior-grade medicinal pills. With this, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation had a superb start in ancient opulent city. The boundless realm martial artists in ancient opulent city practically almost trampled the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's doors flat. Every day there were large numbers of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. But Yi Yuan was not around. Qianer and Li Huixing looked at this large batch of orders but were at a loss on what to do. They did not dare to make this sort of guarantee that the Tier 6 medicinal pills given to everybody would all be superior grade. Li Huixing even came up with a rotten idea during this, wanting to let the Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse come and refine. But this was flatly rejected by Qianer. This kind of thing like public praise must not be ruined. With no other choice, Qianer could only push all of these orders back and wait for Yi Yuan to return. How could Qianer have expected that Yi Yuan actually entered a retreat immediately after coming back? Moreover, this retreat was half a month's time. This kind of martial artists who put down an order immediately, most of them needed the medicinal pills urgently. Backlogging 2 months of orders all at once, how could these martial artists not be anxious? Especially these few days, those martial artists wished that they could tear down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's signboard. Qianer was anxious until she was pacing around in circles at Yi Yuan's seclusion venue. No idea how long had passed either. She finally caught sight of Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. "My lord and master, you finally exited seclusion. If you still don't exit seclusion, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will really have to wind up for good." Qianer carried a resentful tone as she grumbled. Xianxia actually carried some spoiled overtones when she said these words, making people unable to get angry. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "If it goes out of business, just open again will do. The sky won't fall. Talk about it, what did you run into?" Xianxia said anxiously, Why do you not have any score in your heart at all? The fire is already burning up to the eyebrows, and you're actually not nervous at all." Xianxia said the predicament the fragrant medicine pavilion faced for Yi Yuan to hear. Initially, she thought that Yi Yuan would be burning with anxiety. But who knew that he just smiled faintly and said, "I was wondering how big a matter it was. Isn't it just some tier 6 medicinal pills? Give the orders all to me. Latest by 2 days' time. I'll hand the medicinal pills all to your hands." Chenner stared with wide eyes and said, "T2 days? You aren't joking with me? I have hundreds of tier 6 medicinal pill orders on hand. That expert behind you can actually refine finish in 2 days." Actually, Chenner had surmises long ago. What expert behind? Utter nonsense. This person who refined the tier 6 medicinal pills was definitely Yi Yuan himself. It was just that some words it was not appropriate for Chenner to say explicitly. Chenner was a clever person. She knew that once some words were said, their collaboration with Yi Yuan would come to an end here. Actually, when Chenner heard Yi Yuan make that sort of promise back then, she jumped in fright too. It was just that hearing Yi Yuan said that there was a master behind afterwards did Xianxia set her mind at ease a little. Yet Yi Yuan and they had been very close. She had never seen before whatever so-called expert. Therefore, she boldly guessed that the one who refined the medicinal pills was Yi Yuan himself. At that time, she gave herself a great fright too, feeling that this kind of result was too fantastical. How could an alchemy sovereign realm alchemist possibly refine tier 6 medicinal pills? It was fine if refining tier 6 medicinal pills, but they were even all superior grade and above medicinal pills. This was too outrageous. Chenner did not tell anyone the result of her guesses, including the Meteor Trading Company's people. It was because she saw a huge business opportunity on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan using an excuse that there was an expert assisting behind was because right now he did not wish for others to know that he could refine tier 6 medicinal pills. If she divulged this information once Yi Yuan knew about it, he would surely fall out with her. The so-called cooperation would also come to an end here. But Chenner was not a short-sighted person. Yi Yuan's alchemy talent was too heaven-defying. If they made friends with him well, wouldn't the Meteor Trading Company soar to the heavens in the future? Once such a character grew up, they would surely astonish the entire divine realm in the future. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery but tough to deliver charcoal in the snow. Yi Yuan was rising up from a nobody right now. It was precisely the time he needed support. Therefore, Chenner decided to build good relations with Yi Yuan at any cost. It was just that even so, when she heard that Yi Yuan only needed 2 days to finish refining all of the several hundred tier 6 medicinal pills, it shocked her until her jaws were wide open. These several hundred tier 6 medicinal pills, even if given to Xianxia to refine, it would probably take half a month, even a month's time too. But Yi Yuan, this puny little alchemy sovereign, actually only needed 2 days? Yi Yuan said coolly, "That person's strength is not what you can imagine. These medicinal pills are not worth mentioning at all," in his eyes. "Later, you let them send the medicinal herbs and orders all to my residence. 2 days later, you'll naturally have an answer that satisfies you." Yi Yuan had said all these, but then he seemed to have thought of something again and said, "Oh, right, these tier 6 medicinal pill orders, got to restrict them a little in the future. Otherwise, there will be no end to it. If there are martial artists whose medicinal pills are used for saving lives, they can cut the line or something. This? All right then. Oh yes, there's still something. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Xianxia, has already come to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to find you many times. I've already told him that you're in close seclusion. But he still comes over every day. I reckon that he should arrive around this time." Xianxia said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Oh? Looks like they almost can't take it anymore." Talking about this, Xianxia said with a smug smile that goes without saying. "These 2 months, our Meteor Trading Company launched an attack all round and already beat their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they don't have the strength to retaliate at all. Now, in the ancient opulent city, our meteor trading company has already leaped to first place as the #1 major trading firm, while the market their Heaven's Destiny trading company is occupying now is only less than 30%. Yi Yuan came back hastily and entered a retreat very hastily. He really did not pay attention to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's current operation situation. Now, hearing Xianxia say so, he was very surprised. That's what Xian could lead the Heaven's Destiny trading company to firmly occupy the position of #1 major trading firm in the ancient opulent city. He absolutely had some skill. Furthermore, the Heaven's Destiny trading company was deeply rooted in the ancient opulent city. Their relationships were deeply entwined together into an intricate mess. It was very hard others to go against them. Even though Yi Yuan was very confident in his own medicinal pills, he also did not think that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could utterly beat down the Heaven's Destiny trading company within a year. He did not expect that Xianxia only used 2 months to squeeze the Heaven's Destiny trading company dry until they were only left with less than 30% of the market. This result involuntarily made Yi Yuan view Xianxia in a different light. In Yi Yuan's impression, Xianxia did not have much capability at all. Seeing that she was unable to deal with the situation after being so long in ancient opulent city. She should have belonged to the flower vase type. 1. Furthermore, this last did not have any foresight at all. The last time, she did not look at his medicinal pills at all and was going to drive people out. If not on account of their chairman's face, Yi Yuan would probably not even be bothered to work together with the meteor trading company. Sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, Xianxia could not help turning angry from embarrassment and saying, "What's the meaning of your eyes? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look at these 2 months' accounts." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "No need. I believe what you say." "Then what do you mean?" Yi Yuan withdrew his gaze and said smilingly, "Looks like I underestimated you. I didn't expect that a young lady like you actually has such means. Makes me rather surprised." Xianxia smiled smugly when she heard that and said, "This young lady has plenty of means. In the past, it's just a clever housewife who can't cook a meal without rice. Borrowing this surge of eastern winds too. Wouldn't I utterly destroys Xian that old punk? If not for the headquarters not agreeing to send an alchemy ancestor powerhouse over here, our meteor trading company would long have been the ancient opulent city's #1 trading company. Speaking of which, the one who rendered the greatest meritorious service this time is still you. Even if I had any more methods, it's impossible to bring down the Heaven's Destiny trading company too." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's for the sake of my own cultivation too. You don't have to overthink it. But we already know each other for so long, and I only know that you're called Xianxia. I don't even know your surname and have never seen your real appearance before either. Isn't this cooperation of ours falling short of reality?" Xianxia was stunned and did not expect that Yi Yuan would suddenly pose such a question. Hesitating for a bit, she still unveiled her own face veil. "I'm called Zhao Qian. Now, does it live up to the true sense of the term?" Zhao Qian said with a slight smile. Seeing Zhao Qian's beauty that transcended the secular, Yi Yuan's eyes involuntarily lit up as he praised. "Miss Qianxia has such stunning looks. Wouldn't doing business yield twice the results with half the effort? But why do you cover your face with a veil?" One had to acknowledge that Zhao Qian was absolutely that sort of beauty that was hard to come by. In Yi Yuan's view, it was at least somewhat on par with Xiaoruyan. But Zhao Qian's face turned cold and she put the face veil back on and said with a cold snort, "Knew that you stinking men are all like this. Humph. I Zhao Qian do things based on my own ability. How can I parade my looks?" Finished talking, Zhao Qian turned right around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qian's departing back view and could not help being slightly absent-minded as he said, "Zhao Qian, huh? I wonder what relationship she has with Zhao Xingqian. This forehead looks rather similar." At the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, inside a hidden chamber, Xian gave Yi Yuan a bow and said, "A genius alchemist like Master Yi. This should have come to pay respects long ago. But there are too many matters to attend to, and I keep being too busy to get away. A sin, a sin." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Chairman Nuzhua is too kind. Your Heaven's Destiny trading company has alchemy saint he holding down the fort. How could you think much of me, this junior?" Xian hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not." He Shuming offended Master Yi. That was all his own idea. This person is very narrow-minded and envious of those better and more able than him. It's just that this was status is lowly. I urged bitterly many times, but he would not stop. Sigh. Fortunately, he brought trouble onto himself and was already called back by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch. Only then did this was able to find this opportunity to come and offer an apology to Master Yi on his behalf. When Yi Yuan heard this, he said in surprise, He Shuming was transferred away? Xianxia nodded and said yes. Our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company regards young genius alchemists very highly. But He Shuming he beat down Master Yi by capitalizing on his status. After the branch knew this incident, they were greatly enraged. Not only did they call him back, they even fined him 10 years' salary. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that He Shuming actually came to such an end. Xianxia's mouthful of nonsense. How could he not tell? It was just that people already brought out the sincerity of their apology. Yi Yuan could not very well expose it. This Xianxia was sly and cunning, pushing all of the blame onto He Shuming, stripping himself clean. But Yi Yuan reckoned that the matter of He Shuming getting punished presumably should be true. He had the Meteor Trading Company supporting from behind. This kind of thing he just had to inquire about it a little, and he would know whether it was genuine or a sham. Looks like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was planning on reconciling with him. But business was akin to a battlefield. Yi Yuan would not give the other party an opportunity that could be exploited to their advantage because the other party yielded. Even if Yi Yuan was willing, it may be assumed that Zhao Qian definitely would not be willing to. Stop beating around the bush. Talk about your intentions for coming, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xianxia was not embarrassed at all, fishing out a token and handed it over to Yi Yuan, saying, Master Yi, this is my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold-level identity token. People in possession of this type of token. People who possess this type of token can enjoy a 40% discount at all Heaven's Destiny Trading Company branches. Moreover, it's equal to an 8-star elder rank. Yi Yuan interrupted Xianxia's words immediately, saying out this gold token's functions in detail. Xianxia said in surprise, Master Yi is actually so familiar with my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's matters. In the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there's only one person possessing this gold-level identity token. That is the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Lord. Didn't expect that Master Yi actually knows so much in detail about this token. Truthfully speaking, the headquarters actually sending people to deliver this gold-level identity token made Xianxia extremely surprised. One had to know that people possessing this gold token were basically all Holy Land heavyweight class figures. The lowest were also Dao Profound Realm powerhouses. Now, headquarters actually gave a gold token to a divine traversing realm boy. This kind of thing, it was still his first time hearing about it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Did you guys deconstruct the medicinal pills newly rolled out by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion or not? Xianxia's heart pounded when he heard that. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually have such a query. He actually did not know how to word it for a moment. It was still Xianxia's first time meeting Yi Yuan. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was very formidable, he did not think that he was actually so astute. He only took out a gold token and Yi Yuan actually guessed the matter of deconstructing the medicinal pills. How fast a reaction did this require? Seeing Xianxia faltering and unable to speak, Yi Yuan continued. Looks like your headquarters alchemists failed the deconstruction. Otherwise, you wouldn't take this out. This gold token is indeed very sincere. But do you plan on using one gold token to dissolve my collaboration with the Meteor Trading Company? At this time, Xianxia came back to his senses too. Shaking his head, he said, This wood doesn't have this intention. This gold token doesn't have just those functions, Master Yi said. And it still has my ancient opulence City Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's 30% performance shares. And we only have one request, which is that we hope Master Yi also supplies these kind of medicinal pills to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Let us and the Meteor Trading Company sell these few types of pills at the same time. A gold token adding on 30% performance shares just to exchange for the selling rights of a few types of medicinal pills. This deal could be said to a certain profit and no losses. To Yi Yuan, it was 100% sincere. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of this. But after he thought about it for a bit, he returned the gold token to Xianxia and said, "Apologies, I can't agree to you." Xianxia could not help losing heart as he said this. Could it be that our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's sincerity is still not sufficient? Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Sincerity is enough. But I, Yi Yuan, am not you merchants. I have my principles. Since I've already agreed to collaborate with the Meteor Trading Company, no matter how high your price is, it's no use too." Xianxia left, but the gold token was left behind. This gold token was a death-sworn mission issued by Upstairs, making him be sure to give to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan did not accept, he could forget about being this chairman already. Finally, Yi Yuan still accepted the gold token. He did not mind taking a bit of advantage. As long as it did not go against his principles, it was fine. Yi Yuan knew that the resources he required for cultivation in the future would be too much. Moreover, the price would become increasingly expensive. Right now, this fragrant medicine pavilion could not support his cultivation for too long. Wait until his cultivation realm got higher and higher, the earth essence crystals earned by the fragrant medicine pavilion would fail to meet the expenditure. Using this gold token could have a 40% discount when buying things. Only a moron would refuse. After Xianxia left, Zhao Qian asked Yi Yuan what he came here for. But Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, leaving immediately, angering Zhao Qian until she stomped her foot at the back. 2 days later, Jun Tianyu exited seclusion. Not only did he recover to his peak condition, he even achieved a breakthrough in cultivation realm, reaching 3rd-level heaven enlightenment in one go. Of course, this was Yi Yuan getting Zhao Qian to bring over some Tier 7 medicinal pills. That was how Jun Tianyu could recover his strength in such a short time and obtain a breakthrough. These medicinal pills were all very valuable things. It was very hard for Jun Tianyu to get them too. But Yi Yuan just casually asked and got it. Right now, Zhao Qian obeyed Yi Yuan's every word. Some Tier 7 medicinal pills was also not a big deal to the Meteor Trading Company. But through this matter, Yi Yuan suspected even more that this Zhao Qian's identity was not simple. Because of the medicinal pills he wanted, it was likely not that easy to get even for 6-star managers. "Congratulations to Brother Jun for breaking through," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Previously, Jun Tianyu had been protecting Yi Yuan's safety along the way like a bodyguard, and he nearly even lost his life. This made Yi Yuan rather apologetic. No matter what, this favor was owed. Therefore, seeing Jun Tianyu having a breakthrough, Yi Yuan was very happy too. "Haha. Isn't this still all thanks to those medicinal pills you got?" Jun Tianyu was clearly very happy too, saying with a big laugh. These few years, he neglected cultivation. His cultivation realm progression had always been very slow. Now, encountering Yi Yuan, not only did he cure his wife, he even obtained breakthroughs in both concepts and cultivation realm. How could he not be happy? "TCH, the medicinal pills were procured by me. What are you thanking him for?" Zhao Qian said unhappily. Ever since that day, even though Zhao Qian would not defy Yi Yuan's words, she took a liking to bicker with Yi Yuan. She had never given Yi Yuan any good attitude before. Jun Tianyu was very magnanimous and said with a chuckle, "Hoo, Miss Qian naturally have to be thanked." "That's more like it." Zhao Qian extended her elegant hand towards Yi Yuan and said, "The medicinal pills you promised me?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly, reaching his hand out and flicking it. Several hundred medicinal bottles appeared in front of Zhao Qian. On every medicinal bottle indicated the name of the medicinal pill. They were shockingly all Tier 6 medicinal pills. "You do a check," Yi Yuan said. A glimmer of shock flickered across Zhao Qian's eyes, but she said verbally, "No need." As she said this, she put away these medicinal pills immediately. Right at this time, a sonorous voice sounded out outside the door, coming over from far away. "Yi Yuan, where are you? Quickly come out for me." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Pei Wenqiang? What's he here for?" Zhao Qian suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Forgot to tell you guys. City Lord Ing won't be back for the time being. The higher-ups have already appointed a new acting city lord. His name is Pei Wenqiang." Zhao Qian's words made Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu both stunned. Without waiting for them to react to it, Pei Wenxiang already barged inside hastily. Yi Yuan, this city lord came to grace you with his grand presence and you actually dare to not go out and welcome. Pei Wenxiang said gloatingly. Yi Yuan said with a black face, it's clearly you who forcefully barged inside yourself. Is there still reason? Jun Tianyu said coolly. Yi Yuan, want to sweep him out or not? Pei Wenxiang's expression choked up and suddenly discovered that Jun Tianyu actually broke through to third-level heaven enlightenment already and already caught up to him on Cultivation realm. But in terms of concepts comprehension, he could not catch up to Jun Tianyu even by whipping his horse. Jun Tianyu wanting to sweep him out of the door was probably just a simple matter too. Hey, I'm warning you guys. I'm the ancient opulent city's city lord for now. If you all dare to touch me, bear the consequences yourself. This time, it was Pei Wenxiang's turn to pull a black face. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said impatiently, all right, stop flaunting your city lord's power and prestige. You be the city lord, I'll run my fragrant medicine pavilion. Let's stay in our own lanes and mind our own businesses. Speak. What did you come to find me for? Pei Wenxiang was pissed the moment he heard that. Heh. What high-sounding sentiments. Your shop is opened in my territory. To actually dare have such an attitude towards me. Do you believe that I'll make you close down shop for good or not? Talking until here, Pei Wenxiang seemed to be even more pleased with himself as he thought and said, it's decided. Later, I'll make people come to impound your fragrant medicine pavilion. See if you still dare to be so insolent towards this city lord. Yi Yuan laughed and said, is that so? Recently, there just happens to be another person finding me. Because I couldn't bear to part with the fragrant medicine pavilion, so I didn't agree. Since you seized the fragrant medicine pavilion, it helped me make this decision. Pei Wenxiang laughed loudly and said, heh, found a path to retreat so quickly, huh? I wonder who your next player is. You also know my big brother's status in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Whichever organization you go to, I'll make them close down. I want to see who dares to take you in. Yi Yuan fished out a token very helplessly and played with it a little in his hand. Pei Wenxiang had yet to have any reaction. But when Zhao Qian saw that token, she could not help being struck dumb with amazement as she said, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token? Why would you have this kind of thing? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't want it. People insisted on forcefully pushing it to me. It was indeed Xianxia who forcefully pushed it to Yi Yuan. In order to make Yi Yuan accept this token, Xianxia almost knelt down for him. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed drastically too as he said, This is the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Isn't it said that in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, only the Holy Lord alone has this thing? Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance rather surprisedly and said, looks like I underestimated you. Didn't think that you actually even know about the gold token? Pei Wenxiang's expression was ugly as he said, I heard my big brother mention it before when I went to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch to buy things. Yi Yuan was enlightened as he said, oh, turns out it's like that. Oh, right, didn't you want to seal up my fragrant medicine pavilion? Quickly seal. What are you still waiting for? Haha, just now I was just cracking a joke, younger brother Yi, you don't take it seriously. Ah, only cared about making jokes. I almost forgot that coming today was for proper business. Pei Wenxiang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly changed the topic. What kind of joke was this? This gold token only a holy lord would have won in the entire Holy Land. Then what possessing it signified was already understood without being told. Sealing up the fragrant medicine pavilion? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was a rank 1 Holy Land, much more powerful than the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, this sort of rank 9 Holy Land. 1. If Yi Yuan really went to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he could use the status this token represented to screw him to death effortlessly. Zhao Qian was absent-minded by the sides. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. But Yi Yuan was somewhat curious about Pei Wenxiang's intent for coming and asked, what are you finding me for? Pei Wenxiang said, it's like this. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will be organizing a quasi-Holy Sun selection competition a month later. Each faction subordinate to the Holy Land has 3 quotas. About this, when I received this news, I thought of you right away and plan on giving you a spot. How is it? Sincere enough, right? Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition? Not interested. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and refused immediately. Other martial artists longed to enter the Holy Land very much. But Yi Yuan did not need it. Becoming a so-called quasi-Holy Sun was nothing more than getting the Holy Land's high regard, then obtaining a certain amount of cultivation resources, such as cultivation methods, such as medicinal pills. Yet, these things the present Yi Yuan could resolve all of it himself. Likewise, he could also settle it himself in the future. Because in the divine realm, the ones who lacked money the least were alchemists. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could earn truckloads of earth essence crystals. The establishment of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion also proved this point. Just a short 2 to 3 months' time, Yi Yuan's current wealth already exceeded 10 million earth essence crystals. This to an ascender who had just ascended for merely several months was simply something unimaginable. Yet Yi Yuan accomplished it, carrying the title of junior with the greatest hope of achieving alchemy god. If Yi Yuan could not even earn this bit of cultivation resources, that would also be too trashy. Heh, you still don't know, right? The rewards for the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time are exceptionally generous. Not only will the first place obtain a high-grade profound artifact, but he can also even get the chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. The Crimson Afterglow Valley. My elder brother, as one of the 7 Holy Sons, didn't even get the opportunity to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley before. Pei Wenxiang was actually quite agitated as he said. The Crimson Afterglow Valley from Pei Wenxiang's mouth. Yi Yuan had never heard of it before. He naturally did not know why he would be so agitated too. Rather, Jun Tianyu was quite surprised as he said, "The Crimson Afterglow Valley is the place Holy Lord Crimson Afterglow Holy Monarch attained the Tao. It's said that it opens once every 300 years. Each time, only 3 people can go in. These 3 names have always been selected from the Holy Land's Holy Sons. Why did they actually organize such a quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time? This kind of thing has never happened before in the past." Even though Jun Tianyu did not enter the Holy Land, he was not foreign to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's secrets. Pei Wenxiang said, "Who cares? As long as I can charge into the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, no matter how great a price you make me pay, I'd be willing to. Sadly, my age is too old and can't take part in the competition this time at all." But Yi Yuan asked, "This Crimson Afterglow Valley, could it be that there is anything different?" Jun Tianyu nodded his head and said, "It's said that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was originally a rank 1 Holy Land, ruling more half of the White Valiant region. It's just that no idea why the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lords became more incompetent with each passing generation later on. Today, it actually became a rank 9 Holy Land. But one thing is for sure, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rise and decline have a very close relationship with this Crimson Afterglow Valley. Because each generation's Holy Lord came out from the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This point has never changed before. The Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time unprecedentedly is probably for the sake of breaking the curse too, hoping to find the emergence of a junior disciple who can attain the Tao in the Crimson Afterglow Valley." Listening to Jun Tianyu's words, Yi Yuan became somewhat interested in this Crimson Afterflow Valley. In the divine realm, to be able to become a rank 1 Holy Land, not one was not a major force with deep foundations. But deep foundations did not represent strength perpetually not changing. In these countless years, each and every major force took turns alternating. Some of them, their strength became even stronger while others' strength declined. Such as the Medicine King Hall, they were a super holy land which had just begun flourishing in these few thousand years recently. It was just that the Medicine King Hall's rise up was akin to a flash in the pan, becoming the past very quickly. The present Medicine King Hall was already not the Medicine King Hall in the hearts of many divine realm martial artists. Just what on earth is inside this Crimson Afterglow Valley? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jun Tianyu shook his head and said, this, apart from those holy sons who entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley, probably no one knows. But everyone also has some conjectures. This Crimson Afterglow should be some kind of inheritances. It's just that nobody knows what kind of inheritance it is. Yi Yuan, I feel that you can go in and give it a shot. With your talent, I feel that you should be able to obtain the Crimson Afterglow Valley's inheritance. Oh? Brother Jun feels that I should go and give it a shot too, Yi Yuan said in amazement. Jun Tianyu was aware of Yi Yuan's true talent. Ordinary inheritances, he would really not attach any importance. But even so, Jun Tianyu still proposed for him to go give it a shot. It could be seen that this inheritance definitely had extraordinary aspects. Jun Tianyu nodded and said, legends has it that back then, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first-generation Holy Lord had a great world-shaking battle with a divine king powerhouse at that time because of some matter. At that time, the first-generation Holy Lord was still a nobody, while that divine king powerhouse's strength was probably almost on par with the present 10 great divine kings. The two people battled for 10 days and nights, ultimately ending in a draw. But not long after that, the two people passed away because their injuries were too severe. It was also precisely because of this that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land became more abysmal with each generation too. Their strength plummeted very quickly. Reaching this generation's Holy Lord, they were finally reduced to a rank 9 Holy Land. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that. Before ascending to the Divine Realm back then, Chi Hai once said that he had already not received news from the Divine Realm for a long time. Looks like starting from that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already unable to fend for themselves and completely did not have the energy to go manage the lower realms matters. But the first-generation Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord was actually able to fight to a draw with a 10 great Divine Kings level powerhouse. His strength absolutely did not allow underestimation. Looks like I really have to make a trip to this Crimson Afterglow Valley, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. To the current Yi Yuan, increasing his strength was still placed as number 1. His present strength was still too weak and still worlds apart from Ji Kanglin's. To be able to obtain an inheritance comparable to the 10 great divine kings, this kind of opportunity naturally could not be missed. Hey, brat. I only promised you a slot. Why are you treating it like this first place is already an item in your bag? Pei Wenxiang was very displeased with Yi Yuan's cocky attitude. Yi Yuan said confidently, if there is no Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse taking part, then this first place, I've probably nailed it. Pei Wenxiang curled his mouth and said disbelievingly, although if you get first place, as the person who recommends you a quota, I definitely won't miss out on benefits and will also have glorious honor. Your boasting is too big. That's right, the competition this time indeed won't have Heaven Enlightenment Realm taking part. The age is also restricted to under 40 years old. But you, a divine traversing realm boy, said it like you're going to sweep across boundless realms. It's also too shameless. Yi Yuan smiled and did not explain anything. Rather, it was Jun Tianyu who laughed and said, Yi Yuan isn't bragging. He has this capital. Jun Tianyu's words made Jun Tianyu and Zhao Qian both stunned. Could it be that this boy still had uncommon attainments along the martial path? But Pei Wenxiang did not believe this, and he said, boy, I know that you have some means and your capabilities aren't small either. That's why I took the risk of offending a major aristocratic family and gave a quota to you. It's also considered your repayment for the ancient grotto. But in the end, you're just an alchemist. To talk about overwhelming the junior generation in martial arts? I won't believe even if you beat me to death either. If Yi Yuan was boundless realm right now, Pei Wenxiang might really believe it. After all, Yi Yuan's means he had experienced before. Disregarding other things, just his attainments in the divine soul was plenty more than ordinary martial artists could bear. But Yi Yuan was just divine traversing realm now, while quite a few major aristocratic families and major sects disciples were all middle-stage boundless realm, even late-stage experts. Among them, there was no lack of some genius martial artists with very formidable strength. To say that Yi Yuan had the strength to crush everybody, how could he possibly believe it? Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance and said with a smile, this favor, I accept it. City Lord Pei, after this time, the old scores between us are written off. Nobody owes the other. How's that? Yi Yuan discovered that even though this Pei Wenxiang had somewhat of bad habits of a silpants, having a manner as if he was number one under the heaven, when really got to know him, he was not that detestable either. At least his promise in the ancient grotto, he really achieved it now. Yi Yuan knew that such quotas only had 3. Each major aristocratic family would definitely snatch viciously over it. But Pei Wenxiang left one for him. This definitely had to offend people. But in order to repay him, he did it without any qualms. Though Pei Wenxiang had a powerful backer behind, governing such a large city, he could not really be as reckless as he wished for everything. On the contrary, Pei Wenxiang was actually very clever and was very skillful in governing a city too. Otherwise, the moment Xianxia entered Clear Reed City back then, he would not possibly have known right away. Pei Wenxiang nodded his head and said, "All right, deal. But this quota, I helped you to get hold of it, but the things at the back, you can only do it yourself. Although you boasted to the high heavens, I still don't really believe it. You have to do your best. Even if you lose, don't lose too miserably too. Otherwise, my face will have no light." 1. Pei Wenxiang was managing 2 cities right now, which was also to say that he actually had 6 quotas on his hands. But Clear Reed City, an ancient opulent city, strength belonged to the lower-class standards among the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's subordinate forces. Even if the 2 cities' major aristocratic families snatched until their scalps bled to obtain the quotas, they probably could not walk very far in the end as well. This point, Pei Wenxiang was perfectly aware. Him saying this was only putting feathers on his own cap. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "City Lord Pei, rest assured, at that time your face will radiate brilliant light in all directions." 2. The few people were just chatting fervently when all of a sudden, there was a disturbance outside the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's front door. "Yi Yuan, you scram outside for this young master. You're cowardly turtle. Scared, is it? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Watch this young master beat you until you piss your pants. I want to let City Lord to have a look at just who is fit to go participate in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition." Outside the door, a young man roared furiously. Pei Wenxiang's brows furrowed and he said, unhappy, "Punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually dare refuse to accept this City Lord's decision. As it happens, this City Lord just assumed office. I'll make an example out of this Gu family, punk." "Gu family? My slot originally belonged to the Gu family?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. Pei Wenxiang's expression appeared slightly awkward as he nodded his head. Clearly, he did not expect that the Gu family punk would actually make such a scene. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance but did not say anything. Pei Wenxiang's mind games. How could he not perceive it? Even though Yi Yuan took action and saved Gu Qing, his relationship with the Gu family was not considered very good either. Putting aside other things, this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was really hauling in bushels of gold now. But this was originally the Gu family's territory. How could they possibly not be envious? This move of Pei Wenxiang's gave Yi Yuan a huge benefit and also sowed discord between the 2 forces' relationship without extra trouble. Him being the City Lord would sail with the wind. This kind of inciting method was not considered despicable. It was just the methods of a sovereign. Balancing all parties' relationship, this was something that every sovereign had to consider. Yi Yuan had never eaten pork but had seen pigs running plenty of times. How could he not see through this bit? Pei Wenxiang had just newly arrived. Using a bit of trick was justifiable. Yi Yuan did not think anything about Pei Wenxiang because of this. On the contrary, if Pei Wenxiang did not play these cheap tricks, he would not be Pei Wenxiang instead. Pei Wenxiang's small trick was just done by taking advantage of an opportunity. After all, the value of a slot far exceeded the problems of inciting the 2 sides' relationship. If that Crimson Afterglow Valley really had a huge lucky chance, then the value of this quota to Yi Yuan would be immeasurable. Some small tricks could be overlooked. Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance and sighed. This kind of housefly doesn't have to trouble City Lord Your Excellency to personally take action. I'll send him away. However, it's not to be made a precedent. Cough, cough. Won't be made a precedent. Won't happen again. That, Yi Yuan, you really don't need me to make a move? Gu Hua, this brat, his strength is still very decent. Among the ancient opulent city's junior generation, it's enough to rank in the top 3, Pei Wenxiang said. Before coming, Pei Wenxiang did not think that Yi Yuan was actually in possession of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Just this one token was already on a completely different level from the Gu family. This kind of trick seemed very redundant looking at it now. But Pei Wenxiang's means were not weak. Just came for a few days and he already pretty much figured out the ancient opulent city's forces distribution. Even the junior generation's strength, he already had an account in his heart. These 3 quotas, each one was very precious. How could Pei Wenxiang possibly give to people willy-nilly? At that time, if they go to compete and lose, he would be the one losing face. Furthermore, although the Pei family was powerful, they had quite a few enemies in the Holy Land too. This kind of major matter which involved the entire Holy Land, if it were really too perfunctory, it would give people a handle. This ancient opulent city's 3 quotas, apart from Yi Yuan, he selected them carefully. One of the quotas did not even go to a major aristocratic family, but that person's strength made people wholeheartedly convinced. This Gu Hua outside, his strength was indeed very decent. It was just that in order to return Yi Yuan a favor, he endured the pain and squeezed out his quota. Yi Yuan, scram outside for this young master. You, a pill-refining guy, what are you joining in the fun with us martial artists for? Leaving ancient opulent city, what you lose will be our ancient opulent city's face. Gu Hua shouted fervently outside the fragrant medicine pavilion's front door. The words got nastier and also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Originally, everyone was all rather baffled and even thought that because the Gu family was jealous that Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's current business was good, so they deliberately came to make a scene. Who knew that after listening carefully, they discovered that it was completely not the case. I say, Yi Yuan an alchemist, what is he joining in the fun blindly for? Although that Crimson Afterglow Valley reward is tempting, he also has to have the ability to get it. Yeah. Alchemists should study alchemy intensively properly. But now, he wants to go and compete in martial arts with people. Isn't this ignoring one's proper occupation? Gu Hua's strength is already 5th level boundless. Furthermore, his comprehension of concepts is very high. His strength is also sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the entire ancient opulent city's junior generation. Yi Yuan snatching people's slot like this is indeed rather virtuous. No wonder Gu Hua is so enraged. Gu Hua stirring things up like this. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan doing this was somewhat bullying others too far. This way of doing things was clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Right at this time, a large group of people walked out of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. The person in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan. When Gu Hua saw that Yi Yuan finally came out, he could not help looking pleased with himself. Yi Yuan, you're finally willing to come out. I even thought that you're going to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life. Come, since you already came out, then let's have a match. Let everyone take a look just who has the qualifications to represent ancient opulent city to battle. Gu Hua said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, you really want to compete? Of course. Could it be that I joke with you in front of so many people? Enough crap, fighting or not. If you don't dare to fight, hand over the slot obediently. City Lord, Your Excellency, I know that you have a friendly relation with Yi Yuan, but this sort of thing concerns the entire ancient opulent city's reputation. I, Gu Hua, cannot back down. Gu Hua had an appearance of awe-inspiring righteousness for the cause of justice, placing himself on the moral high ground. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say much either. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh slightly and said, All right then I'm coming. You have to be ready. Gu Hua did not think that Yi Yuan would actually fight at the drop of a hat and immediately raised all the essence energy in his body to his peak state. But right at this time his neck went cold. A sharp long sword was already pressing against his neck. You've already died. Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears. Only all the way to this moment did the crowd react to it. Yi Yuan actually arrived behind Gu Hua since God knows when already. Just now, Yi Yuan just had to lightly swipe the shining sword and he could claim Gu Hua's small life. Him saying that Gu Hua was already dead was not overboard at all. Pei Wenxiang's expression turned sharp, looking at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. With his boundary, of course, he could easily capture Yi Yuan's speed. But that sort of speed earlier was that what a divine traversing realm martial artist should have. Could it be that this fellow's strength was actually really so formidable? Yi Yuan, you're sneak attacking here. Too despicable. Gu Hua gritted his teeth and said. Gu Hua himself did not feel that Yi Yuan was formidable. Earlier, it was definitely Yi Yuan exploiting the time lag. That was how it caught him off guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Fine, I'll give you 5 chances. As long as you're able to avoid one of my swords, I'll yield my spot with both hands. How's that?" Gu Hua was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "You said it. At the time when you lose, you can't go back on your word." Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's prowess, he still acknowledged it. Wanting to win Yi Yuan was probably not something that easy. But no matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to make him unable to avoid even one sword. Right? Since he was taking the path to ruin himself, Gu Hua was not courteous too. For the sake of this slot to fight in the quasi-holy sun selection competition, even if people said that he won unscrupulously, he would accept it too. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses." Yi Yuan took away the sword and moved back, saying nonchalantly, "I'm coming. Are you ready this time or not?" The words dismissed casually made Gu Hua's heart tighten. But this time he gave his whole attention and watched Yi Yuan's actions, fearful of missing a trace. Yet, there was a blur before Gu Hua's eyes. Yi Yuan's traces were actually gone before his eyes again. "You died again." Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears once more. Xianxia's sword was placed on his neck one more time. Such a swift movement technique. Is this really the movement technique executed by a divine traversing realm martial artist? In front of such a movement technique, all martial techniques are pointless. Really didn't expect that an alchemist actually has such a strange movement technique. Just based on this movement technique, he is unbeatable. Yi Yuan occupying a spot is fully worthy. Yi Yuan's movement technique made cries of exclamations sound out all around. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too swift. Ordinary martial artists could not even catch his figure at all. Myriad laws in the world, only speed is unbroken. With such formidable movement technique facing martial artists whose cultivation realms were higher than his, it was without fear. Gu Hua's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that a divine traversing realm martial artist would actually be so much stronger than him, this boundless realm, in terms of movement techniques. That time earlier, he already made ample preparations. But he still could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Yi Yuan removed the sword and backed off once more, saying without joy nor sorrow, "The third sword. Ready for it?" Gu Hua's expression changed, his figure suddenly vanishing from where he stood. This time, he decided to strike first to gain the initiative and moved first himself. Right now, he was not thinking of doing anything to Yi Yuan at all. As long as he could avoid one of Yi Yuan's swords, it was considered his win. Even though using this kind of method to obtain a slot was somewhat scrupulous, but so what? Yet, the next instant, Gu Hua suddenly felt a chill at his waist. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. "Dead." Gu Hua's expression changed drastically, suddenly changing directions in the air, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sword. But after 2 breaths, he died 2 times in a row again. In front of Yi Yuan's powerful movement technique, he was actually unable to avoid even one sword. Which was also to say that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill him, he just needed one sword and it was enough. Gu Hua suddenly sat down on the ground and said unresignedly, I lost. This slot is yours." With this, no one else dared to call Yi Yuan's strength into question anymore. Even Gu Hua was utterly defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Him representing ancient opulent city to battle was fame following merit. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan as if he saw a ghost and said in amazement, "I originally just wanted to return you a favor, but I didn't expect that your movement technique is actually this strong. Looks like what you said before isn't completely unfounded." Yi Yuan just smiled and was too lazy to explain. After this incident, Yi Yuan chose to enter closed seclusion immediately. This retreat was a month's time. This period of time, it filled Zhao Qian with burning anxiety. Yi Yuan did not give her any explanation and just went into close seclusion, such that she had not got a clue at all just what kind of agreement Yi Yuan reached with Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. One had to know that what the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company gave Yi Yuan was a gold token. Without having a Holy Lord class strength, it was totally impossible to obtain such a token. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan's status in the eyes of those people in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters was already comparable to a Holy Lord's. In the beginning, Zhao Qian was very worried that some unforeseen changes would happen to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But a month passed, and it seemed like there was no change at all. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's side was also unusually quiet, seemingly already given up on the ancient opulent city this stall. But Zhao Qian's encroachment into the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's territory finally also stopped at 20%, this threshold. She could no longer cross over. A short roughly 3 months' time, the ancient opulent city's two major trading companies switched positions. The Meteor Trading Company became the #1 major trading firm in one leap, while the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company became a second-rate trading company. In truth, the one who reaped the most profits in between this was actually still the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, because their profit share was the highest. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan exhausted medicinal herbs valuing close to 10 million Earth Essence crystals, breaking through the threshold of late-stage divine traversing, and was on the verge of breaking through to 8th-level divine traversing. With peak 7th-level divine traversing strength, Yi Yuan finally had some confidence in the upcoming competition too. All the geniuses in the Holy Land gathered together. There was bound to be a batch of opponents with formidable strength. Yi Yuan's disadvantage was on Cultivation realm. Therefore, even if he rose one minor boundary, it could have a decisive impact on the final result. Through a month of settling down after Yi Yuan left seclusion, Zhao Qian actually resisted and did not ask about the gold token matter. This made Yi Yuan unusually surprised and could not help regarding Zhao Qian a little higher. This lass was indeed not that simple, to actually even endure such a matter. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, it was also time to leave ancient opulent city. Due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's territory being too vast, the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time was divided into 10 major tournament zones. At each major tournament zone, all of the contestants would fight in chaotic battles all the way until the final 6 was selected to take part in the ultimate selection competition. This tournament zone that Yi Yuan was at, there were close to 200 big and small forces, which was also to say that just this tournament zone had several hundred contestants. These several hundred contestants, the vast majority were all Boundless Realm martial artists. Of course, there was also a small minority of very self-confident divine traversing realm martial artists like Yi Yuan. As for how far these divine traversing realm martial artists could walk, no one would care about this at all, because these divine traversing realm martial artists were destined to be finished eliminating in the first round. This kind of major competition was very cruel. Without absolute strength, there was absolutely no way to stand out from the masses. Several hundred Boundless Realm martial artists, their cultivation realms did not have big differences. Wanting to enter the final 6, one's concepts comprehension and cultivation realm both had to be extremely outstanding. Yet this was still only a start. The real showdown was still at the final tournament at the end. Therefore, wanting to ultimately obtain this chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan was very confident in himself, but against those ultimate opponents, he did not dare to lower his guard too. To be able to charge to that sort of level, who would be mediocre? Yi Yuan had just left seclusion, and Pei Wenxiang received the news right away and rushed over. Behind him even tagged along 2 young men. Yi Yuan, if you still don't leave seclusion, we'd be leaving by ourselves. Oh, not seeing you for a month, you're actually almost reaching 8th level divine traversing already. Pei Wenxiang was rather amazed at Yi Yuan's cultivation speed. One had to know that the first time he met Yi Yuan had only just broken through to 4th level divine traversing. Just how long has it been? Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 minor cultivation realms already, reaching peak 7th level divine traversing. Want to obtain the chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley? How can it do if I don't cultivate diligently? Yi Yuan said with a smile. What high-sounding sentiments. Punk. Don't think that you're invincible under the heaven after defeating Gu Hua, that trash. Among the people taking part in the competition this time, there are quite a number of people who are 9th level boundless. just based on your bit of strength, and you even wish to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Behind Pei Wenxiang, a young man with an unruly expression said disdainfully. The young man had a stubborn and unruly appearance, with somewhat of a hint of overbearing attitude. Pei Wenxiang introduced with a smile. Here, Yi Yuan. I'll introduce them to you. This is our ancient opulent city's Xiang family's #1 genius, Xiang Hao. This is Mu Yun. They are likewise our ancient opulent city's up-and-coming stars. This is Yu Yuan, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's owner. Don't need me to give you guys an introduction, right? Yi Yuan gave a smile, but completely ignored Xiang Hao, and greeted Mu Yun. Brother Mu, I've heard much about you. Mu Yun said humbly. Dare not, dare not. Speaking of this Mu recently obtained a breakthrough and still have to thank Brother Yi. If not for Brother Yi refining the Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill for this Mu would also be unable to break through the bottleneck. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, turns out that the one I refined the Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill for was actually Brother Mu. Mu Yun said with a smile, this Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill is exceedingly hard to refine. This Mu paid a visit to many masters too, but no one could refine it. Later, I heard that Brother Ye's alchemy strength is head and shoulders above others, so I came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and gave it a try. Didn't expect that, in the end, you actually handed me a superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill. With this superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill, this Mu's strength advanced tremendously. The competition this time, I have a bit more confidence too. Yi Yuan and Mu Yun chatted engrossly, directly hanging Xiang Hao out to dry by the side. And Yi Yuan completely disregarded his mockery. This made him very pent up with anger. But in front of Pei Wenxiang, he could not very well lose his temper too, and he could only sulk by the side. Hey, the three of you get to know each other more. This time, my face is all up to you guys to gain. Alright, it's getting late. We should set off, Pei Wenxiang said with a laugh. Yi City was the largest city in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's southern part, ruling up to 200 major and minor forces in the vicinity. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time, this place naturally became the arena for the division tournament zones. These few days, many people flooded into Yi City all at once. They were all here to observe this competition. Although these people did not have the opportunity to take part, how could they miss this sort of grand event? And those geniuses possessing the contestant slots were naturally received by the city lord manor. But just a mere several hundred people was not considered much to the massive Yi City. Pei Wenxiang, I heard that you picked up a huge bargain this time and actually brought 6 cannon fodders over. The moment Pei Wenxiang and the others entered the door, they just happened to run into another group of people. That person in the lead opened his mouth immediately to mock. Wu Jianqing, several years of not seeing, why is your mouth still so smelly? If what I brought are cannon fodders, could it be that what you brought aren't cannon fodders? Pei Wenxiang said angrily. Hee. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Our Yangyuan city really produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Obtaining 1 slot is absolutely a shoo-in. Peng Yan, why haven't you quickly come over to greet City Lord Pei? A very withdrawn young man behind Wu Jianqing walked out and gave Pei Wenxiang a bow as he said, Junior Peng Yan pays respect to City Lord Pei. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, 7th level boundless. It was also no wonder that Pei Wenxiang was shocked. To be able to reach 7th level boundless at this age, not one of them was not a figure with astonishing talent. One had to know that these 6 people Pei Wenxiang brought here, the highest was merely 6th level boundless. Wu Jianqing said smugly when he saw the situation, Peng Yan's strength is even more formidable than you imagine. With him around this time, locking in 1 slot is absolutely no issue. How is it? Got a feeling of being rolled over or not? Ha. Pei Wenxiang said with a black face. Don't get cocky. What the competition is competing in this time is not just cultivation realm. Concepts comprehension is similarly very important. Wu Jianqing laughed out loud and said, don't need you to worry about this. Peng Yan's concepts comprehension is absolutely much stronger than the group of trash you brought. Concepts comprehension was indeed very important. It was even more important than cultivation realm. But to be able to break through to late-stage boundless realm at this age, how could his concepts comprehension be weak? This Wu Jianqing came from the Holy Land's Wu family. The Wu family's influence was about the same as the Pei family. Moreover, they were on very bad terms. Therefore, he did not have the least bit of psychological burden when he ridiculed Pei Wenxiang. Being able to find a 7th-level boundless genius this time, Wu Jianqing could be said to be in high and vigorous spirits. Yi, among these 6 people you brought, there is actually still one who hasn't even reached the 8th-level divine traversing realm. Pei Wenxiang, you're managing 2 cities right now and you actually can't even gather 6 boundless realms? You even needed to find a divine traversing realm trash to make up the numbers? Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Wu Jianqing suddenly discovered the Yi Yuan in the crowd and started jeering even more unbridledly. Peng Yan's gaze swept onto Yi Yuan too. His eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. The martial artists coming to participate in the competition this time were basically all boundless realms as the main force. Those extremely small minority of divine traversing realm martial artists were all some small forces contestants, completely too inferior to show in public. Ah! Yang Wenmiao. It's Yang Wenmiao. All of a sudden, there was a commotion outside the courier station. It was all the nympho-like screams of women. In the wake of these screams, a group of people walked into the courier station. Lord Yang Sen. The city lords leading their respective teams this time all gave him a bow one after another when they saw a middle-aged man in the lead. A handsome youth who was even more beautiful than women followed behind him. His aura was very powerful. Those women's screams were very clearly directed towards him. Hoo-hoo, how's everyone? The quasi-holy sun selection this period of time. I'll have to inconvenient everyone to stay in this courier station. If there are any areas where we didn't look after you well, I hope that everybody is magnanimous enough to tolerate, Yang Sun said. Lord Yang San is too courteous. Everyone hurriedly responded. This Yang Sun was clearly very familiar with the various major city lords. After greeting, he found people to engage in small talk one by one. Yi Yuan asked Pei Wenxiang curiously, "Who is this person? Seems very impressive." Lord Yangtze is Yi City's city lord, ruling close to 200 major and minor forces in the southern part. Do you think he's impressive or not? Pei Wenxiang said. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a realization. No wonder these city lords were all very respectful towards him. Like this, huh? That youth behind him seems to be very well received here. That is Lord Yangtze's son, Yang Wenmiao. He already reached 8th level boundless 2 years ago. Within the entire boundary that Yi City has jurisdiction over, he's the young generation's #1 genius. Plus, his looks are extremely handsome. Being well received is naturally something within expectations. The competition this time, the #1 in Yi City's division competition zone, only he alone is qualified. Yi Yuan nodded his head to express understanding. Looks like this Yang Wenmiao was a formidable opponent. One should not look at Yang Wenmiao's refined and elegant appearance. Yi Yuan could tell that he did not treat these people in front as opponents at all. That arrogance of his was hidden in the bones. Sigh, looks like the competition this time, we don't have any hopes at all, said a clear Reed City's young genius. Yeah, just the 7th level boundless this time, there are quite a few. Apart from Yang Wenmiao, the remaining 5 slots should be born among these 7th level boundless realms. Those few big cities ranked near the front, their strength is too strong. We have no chance at all, said the stubborn and unruly Xianxia dejectedly. Yang Wenmiao's appearance stirred up a wave of discussion. Without any doubt, this Yang Wenmiao already locked down 1 quota. No one could shake him. While the other 5 spots, the competition would probably be very intense. Like Clear Reed City and Ancient Opulent City, this kind of cities, their strength were all weaker in comparison. In the competition this time, there were still several 7th level boundless young geniuses. They were the strong competitors for the other 5 quotas. Therefore, the 5 people traveling together with Yi Yuan were all very dispirited. It seemed as if them coming here were also just going through the formalities. Yang Wenmiao kept on following behind Yangtze, an appearance of impassiveness. But when his gaze swept onto Yi Yuan's body, it suddenly paused for a bit. Exceeding everyone's expectations, he actually left Yangtze and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Each and every action of Yang Wenmiao received great attention. The moment he moved, it immediately aroused a wave of commotion. Yang San gave his son a glance rather surprisedly, then turned his head over to engage in small talk with those city lords again.
Yang Wenmiu is heading over to our side.
What does he want to do? Xianxia said rather guiltily.
Being affected by Yang Wenmiao's aura, Xianxia was even stammering when he spoke.
Relax. The competition hasn't started yet. What can he do? I feel that he should be coming for Yi Yuan, Mu Yun said.
Xianxia was stunned and actually forgot to be scared and said with a jeer, "What's the unofficially decided number one of the competition looking for a divine traversing realm boy for?"
In my view, he's definitely here to look for City Lord Pei. After all, his elder brother is genuinely one of the 7 holy sons. Yang Wenmiao coming over to say hello is also within reason.
Yet Yang Wenmiao actually walked straight in front of Yi Yuan and said, "I'm called Yang Wenmiao. May I ask for little brother's name?"
Yi Yuan was rather surprised.
No provocation, no tit for tat, just a simple greeting. This Yang Wenmiao seemed to have a level-headedness disproportionate to his age.
And such an opponent was actually even harder to tangle with.
Yi Yuan said his own name with a faint smile.
Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, "You should be someone who practices the sword, right?
You're very strong." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Oh?
How does Brother Yang know that I'm very strong?" Yang Wenmiao laughed too and said, "Just a kind of feeling. Your sword intent is condensed but does not radiate. If not for my sword Dao attainments not being low, I probably can't even perceive it. I have a kind of feeling that your comprehensions towards sword intent should still be above mine.
However, we probably won't have the opportunity to exchange blows in the arena. Truly quite regretful."
Yang Wenmiao's swords were actually said very arrogantly, but when other people heard it, it was not unexpected in any way at all. His sword Dao attainments were very strong. This point was indisputable. Except what made everyone astonished was that Yang Wenmiao actually said that Yi Yuan's sword intent was even above his.
Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hoo, there will be the opportunity."
Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, 60 formidable experts like clouds. I must go and take part in the competition this time with my peak condition. Otherwise, this Yang would certainly find Brother Yi to spar for a bout. But it's good too.
Since I know that Brother Yi is under City Lord Pei, I'll definitely come and find you to seek guidance another day."
Finished talking, Pei Wenxiang greeted Pei Wenxiang, and turned right around and left, leaving everyone with astounded expressions.
Is Yang Wenmiu having a fever? He actually said that divine traversing realm boy is very strong.
Yeah, that boy doesn't have any extraordinary aspects at all. I feel that I can flatten him with one hand. If not for the competition forbidding fighting in private, I'd really want to go experience just how strong this boy is. Hey, no rush. The selection competition will be starting tomorrow. Whether it's a mule or a horse, they got to come out and take a stroll. Yang Wenmiao's actions aroused the mass of geniuses' attention. They all started sizing Yi Yuan up one after another. However, the result of the sizing up was that Yi Yuan did not have the slightest extraordinary aspect. He looked to be an ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist.
Yi Yuan, you really stick out. There are several hundred young geniuses here, but you just happen to be eyed by Yang Wenmiao. Could it be that your strength is really that strong? Pei Wenxiang said rather curiously.
Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Won't you know tomorrow?" On Yi City's practicing field, 6 enormous arenas were set up. The next day, early morning, all of the contestants taking part in the competition all gathered at the practice field. And at the peripherals, there were even dense crowds of meddlesome people surrounding and observing. It was just that they were blocked off by a massive array formation and were not permitted to enter. But this distance was sufficient to let them see the situation on all the arenas clearly.
Ah! Yang Wenmiao.
Go!
Go! Wenmiu.
These crowd of people spectating at the outer peripherals, there was a large group of Yang Wenmiao's steadfast supporters. The competition had yet to start, and each and every one of them was like pumped with stimulants, cheering Yang Wenmiao on. Yang Wenmiao is really terrifying. Just these women armies' saliva can drown the opponents to death, right? Xianxia stuck his tongue out and said, "Martial artist's world. Only strength will have applause."
Yang Wenmiu being so well received is mainly still because his strength is formidable enough, Mu Yun said.
Yang Wanmiao's strength is just able to crush his opponents in Yi City's division competition area. Leaving Yi City, these defenders of his will probably be disappointed, Pei Wenxiang said. Oh, this Yang Wanmiao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the other division competition zones are even stronger compared to Yi City? Yi Yuan said curiously.
He was not clear about Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's power distribution. Just how strong these other division competition zones' strength was, he had not the slightest clue.
Pei Wenxiang said, although the selection competition this time is dealing within the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary, the strongest competition zone is actually still the Holy Land's division competition zone. If there are no huge surprises, these quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, in the end, are still going to fall on the Holy Land's elites. Then isn't the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land taking an unnecessary action by organizing this competition? Yi Yuan said curiously. Pei Wenxiang shook his head and said, nay, the territory that a Holy Land has jurisdiction over is too vast. Even though the majority of the geniuses are placed into the bag by the Holy Land, there is still a small minority wandering about outside.
These people feel it completely beneath their dignity to join the Holy Land, just like Jun Tianyu. Actually, with his strength, with the Holy Land's resources grooming, becoming a Holy Son is virtually set in stone.
This competition is for the sake of making good omissions and deficiencies, drawing those geniuses wandering about outside with the Crimson Afterglow Valley's quotas.
Yi Yuan said smilingly, with how you say it, each division competition zone should have a batch of geniuses with extremely formidable strength emerge. Then you dare to be so certain that this number one will fall on the heads of the Holy Land's elites. Pei Wenxiang's expression appeared slightly solemn as he said, I say this, naturally have my reasoning.
Because among the Holy Land's geniuses, an extremely monstrous genius appeared this time. His strength is probably sufficient to sweep across martial artists of the same rank. Although a batch of very formidable geniuses will emerge in the competition this time, I don't think that among these people, there is anyone who can surpass him.
Oh?
Who is this person? To actually live up to such a praise from you. Yi Yuan became somewhat curious thanks to what Pei Wenxiang said too. Sweeping across same ranks, this was something that he, Yi Yuan, had been doing all along. If the Holy Land really had such a genius, he would really be a formidable foe. This person is already universally acknowledged to be the candidate for the next Holy Lord by many people in the Holy Land. His name is Nailan Chu, Pei Wenxiang said. Nailan Chu. Yi Yuan silently remembered this name. Looks like wanting to obtain the slot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, this person was the greatest obstacle.
But if it were really as Pei Wenxiang said, the competition this time would probably not be so simple.
Those so-called 7th-level boundless powerhouses might not be able to laugh till the end.
After all, Cultivation realm was not everything in martial artist battles.
To ordinary martial artists, 7th-level boundless versus 6th-level boundless, the former was absolutely overwhelming. This is because their cultivation did not vary to a degree sufficient to reverse the situation. But what these young geniuses placed the greatest emphasis on was concepts comprehension.
7th-level boundless versus 6th-level boundless, the former might not necessarily be able to win.
Putting aside others, Yi Yuan felt that Mu Yun's strength was probably not inferior to those so-called 7th-level boundless geniuses. Of course, the factors affecting battles were too many. When the fighting really began, nobody knew the answer.
Moreover, the rules of the competition this time was rather ingenious. Setting up these 6 arenas was in order to pick 6 arena lords.
The ones able to ultimately guard the platform successfully would obtain the qualifications to enter the grand finals. This kind of selection method would make the competition between geniuses even more intense. The ones who won, in the end, would also absolutely be the ones with the greatest qualifications to advance, because there would already be no one able to challenge them. According to the rules, the people under the platforms could challenge the people on the platforms. If they won, they would continue standing on the platforms and await the next challenge.
After failing, there would still be the chance to continue challenging on the second day. But everyone could only challenge at most 3 times. If the 3 times all failed, then they would lose the chance to continue challenging.
And for the arena lord to want to obtain the advancement quota, they must win 100 matches in a row, or have no one continue challenging. Of course, this winning 100 matches in a row was not that each person had to fight a full 100 matches. As long as the challenger defeated the arena lord, they could obtain half of the other party's match count.
Facing such rules, no one could be relaxed either. Furthermore, this was a tug-of-war battle. It could not end in 3 to 5 days at all. One arena lord could only accept 20 challenges each day.
At this time, Yi City's city lord, Xianxia, slowly walked onto the high platform and gave a few encouraging words down below. Yi City's division competition zones competition officially began. However, after Xianxia announced commencement, there was actually no one who walked up to the arenas for a moment. It was actually somewhat awkward. These young geniuses were all not fools. They knew that going up right now would be the outcome of being sent down. In the end, they would only be cannon fodders.
Without absolute strength, who dared to go up the platforms first?
Yi Yuan, didn't Yang Wenmiao say that you're very strong? What, not going up the stage to try? With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be a problem, right? Xianxia derided. Hoo-hoo, what's the rush for? This competition will last for half a month's time at least, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xianxia said disdainfully, "Th, no balls means no balls."
Pretending for what?
Just as Xianxia was being scornful, a disturbance suddenly came from the crowd. There was actually someone who was the first to go up the platform.
It's Yang Wenmiao.
He's actually the first one to go up the stage. My God, this is absolute confidence. Apart from Yang Wenmiao, who dares to go up the stage first?
I'm not surprised by Yang Wenmiao being the first one to go up the stage. But I want to know who dares to be the first one to go up the stage to challenge him.
Everyone fell silent. This sentence struck the bottom of everyone's heart. The notion that Yang Wenmiao was the #1 expert was long deeply rooted in the hearts of people already. Who dared to go up and challenge? After Yang Wenmiao went up to the stage, he hugged his sword and stood there, slightly shutting both eyes. Yet, the group of geniuses all exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually not a single one who dared to go up. Right then, a person dashed onto another platform, cupped his fists at everyone and said, "This one is Northview City's Li Tian. I'm willing to serve as a modest spur, so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions."
Who is coming up to give guidance? Li Tian's actions aroused everyone's attention.
His strength was only 6th level boundless. But his intentions were very apparent, which was in order to compare notes with opponents on the stage. In truth, many people present were all aware that they did not have a chance at all. Their goal of coming was also just for the sake of sparring with these geniuses. These geniuses were mostly cranes standing out among chickens in the locality. There were not many opportunities to engage in combat with geniuses around the same strength at all. Therefore, the opportunity in this competition was very hard to come by.
Indeed, with Li Tian moving, there was immediately someone who responded. Another person directly flew onto the arena and matched up against Li Tian. With Li Tian taking the lead, the other 4 platforms had people go up very quickly. This great battle also officially pulled apart the curtains. Yi Yuan was beneath the platforms, watching these martial artists face off calmly. He also had a bit of rough understanding towards Yi City Division Competition Zone martial artists' strength. But these people's strengths were completely lacking to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have any interest in going to challenge either. Very soon, someone determined the victor on the platforms. That Li Tian indeed had some strength to dare be the first one to go up the stage. He beat his opponent down the platform directly. Before long, another martial artist went up to challenge Li Tian. The result was that Li Tian won again. This nobody, Li Tian, actually won 2 matches in a row. Time slowly trickled by. The first day's battles drew to an end very quickly, but it made people have somewhat of a drowsy feeling. The first day's challenge, the experts basically all did not go up. It was all some martial artists whose strength were slightly weaker kicking up a fuss.
One should not look at how some of them won many matches in a row. In the end, it would only benefit others. The first day's competition, the only thing worth watching was probably Yang Wenmiao. He just hugged his sword like that, standing all the way from early morning till sunset. But not a single person went up to challenge. Experts were desolate like snow was probably talking about people like him.
The other 5 arenas fought until they were locked in a struggle, but his place was cold and deserted. Those geniuses did not even look him in the eye.
Yi Yuan was also rather curious if there would be people going up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. After all, according to the rules, as long as no one challenged for 2 consecutive days, Yang Wenmiao would automatically obtain the right to enter the grand finals. On the second day, the competition's true climax finally arrived. The moment it started, there was a 7th-level boundless genius who dashed straight onto the platform to challenge Li Tian. This Li Tian's strength was very formidable. On the first day, he actually won 20 matches in a row, guarding the platform all the way until now. But the disparity between the middle-stage boundless realm and the late-stage boundless realm was a little big in the end.
This Li Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong, but after barely withstanding for 100 moves, he was finally defeated. With the 7th-level boundless taking the lead, very soon there were people who could not hold back. Another 2 7th-level boundless realms flew onto the platforms. The fights started to become intense.
Following 7th-level boundless realms making their moves, the battles on the platforms clearly became much more intense. To be able to defend the arenas successfully on the first day, not one of them was not a formidable character. But facing 7th-level boundless realms, their strength was still slightly inferior in the end. Before long, they were defeated. Right at this time, Xianxia finally could not resist and wanted to make a move too, because he knew that if he did not make a move, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Xianxia going up was to challenge the last remaining arena lord from yesterday. The 2 people were both 6th-level boundless realm. Their strengths were almost on par. Brother Yi, aren't you planning on making a move yet? Clear Reed City's companions have all already went to the arenas before, Mu Yun said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, hasn't Brother Mu not taken action too? Looks like Brother Mu still has some confidence in your own strength. Hoo-hoo. Isn't it still all bestowed by Brother Yi? If not for the great sun heavenly yang pill you refined, I would really not have this confidence, Mu Yun said with a laugh. Oh? Then does Brother Mu have confidence in seizing a spot or not? Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. How can I dare say that I have the confidence in this? I can sense that the martial artists who came to Yi City this time, there is quite a number whose strength are all uncommon. I can only give it my all to go vie for it too. Yi Yuan smiled, but his gaze swept over towards the Xianxia on the platform. I didn't expect that this Xianxia's eyes are on top of his head. But his strength isn't common. Looks like he has subdued this arena lord. Xianxia's cocky manner all day long was very disliked by people. Forget about Yi Yuan, even Mu Yun did not like him very much either. But his strength was unexpectedly strong. He already beat that arena lord until he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Before long, that arena lord directly chose to concede. Xianxia became the new arena lord and was actually rather high-spirited and enthusiastic for some time on the stage. Pei Wenxiang pulled a long face when he saw the situation and said, "This boy acts really recklessly and blindly. Just won a match and he dares to show off like this. Without sufficient strength, this kind of occasion, the more low-profile, the better. This boy is purely drawing aggro." Yi Yuan, Mu Run, and the rest all could not help laughing when they heard that. On the other side, when Wu Jianqing saw Xianxia's manner, he could not resist pursing his lips and said, "This bit of strength also dare to come out and show off. Looks like Pei Wenxiang really has no one available for use anymore. Peng Yan, you go up and trash that punk down for me." Peng Yan was slightly stunned as he said, "Going up so early? Isn't it somewhat disadvantageous?" Wu Jianqing said with a cold snort, "With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be difficult. Don't mind those details. Place your sights a little further. Your opponents are not these trash, but those geniuses entering the grand finals. Fighting a few more matches will be beneficial to you." Peng Yan's eyes lit up as he bowed and said, Peng Yan was superficial. "Many thanks for City Lord Wu's guidance." Wu Jianqing nodded his head and said, "Your current strength is still a little weak when facing those geniuses entering the grand finals. Want to obtain a slightly better rank, you have to at least reach Yang Wenmiao, that sort of level. Go on then, temper yourself well." Peng Yan's expression became rather solemn. His gaze involuntarily looked towards the Yang Wenmiao, his eyes desolate as snow. Yang Wenmiao's might made people dare not have thoughts of surpassing the other party at all. Peng Yan's figure leaped, jumping onto the arena directly.
Seeing Peng Yan, Xianxia's face fell.
This Peng Yan's strength was very formidable. He was not a match at all. He originally thought that he could stand for a while more on the stage. Who knew that this fellow actually targeted him like so, directly going up the stage to challenge already? Are you going down yourself? Or do you want me to use my feet to trample on your face down? Peng Yan said with a scornful look.
Xianxia's face turned black. This guy was so wildly arrogant. He was clearly humiliating him.
Aren't you just 7th level boundless? To actually be so conceited to this sort of degree.
Heh, if you have the capabilities, come and kick my face. Xianxia said with a cold smile.
He was still very confident in his own strength. Even if he could not beat this Peng Yan, he absolutely would not lose too terribly either.
Peng Yan shook his head and said with a sigh, I've really never seen before such a request. All right then, as you wish.
Finished talking, Peng Yan's figure swayed, and actually became 19 Peng Yans immediately. Xianxia's expression changed. Spreading out his divine sense, he was actually unable to differentiate which was the real body. You don't need to look anymore. Each clone is a corporeal body. You can't find it. Stand properly. I'm coming to kick your face, Peng Yang said indifferently. His voice had yet to face when 18 figures galloped straight for Xianxia directly. One Peng Yan was hard enough to deal with already, let alone 18?
Xianxia teetered on his feet only to feel that it was all Peng Yan's figure everywhere before his eyes. Very soon he could not hold out anymore. Bang!
One of Peng Yan's feet landed onto Xianxia's face without any deviation, trampling him down on the platform directly. Ouch!
Let me go,
Xianxia did not expect that this Peng Yan was actually so strong, defeating him in no time flat. But just as he was going to admit defeat, Peng Yan stepped a foot on his face again, cutting off his words forcefully.
En?
What were you saying earlier? I didn't hear it, Peng Yan said with a loud laugh. I admit.
Another leg. Peng Yan just refused to let Xianxia say out admit defeat, these two words.
Beneath the stage, Pei Wenxiang's face was fiery hot, as if that foot was stepping on his face. Bullying people too far.
Bullying people too far.
Pei Wenxiang was livid with rage. Peng Yan's actions were completely Wu Jianqing smacking his face. There were so many city lords here. Everyone was all competing on the sly too.
Even losing face was not glorious, let alone being humiliated in front of so many people.
When Wu Jianqing saw the mud-like Xianxia, he said with a hearty laugh, Ha ha ha! What are all these trash Pei Wenxiang brought? 6th level boundless doesn't even have the chance to speak at Peng Yan's hands.
At this time, there were quite a few city lords with pretty good relationships with Wu Jianqing coming over to congratulate him.
Peng Yan's strength was plain for everybody to see. He was very strong enough even among 7th level boundless realms. Obtaining a quota shouldn't have any big issues. City Lord Wu, congratulations. Didn't expect that your one high city actually had such a formidable young junior emerge. City Lord Wu, congratulations, congratulations. This Peng Yan's strength is probably the #1 person under Yang Wenmiao. Obtaining an advancement spot this time is definitely no sweat.
Wu Jianqing dealt with everyone's felicitations, his face pleased with himself.
Peng Yan's performance made his face feel extra glorious. While at this time, Xianxia was still struggling under Peng Yan's foot. Xianxia still could not say admit defeat, these two words. But Peng Yan seemed to have the intention of disgracing Xianxia and just refused to let him say out these two words.
According to the competition's rules, only by yelling out admit defeat or falling down the platform could it be considered one party winning.
This Peng Yan is truly bullying others too far.
Xianxia is already planning on conceding, and he's actually still humiliating like so.
Although Mu Yun dislikes Xianxia regarding Peng Yan's close to dehumanizing action, he seriously could not put up with it. But right then, Mu Yun suddenly felt the wind moved beside his ear. Yi Yuan actually vanished on the spot immediately. Quickly look, somebody couldn't carry on watching and went up to the platform.
This guy is a moron, right? The platforms all have array formations isolating. Not opening them up, how will he enter? It's even a divine traversing realm rookie. Isn't this going to meet with a serious rebuff? Yi Yuan's figure landed in everyone's eyes. It was all faces full of sneering looks. These people did not feel anything inappropriate about the action of Ping Yan humiliating Xiang Hao. Peng Yan had absolute strength. Even if he humiliated Xiang Hao, other people did not dare to easily challenge him as well. Furthermore, Xiang Hao looked for trouble himself. Previously, he still had a manner like a vile person intoxicated by success. Many people were all pissed with him. The martial artist world was like so. In everyone's notion, the strong bullying the weak, that was how it ought to be. Who asked your strength to be lacking? If you have the capabilities, go and cultivate properly, then trample back. Otherwise, shut your mouth obediently and wait for others to humiliate. However, the mockery on everyone's faces became astonishment very soon. Yi Yuan actually passed right through the isolating array formation under everyone's gaze, and he entered the arena. Ping Yan naturally discovered Yi Yuan right away. But he was the same as the others, all of them waiting to see Yi Yuan's make a fool. His face even revealed a mocking smile. But that moment when Yi Yuan passed through the array formation, his smile froze on his face. So what if passed through the array formation? Can a divine traversing realm boy still overturn the heaven? Dragon claw hand. Peng Yan reacted very quickly, making a move with a cold smile. It was only to see his fingers formed a claw. Essence energy immediately condensed to form a dragon claw, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The power of this claw was even enough to deal with 6th-level boundless realms. A mere divine traversing realm martial artist was naturally nothing difficult. But right then, there was a blur in front of Peng Yan's eyes. Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed to become 9 in the air. His dragon claw hand actually missed. Humph! Displaying slight skill before an expert. Peng Yan snorted coldly. Flexing his hand claw, that dragon claw hand actually divided into 9, grabbing towards 9 Yi Yuans. Swoosh! In front of Peng Yan was a blur again. 9 Yi Yuans suddenly increased speed and were actually as nimble as hares escaping. Bang! 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 1 foot, 2, 3, 9. Each foot all trampled on Peng Yan's face. The strength was not heavy but left behind 9 clear and distinguishable shoe prints on Peng Yan's face. Pooh-hoo! When everyone saw those 9 shoe prints, they all could not resist laughing. Punk, you're courting death. Peng Yan squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand and fired out a strand of essence energy, bringing away the Xiang Hao who was trampled until his face was full of blood. Concede. This debt, I'll claim for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao's face looked very wretched at this time. But while it was miserable, it could not compare to how ridiculous those 9 shoe prints on Peng Yan's face looked. Xiang Hao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He never expected that when he was being humiliated by people, the one who came to rescue him was actually the Yi Yuan he was very disdainful of all along previously. Shouldn't Yi Yuan be making fun of his incompetence at one side at this time? He actually came forward and said to help him get back justice. In an instant, Xiang Hao's tears actually welled up in his eyes. Yi Yuan stepping forward courageously at this time, returning good for evil. How could it not move him? Why did you help me? Xiang Hao choked sobbingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, very simple. He rubs me the wrong way. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. The strong had the dignity of the strong. The weak had the self-respect of the weak too. Being stronger than others did not mean that one could trample on other people's dignity. Yi Yuan had experienced before the might of showing disdain on all life under the heavens and also experienced before the helplessness when his strength was lacking. Peng Yan's actions made him unwittingly think of Zhao Tianyin. Powerful strength did not mean that one could humiliate others. Therefore, Yi Yuan was pissed at him. No matter what, Xiang Hao was Pei Wenxiang's men. Following him was also considered being in the same entrenchment. Peng Yan humiliating Peng Yan like so was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of everyone on their side. And many thanks. Xiang Hao's heart shivered. All of the views about Yi Yuan previously immediately vanished without a trace. Currently, in Xianghao's heart, it was all gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Rather than thanking me, why not cultivate more diligently yourself? Want to not let this scene today ever happen again, you got to let yourself become even stronger. Yi Yuan said.
Xianghao's heart shuddered when he heard that. His gaze gradually became determined. That was the intense desire towards becoming strong.
He turned around and clasped his hands towards Ping Yan and said, "Your esteemed self-skills were impressive. This Xiang admits defeat.
However, there will come the day that this Xiang seeks guidance from your esteemed self again." Peng Yan said disdainfully, "Don't know what you're talking about. The disparity in strength cannot be compensated with rage.
The disparity between us will only get greater and greater."
Xianghao did not dispute with Peng Yan, turning right around and went down the arena. One could tell that Yi Yuan's words really stimulated him.
Yi Yuan said coolly, "Rage indeed can't compensate disparity, but diligence can.
An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win.
Once people have a driving force, they will erupt with unimaginable potential." Peng Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "You better not worry about others anymore. Best be worried about yourself."
"Brat, your actions just now successfully incurred this young master's fury.
Therefore, your outcome will be even more miserable than his."
Yi Yuan looked at Peng Yan and smiled. Then he raised his hand, beckoned. The action of disdain was displayed plainly. Seeing this scene, the Wu Jianqing beneath the stage could not help sneering coldly as he said, "This fool, to actually dare provoke Peng Yan like this. He wouldn't really think that by relying on his divine traversing realm strength, he can do anything to Peng Yan, right? Just now, Peng Yan was just momentarily careless and didn't even use 30% of his strength. Stirring up Peng Yan's fury, I very much want to see what his outcome will be. Haha. That divine traversing realm really knows how to pretend, to actually dare provoke his opponent like this. Although his strength is indeed not bad, the other party should only be careless just now. This divine traversing realm is indeed rather unexpected, to actually be able to directly pass through the isolating array formation. But most likely that Peng Yan did not think that too. Hence, that's why he would fall victim to that brat in a moment of carelessness, right?
This Ping Yan's strength is very strong. Even though he has not displayed all of his strength yet, he's likely quite a bit stronger compared to ordinary 7th-level boundless realms. Although Yi Yuan successfully left behind clear and distinct shoe prints on Ping Yan's face, there was still no one optimistic about him. After all, the disparity between his and Ping Yan's strength was too great.
Moreover, looking at Peng Yan's combat strength just now, his strength was absolutely much stronger compared to ordinary 7th-level boundless realms, because Xianghao's strength was actually not weak. Even for those 7th-level boundless geniuses, wanting to easily beat him was absolutely not an easy thing. But Peng Yan easily defeated him and humiliated him.
It could be seen that Peng Yan's combat strength was definitely very strong. Yi Yuan provoking right now was completely seeking death.
They were just rather curious what kind of method Peng Yan would use to disgrace Yi Yuan in a while. Blind, reckless fool.
Peng Yan's fury was thoroughly ignited by Yi Yuan. A long saber appeared in his hand.
Essence energy surged. The essence energy in this small field of activity around the entire arena was taken control by him very quickly.
He actually wanted to plunder the essence energy around Yi Yuan completely.
This was the powerful aspect of boundless realm martial artists. They could take control of the essence energy within a small area and put it to their own use.
Speaking from a certain degree, the battle between boundless realm martial artists was the battle of plundering heaven and earth essence energy.
Whoever's control ability was stronger, whoever could lead the entire battle situation.
Very clearly, in this area, divine traversing realm martial artists were too disadvantaged. This is completely a battle without suspense. This move of Peng Yan's is vicious enough. That brat probably even has the thought of wanting to cry now, right?
Divine traversing realm facing boundless realm, it's virtually an irresolvable situation. Without heaven and earth essence energy available for use, one can't unleash the power no matter how powerful the martial technique too. Unless this boy's concept's comprehension flings Peng Yan several streets behind and is able to rely on the powerful undulation of the concept to breach Peng Yan's control. But how is this possible? Peng Yan's saber intent is probably already not far away from comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, right?
That horrifying saber intent of Peng Yan's made the martial artists beneath the stage all feel a chill run down their spines. The might of his saber intent could be seen.
To want to fling Peng Yan several streets behind in concepts, this was something completely impossible.
Even Yang Wenmiao could not do it too.
If Yang Wenmiao was only 7th level divine traversing, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Peng Yan's match. Even if his concept's comprehension was much stronger than Peng Yan's.
Without heaven and earth essence energy to use, I want to see just where your confidence to dare be so wildly arrogant lies. Sunset crazed saber. Toward Yi Yuan, Peng Yan did not drop his guard.
Although those few kicks earlier were rather unexpected, it was also sufficient to prove that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist. His strength was sufficient to compete with boundless realms. Otherwise, even if a puny little divine traversing realm took him by surprise, it was also not possible to make him admit defeat.
But so what?
His, Peng Yan's goal, was never at this puny little Yi city.
A little-known divine traversing realm boy, no matter how formidable his strength was, how could it be possible to be his match? The powerful saber intent swept over towards Yi Yuan while blotting out the skies and covering the earth.
Yi Yuan, be careful! Beneath the stage, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and cried out in shock. Only when he saw this blade did Xianxia know just how great his disparity from Peng Yan was. The disparity between the two of them was absolutely not just a minor cultivation realm. The gap in concepts was even bigger. Even the Yang Wenmiao, who was as destitute as snow on the stage all along, opened both eyes at this time too, looking over towards that platform. Very clearly, this blade of Peng Yan's made him slightly taken aback. However, his gaze was locked onto that figure which appeared slightly thin. What he wanted to see even more was just how powerful Yi Yuan was. He wanted to affirm that his feeling was not wrong. Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments should be very formidable. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak. Violent true dragon power shot straight to the skies. At the same time, a heat wave instantly burst out. Two kinds of powerful to the extreme auras blended together under everyone's gaze. Flame movement true dragon carnage.
A fire dragon burst out violently, galloping over towards that saber intent savagely. Everyone's faces all changed. They were unable to imagine that a 7th level divine traversing was actually able to unleash such a powerful attack and clash head-on with the 7th level boundless Peng Yan.
The control ability of Boundless Realm was an utter joke in front of this flame movement true dragon carnage.
Regardless whether was it true dragon power or the scorching true intent, it all could easily destroy this kind of control power.
Boom! Peng Yan received a tremendous impact, his figure falling back continuously.
Oh! A wave of exclamations suddenly burst out from within the crowd, because Peng Yan already fell back to the borders of the platform. A little bit more to the back and he would fall down the platform.
The isolating array formation on this platform permitted exit and forbade entry.
The people outside could not come in, but for the people inside to fall outside, they were not affected.
If Peng Yan dropped down directly, then he would lose. Peng Yan gritted his teeth, forcefully mustering up the disorderly essence energy within his body. His body suddenly sunk downwards, finally barely keeping his feet steady at the peripherals of the platform. Who? Peng Yan spat out a mouthful of turbid air heavily, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief inwardly.
If he were to really drop down, that would be disgraceful. Oh!
Another wave of exclamation erupted in the crowd. Peng Yan had yet to figure out what happened when suddenly, there was darkness in front of his eyes. A large foot directly appeared before his eyes, getting increasingly bigger. Bang! Peng Yan's figure flew out backward once more, falling down the platform immediately, rolling out far away. Yi Yuan actually already arrived in front of Peng Yan since goodness knows when, and gave him a good one to his face, kicking him down the arena directly. Pooh-hoo!
A wave of guffaws erupted in the crowd, especially Xianxia. It was so vented in his heart, kicking his face down the platform. These were the words Peng Yan humiliated him with previously.
But now, Peng Yan himself was kicked down by Yi Yuan with his face. It was really instant karma. Yi Yuan, this fellow really accomplished what he said. When he went up to the stage, he said to help him get back justice. Now, he really claimed it back. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually this formidable. To think that he even looked down on Yi Yuan previously, thinking that Yi Yuan was bragging. Looking at it now, he was completely disdainful to explain. A martial artist's might was never preened out, but fought out with fists and kicks. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan did well. Truly venting. What's this name there? Didn't you like to step on other people's face?
Why were you trampled yourself? Ha ha, Pei Wenxiang said with a loud laugh.
Pei Wenxiang had already been repressed for a very long time too. In the wake of Yi Yuan's kick, he thoroughly released it. Wu Jianqing's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Peng Yan actually only lasted one round on the arena. It was fine if he was eliminated in one round. He was even kicked down by a divine traversing realm boy using his feet to his face.
This kick was not just Peng Yan's face, it was even his, Wu Jianqing's face.
However, Wu Jianqing was also rather frightened by Yi Yuan's might. A 7th level divine traversing boy was actually able to contend head-on with a 7th level boundless. This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, without any doubt that head-on clash previously, it was actually still Yi Yuan who slightly took the upper hand. Otherwise, how could he possibly stabilize his figure before Peng Yan? And then he kicked Peng Yan down with one leg.
Pei Wenxiang, the guy, where did he find such a freak?
Peng Yan scurried up from the floor with a whoosh. But his face had an additional very distinct large footprint, looking extremely comical.
When everyone saw his face, they roared with laughter again.
Those 9 prints earlier only looked somewhat ugly, but it actually did not have much effect on Peng Yan. But this leg Yi Yuan stepped solidly. That large footprint was completely formed from a contusion. Boy, you wait. Today's humiliation. I'll definitely return twofold tomorrow. Peng Yan said in a towering rage.
Yi Yuan, win.
Consecutive win count. 11 matches. Yi City's judge directly announced the results. Yi Yuan defeated Peng Yan and won half of his victory count immediately. Although Peng Yan failed, he still had the opportunity to challenge tomorrow. Looking at him, seemed like he still wished to challenge Yi Yuan tomorrow. Yi Yuan's prodigious kick thoroughly sowed the discord between the two people.
What he used just now should be the scorching true intent, right?
The other one, could it be true dragon strength? This Yi Yuan has such heaven-defying encounters, to actually be able to obtain true dragon strength. What's even more terrifying is that he's actually able to fuse these two types of extreme power together. TSK, leaping a major cultivation realm to battle. That brat actually really accomplished it. Yang Wenmiao was secretly blown away inwardly. Although taken aback, Yang Wenmiao did not feel that he was worse than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's methods were heaven-defying, but Yang Wenmiao also had immense confidence in his own methods.
But without any doubt, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to rank among the powerhouses and had the strength to assault that advancement quota. Just as Yang Wenmiao was ruminating, a wave exclamation suddenly sounded out again beneath the platform.
Yang Wenmiao was slightly stunned but saw a young man actually standing onto the platform he was on. Somebody wanted to challenge him? Only to see that young man clasp his hands and said, I've long heard that Brother Yang is Yi City's #1 person. Younger brother, Nanwu City's Tang Fan, wished to challenge Brother Yang. Yang Wenmiao could not help sizing up this young man called Tang Fan. He did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects. What made Yang Wenmiao slightly astonished was that Tang Fan was actually only 5th level boundless. Since young, the targets Yang Wenmiao challenged were always higher cultivation realms than him. This sort of situation today it was still his first time encountering. But Tang Fan's actions caused an uproar among Yang Wenmiao's defenders.
Who the hell is that brat? To actually dare challenge Wenmiao?
Just that level of his, wouldn't going up be making a spectacle of himself?
That's right. This fellow is really overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge Wenmiao.
This guy is definitely trying to impress people by doing something shocking.
Wenmiao, pummel him.
In everyone's thinking, Yang Wenmiao should have no one challenge for 2 days straight, then directly obtaining the qualifications to advance from there. But now, There was actually someone who shattered this thing which everyone firmly believed. Therefore, the reactions were especially huge. Even Yi Yuan was very surprised by Tang Fan's actions too. After Yang Wenmiao was slightly dazed, he nodded his head nonchalantly and said, "Make a move then. Here I come." The moment Tang Fan made a move, Yang Wenmiao's expression became solemn. This Tang Fan's strength was actually not an ordinary kind of strong.
Tang Fan was also a sword-practicing expert, but his sword seemed to be only particular about one word, and that was fast.
His sword art was unbelievably fast, virtually not giving his opponent the slightest bit of chance to make a move at all.
Myriad sword daos, every person's pursuit was different.
Some people pursued the sword's awe-inspiring righteousness. Some people pursued the sword's level-headedness and composure, while what Yi Yuan pursued were nimbleness and sharpness. What this Tang Fan pursued was agility, attacking thousands of times instantaneously. How could his opponent react in time? Tang Fan's sword made all the skeptical voices from before all quietened down. These geniuses' horizons were all very high. They were able to tell that if the one who stood on the platform were not Yang Wenmiao, they would have long been defeated already. 7th level boundless realms, even if it was that Peng Yan, he was probably not this Tang Fan's match too. This Tang Fan was too strong. Tang Fan's movements were too fast, swift until his figure pervaded everywhere on the platform. That was not a cloning technique like Peng Yan. They were purely afterimages left behind from speed being too fast. Yang Wenmiao actually only had the strength to ward off blows for a time under Tang Fan's attacks. These Yang Wenmiao supporters were also silent already at this time. Each and every one of them clenched their fists tightly, secretly cheering Yang Wenmiao on.
So strong.
Could it be that this Tang Fan is actually going to drag Yang Wenmiao down from the altar? Xianxia swallowed hard and said in shock. This competition, he had really witnessed too many monstrous geniuses.
As one of ancient opulent city's top geniuses, only now did Xianxia know that turned out he was a frog at the bottom of a well.
Wanyi City had so many formidable foes already. Then what about the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land?
Mu Yu nodded and said, "Indeed very strong. But I feel that it's probably still quite difficult for him to want to beat Yang Wenmiao.
And
Yang Wenmiao is already being suppressed by him until he doesn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Is it possible that there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory?" Xianxia said in surprise.
Tang Fan's fighting method is impressive but exhausts essence energy immensely. If he can't take down his opponent in a short period of time, he will be in a bad situation, Mu Yan evaluated. Right then, Yi Yuan also sighed slightly on the platform. This Tang Fan still lost in the end.
Indeed, Yang Wenmiao aura suddenly swept out, sending Tang Fan flying out. Tang Fan seemed to be unresigned to being defeated like this and even wanted to struggle for a moment in the air. But Yang Wenmiao's sword chi did not give him the least bit of opportunity to catch his breath, blasting him down the platform immediately.
There were no voices mocking Tang Fan at all. To be able to force Yang Wenmiao to such an extent, Tang Fan could be said to be the first person. His strength won everybody's respect. Yang Wenmiao stood while carrying his sword and said to the Tang Fan beneath the stage, "You're very strong.
Looking forward to the next time I fight with you."
Tang Fan struggled to his feet and said stubbornly, "Next time, I definitely can defeat you."
Yang Wenmiao smiled but did not say anything else.
He already deeply sensed this Tang Fan's threat. One had to know that Tang Fan was only 5th level boundless. He was 3 minor cultivation realms lower than Yang Wenmiao, but he was able to force the latter into such a plight. This Tang Fan's potential was absolutely very strong. At this time, Yang Wenmiao's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan once more. This person's threat seemed to be even greater than Tang Fan's. Yang Wenmiao never expected that he would actually encounter so many rising stars this competition, making him feel pressure deeply. But in his heart, a soaring fighting intent was also ablaze. Before the competition, no one would have thought that the second day of the competition would already progress to a white-hot stage 2.
The originally obscure Yi Yuan and Tang Fan displayed their talents, becoming everyone's focal point.
Although Tang Fan was defeated, he did not lose the opportunity to advance. Without any doubt, there was no problem at all with him obtaining an advancement quota.
While Yu Yuan, after he defeated 4 7th-level boundless realms in a row neat and tidily, nobody else dared to go up and challenge him. With this, there were 2 of the 6 platforms which became very deserted. One was Yang Wenmiao's. The other was Yi Yuan's. After Yang Wenmiao defeated Tang Fan, everyone reckoned that no one would go and challenge him anymore. While at this time, there was already no one who dared to doubt Yi Yuan's strength as well. This advancement quota, Yi Yuan nailed it. But what made everyone surprised was that after Tang Fan was defeated at Yang Wenmiao's side, he did not choose to occupy a platform on the 3rd day's competition. Tang Fan directly challenged Yi Yuan. Tang Fan stood opposite Yi Yuan, but he had a solemn expression on his face. "You're very strong, but I'll defeat you," Tang Fan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You're very strong too, but you won't have a chance to beat me." "Heh, how would you know without fighting?" Tang Fan said. Without much nonsense, Tang Fan's figure moved explosively. Countless sword images instantly besieged Yi Yuan. Tang Fan's quicksword was fast until it made people feel asphyxiated. His sword art completely gave up on technique just for the sake of pursuing the extremities of speed. Each sword was without any flashiness. The angle of striking with the sword, strength, everything and all of it was all in order to pursue speed. Yet, this sword speed of myriad swords in an instant did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Too terrifying. This Yi Yuan's strength is simply daunting until it makes people despair. Yang Wenmiao's sword intent is grand and boundless, but his speed can't keep up with Tang Fan. If not for him suppressing Tang Fan on Cultivation realm, how the result would really be hard to say. But Yi Yuan practically can't even sense his essence energy undulations. But Tang Fan can't even touch the corners of his sleeves. That also means that Yi Yuan is relying entirely on movement technique to avoid Tang Fan's sword. Just how fast is that movement technique of his? Without any doubt, this kind of quickswords of Tang Fan's was very hard to crack. Even if his strength was just a bit worse, it could not be avoided by ordinary people either. But Yi Yuan evaded each sword perfectly. He did not even unleash a single move until now. All of a sudden, Tang Fan withdrew his sword and stood there, his stubborn face filled with defeat. This sense of defeat was even more intense than him losing to Yang Wenmiao yesterday. Because Tang Fan could sense that if his cultivation realm was the same as Yang Wenmiao, he absolutely had the strength to brave it out with him. Which was also to say that his comprehensions in sword intent was at least not inferior to Yang Wenmiao. Yet, facing Yi Yuan's movement technique with no weakness to exploit, he could not find any way at all. He already strove with all his might, but still could not catch up to Yi Yuan's figure. In other words, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Tang Fan giving up everything was in order to pursue the word fast. If he lost to another person in the word fast, then he really lost. I lost. The stubbornness on Tang Fan's face was all gone. What remained was intense unwillingness. He cultivated the quicksword. There had never been anyone faster than his sword before. But today, this merely divine traversing realm youth actually utterly suppressed him by a level. Furthermore, Tang Fan could sense that Yi Yuan seemed to still have a great deal of strength left over. Under such circumstances, the sense of defeat was extremely intense. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Myriad things under the heaven are all yin and yang complementing mutually. The extreme of yang is yin, the extreme of fast is slow. You pursue speed blindly. Have you ever thought of letting the sword become a little slower? Maybe when you understand the Tao of fast-slow, it will make your quick sword even faster." Tang Fan's entire body trembled. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually uttered such words. Yes, cultivating until now, all of his thoughts were placed on how to make his sword faster. But he had never thought about making his sword a little slower. Make quicksword slow down, was that still called quicksword? However, yin was born from extreme yin, slow was born from extreme speed. Were the extremes of speed slow or not? Tang Fan's comprehension towards quicksword was extremely profound and knew that the slow Yi Yuan was talking about was not slow in its true sense, but another type of realm. That was the realm of viewing the mountain as not a mountain, looking at water as not water. If he were able to comprehend this realm, his quicksword would definitely advance a step further. Talking about it was easy, but to comprehend this slow word
was exceedingly difficult. But Yi Yuan's word gave him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. It was just like a ray of light in the dark night, pointing the direction for Tang Fan to advance.
Tang Fan suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Although Brother Ye's age is young, your horizons are exceptionally high."
The words just now, this Tang benefited endlessly. This battle, this Tang is utterly convinced by my defeat from the bottom of my heart.
Today's grace, this Tang has remembered it. Finished talking, Tang Fan turned right around and went down the platform, vanishing in the crowd.
When Pei Wenxiang saw this scene, he suddenly recalled what Yi Yuan said before, the words about wanting to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Those words sounded very laughable to him at that time. But recalling them now, it seemed like Yi Yuan really had that hint of chance.
Up until now, seems like apart from Yang Wenmiao, there was already no one able to beat Yi Yuan. But even someone as powerful as Tang Fan was still unable to force out Yi Yuan's true strength.
If comparing Yi Yuan and Yang Wenmiao, taking Tang Fan as reference in between, seems like Yi Yuan won more easily. Could it be that Yi Yuan's true strength was still above Yang Wenmiao?
Pei Wenxiang drew a cold breath. Before this, he did not even dare to think about it.
But now, seemed like this guess was very likely. If not for Peng Yan humiliating Xianxia like that previously, who knows if Yi Yuan would go up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. However, this was already not important.
Yi Yuan's strength would be displayed when he entered the grand finals. On Wu Jianqing's side, Ping Yan was long glaring like a ravening tiger already.
Previously, when he saw Tang Fan go up to challenge Yi Yuan, he was even secretly rejoicing for a bit.
He felt that with Tang Fan's strength, Yi Yuan definitely could not win. Even if Yi Yuan really could win, he would have tremendous exhaustion too.
That way, he could completely wreck Yi Yuan if he went up to the arena. But now that the match was over, Yi Yuan practically did not have any expenditure at all. This kind of strength truly daunted him at the sight of it a little. Peng Yan, give up.
This boy's strength is likely not what you're able to deal with.
You go and challenge another person. Ensure an advancement spot. Don't go and look for trouble anymore, Wu Jianqing said with a solemn face. Peng Yan was extremely unresigned when he heard that, but in the end, he nodded his head helplessly. However, when Peng Yan was planning to go up and challenge another person, Xianxia ridiculed, "Yo, didn't you talk big yesterday about wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson? Why? This direction that you're heading doesn't seem to be Yi Yuan's platform." Xianxia kept a constant eye on the happenings at Peng Yan's side. Therefore, Peng Yan's behavior was taken fully into his sights. Peng Yan's entire body trembled, his gaze glaring fiercely at Xianxia, wishing to swallow Xianxia alive. Xianxia also stared right back. Either way, fighting was forbidden at this competition area. Would Peng Yan dare to kill him?
Yi Yuan already smacked his face until such an extent. If he did not make use of it properly, how would he dispel the hatred in his heart?
Don't get angry. That punk is deliberately triggering you. Calm down. Apart from Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan, there are still many strong opponents. You have to handle the situation carefully, Wu Jianqing said. Peng Yan sucked in a breath deeply, nodded his head and said, "Rest assured, City Lord. This quota, I'll definitely take it." Oh wow. Really don't have guts to challenge Yi Yuan.
Next time, remember, don't have the strength, don't talk so big. So as to avoid smacking your own face.
Ha ha ha.
Towards Xianghao's actions, Pei Wenxiang felt very liberated too. Of course, what made him even more pleased was still Yi Yuan obtaining a quota to advance to the grand finals.
Just as Yi Yuan said back then, making his face feel boundless honor.